Chapter 1. Meeting. Love. If adhered to its true definition as outlined in the dictionaries of her world, love was a pure and powerful emotion that one experiences towards someone whose happiness had unexpectedly become more important than their own. The most remarkable example of this sensation was that of God, a being who loved his children more than he loved himself. According to the ancient tales written in the sacred books of the underworld, the renowned God of heaven was believed to be the originator of this enchanting emotion, bestowing it upon his beloved children so that they, too, could savor the divine elixir that was love. It was because of him and the emotion known as love that the entities in his world were finally able to settle into a false peace. Without love, they would have been locked in an eternal battle against one another. Then why is my life completely devoid of it? Rias whispered to herself, her face contorting into a scowl as she gazed at the stars in the sky above. They looked as beautiful as ever, just like old times. Not a single flaw could be seen, they were flawless. And why wouldn't they be? They were supposed to exude serenity and strength, after all. Strong. Sadness engulfed her admiration as she recalled the deception inflicted upon her by her own family members. They have ruined my life, the red-haired girl whispered to herself, vividly recalling the unfair treatment she had endured for no valid reason. Throughout my entire life, I was always told to become a strong devil like them, but before I could prove myself, they discarded me like I was nothing more than a worthless object, throwing me to that monster. Tears filled her eyes, but she wiped them away before they could fall and stain the ground. They were of no use now. If they couldn't change her life in the past, then she was sure they wouldn't change it now either. Now her entire life was being controlled by someone else, someone about whom she knew very little. The only thing she knew about him was that he was a powerful devil, and to ensure her safety under his protection, she would need to master her emotions and obey his commands. These seemingly insignificant emotions, such as sadness and anger, were her greatest enemies. If she didn't learn to control them soon, they would undoubtedly make her life a living hell. Rias still vividly remembers the words her mother-in-law said to her when they first met. If you want to experience the same happiness that your mother and I have, it is important for you to realize that you are now an integral part of Riser's life. Once you understand this, he will always treat you well. Rias knew her mother-in-law was lying when she spoke those words to her. There was no way she could be happy with a man who viewed women as if they were rare collectibles. Never. She could never be happy with him. But what other choice do I have? Her current life was nothing more of a tragedy. Never in her scariest dreams did she imagine that she would be forced to live a life with a man who viewed her as an object created to satisfy his lust. Rias despised it, she loathed it with all her heart. However, she couldn't escape from it, as it was now her sole means of survival. What was once a girl adorned with the bright feathers of freedom and contentment had transformed into a being that desired nothing but a merciful release from death. It's all my fault. I should have never backed down that day. Rias scolded herself, berating her lack of courage for the 1000th time. I should have jumped off that bridge. At least then I would have been free from all the troubles in my past. Her soft-spoken words went unheard as usual, and her heart sank even deeper into the valley of sadness. Thud. Her mind became blank as the unusual sound of footsteps echoed in her ears. Lady Rias, how many times must I remind you not to leave your apartment without informing me? A familiar voice made its presence known to the young lady. I was entrusted with the responsibility of taking care of you, and when you vanish like that, everyone holds me accountable for it. The monotone timbre of the individual's voice served as a sad reminder of the kind of life Rias was being slowly consumed by. A hell. I didn't want anyone to follow me here, Mahai. Just tell me why you are here and leave. The exasperated sigh that Mahai let out didn't go unheard by Rias, but after living with her for so long, she had grown accustomed to it. Those threats seemed hollow and insincere. Do not pretend you are in charge, Lady Rias. We both know that Master Riser is the one in control, and when he discovers you've left your apartment without me, he becomes very possessive. Despite Mahai's genuine tone of fear, it failed to rattle Rias, who simply continued to gaze at the stunning dark skies. A playful smile crept across Rias' face when she heard Mahai let out a defeated sigh. If there was one thing that brought a glimmer of excitement to her otherwise dull life, it was teasing Mahai for no apparent reason. It always brought her joy to witness the poor girl tremble and fume in response to her actions. Anyway, I just wanted to inform you that Lord Beelzebub has granted your request to transfer the responsibility of your peerage members to your mother. They are now under her jurisdiction, which means they are no longer included in the marriage contract. Now that sent a jolt of disbelief through Rias. Did she hear correctly? Lady Rias. Had her beloved brother actually done something by going against their father? Lady Rias, you there? Kiba, Gasper, Kaneko, and Akino. Tears began to stream down her face, and she made no effort to hold them back. Lady. Mahai paused in the middle of her sentence as the sound of Ria's sobs reached her ears. With a mixture of remorse and respect, she averted her gaze from the girl, unable to bear the shame that overwhelmed her. Whether she was a slave or not, she was still a girl who had emotions and could empathize with every feeling that Rias was going through at that moment. In a humble tone, she expressed her remorse. "Forgive me, Lady Rias." However, as she attempted to distance herself from the girl, she was abruptly halted in her tracks. "Thank you for letting me know, Mahai." Mahai fought to suppress her sobs, her lips trembling. "You're welcome, Lady Rias." Rias' apartment. "What are you planning to do with your daughter, Lord Grimori?" I don't know, Marvin. She is good for nothing without that power." "I know, that's why I asked, Master. Without that power, her significance in that contract diminishes greatly. She offers no meaningful contributions to that partnership." "I am aware, but unfortunately, there is little we can do, my dear friend. Her lack of usefulness has already brought considerable disgrace to our household in recent years. I fear that she will only further tarnish our reputation with this marriage." "That is somewhat." Slam. Silence engulfed the room as the shattering of glass echoed through the walls of the magnificent and luxurious chamber. "Just look at her, Marvin. She is so pathetic." "Master. Please refrain from interrupting me this time. I need to vent my frustrations, and I request a moment alone with my daughter." "As you wish, Master." Rias. A pair of beautiful blue eyes searched for an escape, their expression filled with shame and fear, as they found themselves cornered by the cold gaze of an individual who once used to regard her with fondness and admiration. "Why are you so weak, Rias? Why don't you possess the strength of your mother and brother? Explain to me. I beg you, please explain." Tears began to well up within them, giving them a heartbreaking combination of vulnerability and shame. "Look at me, my child. She didn't. She couldn't. Look at me, please." A sliver of hope and courage ignited within her when she heard her father's vulnerable voice. Perhaps, just perhaps, for once, he was being kind to her. "Look at me, you pathetic excuse for a devil." Pain coursed through her mind as the biting words of her father pierced her ears. "Do you realize the embarrassment I experience whenever I meet my friends and discuss you? It always results in them mocking me and my standing in our society. Your weakness is ridiculed everywhere I go." Rias trembled as the harsh words of her father pierced her thoughts. He was correct. It was entirely her fault. "People claim that you are worthless without that power and it infuriates me." Her eyes turned towards the ground, and she glanced at her small hands. "If only I had that power," she thought as she tried to suppress her cries in front of her father. Without the power of destruction and potent magic, she knew she was nothing. They were the pride of her family, a symbol that had made them so reputable in the underworld. It was all she had, nothing more and nothing less. "I should have sent you away to a private place where nobody could have known about you and your weakness before anyone could have found out. At least then I could have saved our family from embarrassment by telling these people that I have no daughter." No daughter. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving behind a trail of stains on the pristine marble floor beneath her as the bitter realization finally dawned upon her. It was all in vain, wasn't it? Her pleas, her cries, and even her precious tears held no significance for anyone. In their eyes, she was seen as nothing more than a pitiful, vulnerable girl who should never have been born into their family. "Maybe after your marriage, I'll finally be able to lead a life free from the burden of shame." Pain and grief were swiftly replaced by fear when Rias heard those unsettling words. Marriage. She was going to be married to someone she didn't even know. Someone who was going to make her his slave, an existence even more unbearable than death. According to her caretaker, the boy to whom she was to be married was the epitome of everything she abhorred. "He's just like my father. From what I have heard, the younger son of Lord Phoenix is a brilliant lad. I think he'll be able to have a positive influence on you, unlike your mother and brother." Control. Rias, remaining will crumble down in an instant as glimpses of her once attainable dreams began to materialize before her very eyes. They were beautiful and were the source of her conviction. It was because of them that she persisted in living a life devoid of love and happiness. They were more important to her than anything else, as achieving them meant being on par with her brother, something she was willing to sacrifice everything for. "But soon in a few years, I'll be left with nothing but broken dreams and despair." Her lips started trembling as thoughts of her future life flooded her mind. They were repugnant and cruel, completely contrary to the life she had always envisioned for herself. "No. No. Ooh. No." Draped in a thin layer of sweat and tears, Ria's face tightened a little as her dull blue eyes snapped open in shock, and found themselves fixated on the white ceiling above. The white plaster wall, the cold blue floor, and the white ceiling above all seemed to glare at her with an air of menace and audacity. It was as though they were mocking her for her unfulfilled dreams and perceived failures. Even the colors taunted her, as the purity and innocence of white were stolen from her life by her husband. The serenity, stability, inspiration, wisdom, and health embodied by blue were trampled upon just like the floor. You will be free from this contract, Rias. I promise you that. Resurfacing from the depths of her mind, a long-lost memory decided to reveal itself once more after countless years. Brother. A spark of anger ignited within her heart as she identified the voice in her mind. It was him, the person she used to admire above all others, the one who had vowed to liberate her from her chains. It was because of him that she started to envision those illusory dreams. He was the one who vowed to assist her in attaining the freedom she craved so passionately. Without her brother, Rias would have never become the person she is today. He planted false hope in her heart, and she accepted it unquestioningly. I should never have shared my dream with him. Maybe then I could have been like Ubeluna, a puppet without dreams. Rias shook her head, muttering something under her breath. What am I thinking? She whispered. Despite being false, her dreams of freedom remained the only source of solace during her desolate childhood. Without them, she would have lost hope long ago. So, instead of getting angry at her brother, she should express gratitude towards him because he was the one who granted her that seed of hope. In her sorrowful and bleak childhood, her brother and mother were her only anchor, keeping her safe from being engulfed in a sea of despair. While she despised her own existence, her mother and brother cherished her without limit. To them, she was their princess, the one they were determined to protect at any cost. Sadly, by the time they could offer assistance, she had already slipped through their fingers, long gone. No need to dwell on them now. It will only worsen my mental health, Rias said as she left the comfort of her bed and headed towards the washroom. I need to meet Sona as well. Now that my school days are almost over, I believe it's time to cut my ties with the human world once and for all, Rias whispered to herself as she slowly rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Ooh. Kuo Academy was massive, Rias observed casually as she gazed at the colossal structure of concrete that loomed before her. It was beautiful, spacious, and bustling with life. The children coming in and out of the building added a charming touch to the establishment. Despite having seen the building many times over the past few years, no matter how much she gazed at it, the view never failed to captivate her. Its beauty and significance to her were, and would always be, indescribable. I wonder where Sona is right now, she whispered to herself, her eyes still fixed on the building. There was something serene about it, something that had always made her feel calm, no matter how panicked or sad she was. Perhaps it's because it used to be my second home. Her statement caused her to flinch as she realized that soon she would no longer be able to call it that. But it still provided me with many beautiful memories to cherish. This thought calmed her down a little, so she decided to momentarily set the subject aside. As she walked closer to the building, a rush of anxiety made her heart beat faster. She felt a profound sadness, there was no denying that fact. And why should she deny it? She had been an important part of this place for so long, pouring her heart and soul into it. Now, she was reluctantly saying goodbye to it, placed in the hands of strangers who were unaware of her life and dreams. Issei-kun, you are incredibly rude. Sona's distinct voice jolted Rias out of her stupor and compelled her to pivot towards the direction of the sound. Huh, Rias blinked in disbelief at the unusual sight unfolding before her eyes. A small, mischievous grin tugged at the corners of her lips as she noticed the strained smile plastered across Sona's face. It was evident that the girl was struggling with something, her face serving as a telltale sign. Poor Sona. She wished she could laugh at her, but Rias knew deep down that laughter was beyond her reach now. The carefree days of sharing laughter with her friends seemed like a distant memory. All she could manage now was to put on a false smile for them. Bucho, you are embarrassing me in front of Rias-senpai. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway. I just praised her breasts. Rias, attention shifted towards the boy. Issei. The moment her eyes met his, a wave of familiar energy overwhelmed her vision. His strength has increased, she couldn't help but notice as she tried to gather her thoughts. I'm glad he's doing well. The last time I saw him, he was struggling and facing various challenges. Perhaps Sona helped him sort things out. Rias' thoughts then took an unexpected turn as she remembered the time she had missed the opportunity to add him to her peerage. It was an incredibly easy opportunity to take advantage of, yet for some inexplicable reason, she chose not to. Rias couldn't bear to add another individual to her peerage, knowing that he would only suffer later in the fight against Riser. Of course, he possessed a sacred gear within himself, but even so, it would not have altered the outcome. Her defeat was unavoidable, and she wanted that no one else should bear witness to it. Now that I look at him, I can't help but wonder. Did I make a mistake by not including him in my peerage? Her eyes turned to him once more, but instead of being repelled by that energy, she was met with nothing but a shallow pool of desire and illicit thoughts. Maybe not. What are you looking at, Rias? Rias' thoughts were yet again obstructed by Sona, who approached her with Issei closely in tow. Are you staring at Issei? If yes, then please don't. Issei-kun already has a significant struggle with girls and I don't want you to provoke any second thoughts by gazing at him like that. The way Sona phrased that statement was odd considering she was supposed to be a calm and well-mannered individual. At that moment, she seemed distant towards her, which left Rias bewildered. This behavior was unfamiliar to her, as she had never witnessed her friend acting that way before. I was not staring at him, Sona. I was just thinking about something else. Are you referring to your marriage with that man by something else? Sona's words dripped with contempt and anger. Or abandoning this school and leaving us to live somewhere you don't truly belong. Sona. Rias didn't know what her friend was trying to achieve with that sudden shift in her behavior, but fortunately for her, everything became clear when Sona opened her mouth again and started talking. Address me as student president, Rias. I am no longer your friend. Our friendship ended the moment you refused to accept my help that day, Sona declared, her eyes briefly glancing towards the crowd of students conversing in the opposite direction. If you had truly valued our friendship, then you would have seized Issei before me, but you didn't. You rejected him, just like everyone else who I had offered to you before him. Rias, who was listening to every word, felt a pang of guilt and regret. Don't suddenly act sad now, Rias. We can't change anything now, so it's better to move on from it. Sona gazed at the girl with a heavy heart. If you have come to collect your graduation certificate, rest assured it will be promptly mailed to your home under the supervision of a department representative. Rias felt an overwhelming wave of despair and grief as she noticed Sona's footsteps fading away. She watched helplessly as Sona walked further and further from her, unable to do anything but stare at her receding figure. I'm sorry, Sona, she thought, moments away from departing. However, her departure was halted by Sona's sudden decision to speak up. I'll also send some flyers along with your certificate, as there isn't much for you to do at home. Rias didn't need to ask why as her question was answered immediately. That will give you a reason to enjoy your final day here without the burden of her constant presence. Just inform her it's an errand assigned by me. With that said, Sona departed with Issei, leaving a sad yet somewhat relieved Rias in solitude. Ooh. In Naruto-kun. Naruto B. Baka. Goodbye, my one and only friend. A pair of blue eyes snapped open, fixated on the vast expanse of turbulent blue stretching beneath him, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. Blood. He recognized that thing. It was red, just like their lips and eyes. He had witnessed that thing, streaming like an untamed river beside the bodies of his friends, abandoned to rot and be consumed by scavengers that wandered the land. Their lives had no value, at least not in the eyes of the higher authorities who, when the time came, discarded them like disposable tools on their journey to success. Those who remained to fight soon perished in what could be considered one of the most harrowing battles of their lives. This battle held their world at stake, and in the face of such high stakes, sacrifices were inevitable. And so they were created, swiftly and efficiently. Thousands sacrificed their lives to preserve what they considered precious. Some held their families dear, while others believed that ensuring the safety of their village was of the utmost importance. He, too, was one of them, bravely fighting alongside others to protect what he considered precious, his friends. His friends were not just important to him, they were his entire world. His entire life revolved around them, particularly those two, his cherished teammates. Sasuke and Sakura. Even the mere mention of their names ignited a flood of painful memories he had struggled relentlessly to suppress over the years. Why? Those memories served as a powerful reminder of how much he failed as a savior, as a shinobi, and, most importantly, as a friend. He was entrusted with their protection. My life is no longer worth living. I don't deserve to exist after having disappointed everyone, he muttered with a resolute tone, refusing to retreat from his imminent course of action. There was no reason to continue any longer, especially in this completely different realm. He had accomplished all that he was meant to do in his own world. Now, the only thing left for him to achieve was death. A cold and delightful slumber that would transport him to the enchanting realm where his loved ones awaited him eagerly. I hope that this time, I will be able to meet everyone, he thought to himself. His dull, damp eyes scanned the vast expanse of water for the last time before being swallowed by the darkness, leaving him to feel the chill of the uncommon night. His words evaporated from his lips and his eyes jolted wide open as he registered an unexpected voice from behind. Man, I miss those old days, Shuro. Naruto blinked as he wiped the tears away from his eyes with the corner of his sleeve. Yawa, Yamato. Those dias were the best. Relieved, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as both men appeared to be drunk and clueless about their surroundings from the sound of their voices. For a moment, he had thought that these two were the night patrol guards, but he was glad to discover that this was not the case. Sighting AWW alongside our mothers and enjoying the food. Naruto's patience was wearing thin. Especially raw. Main. Hakata remain his best man. It's out of tis world. That specific statement immediately caught Naruto's attention. Ramen, he thought to himself as he slowly sat down on the sturdy embankments of the bridge. It's a must-try before you die, Shiro. Amazement flickered in his blue eyes as he tracked the men until they gradually disappeared into the obscurity of the night, paying him no attention whatsoever. It was as if he didn't even exist for them, but that wasn't what shocked Naruto. Instead, it was their words that captured his attention and ignited the flames of curiosity within him. Hakata ramen. He reminisced about the name the man had given to the ramen. What makes it so special? His mind couldn't help but ponder the remarkable taste of ramen that compelled the man to deem it an essential dish to experience before dying. As he contemplated the exquisite dish he had recently discovered about, a chilling gust of wind suddenly swept past him, snapping him out of his trance. His focus shifted from the dish to the haunting memories of the losses he had suffered in the devastating war. No, I can't afford to waste another moment. They're surely waiting for me on the other side. I can't be tardy, not this time, he declared with resolute determination. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the edge, his heart unwavering, ready to take the final step toward freedom from this hellish existence. I'm sorry, everyone. Feeling the winds intensify and the waves surge in the river, Naruto raised his feet, preparing to leap with all his might for one final time. This would be his ultimate jump, a leap that would liberate him from the shackles of his past. Hakata ramen. The most delicious ramen in the world. It's a must-try. Ramen. Shame shimmered in Naruto's eyes as he unfolded them to survey his surroundings. I want to eat it, were the first words that escaped his lips as he drew back his feet and sat down on the cold surface, feeling nothing but emptiness inside. I'm not sure if there is ramen on the other side. Why not give it a try before I die? He whispered, his voice completely devoid of any emotion. Was it inappropriate to request something like that while you were contemplating suicide? He was unsure. He had never attempted suicide before, but what he did know was that his shattered heart yearned for a bowl of ramen before leaving this world. It could be my final wish. A small smile dared to appear on his face at that comment, but his grief-filled mind murdered it before it could even leave a lasting impression. Hakata ramen. Ooh. It had been a while since Naruto had picked up a book, let alone read one thoroughly to gain information about anything. A very popular variety of ramen. From what he had read, Hakata ramen was not just limited to the Hakata region and was available throughout most of the important cities of Japan. Although it originally originated in the industrial area of Hakata in the city of Fukuoka, this ramen quickly gained popularity, leading to its availability in shops all across Japan. Fortunately for him, the city he currently was living in boasted a shop that served this delightful ramen. Now, where is that shop? Naruto murmured as he began to flip through the glossy pages of the massive travel guide. Countless minutes passed, yet Naruto was unable to find any information about that particular ramen shop. It was as if the shop did not exist at all. Where could it be? Shish, you're disturbing the peace in the library, young man. Naruto halted, shifting his gaze towards the individual who had abruptly disrupted his quest. He found himself face to face with an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his late 80s, emanating an air of self-assurance and venerable wisdom. The young man felt confused by the elder's insistence on maintaining silence, even when the librarian was not nearby. He knew that the rules only needed to be followed when the staff was in close proximity. Not even the staff followed it wholeheartedly. Whenever Shikamaru was nearby, the librarian girl would squeal, but she always made sure to apologize afterward. I'm sorry. In the end, it wasn't his world. It was an entirely different world, and he had no clue what was going on here, nor did he care to know. No problem, my child, the old man smiled at him with a gesture that took Naruto by surprise. There was something familiar about the man's smile, it reminded him of someone special, someone very close to his heart. Eros Sennin. And in an instant, his already shattered heart fragmented even further, as his mind raced through the treasured memories of that foolish and deviant fool. Tears welled up in his eyes, but before they could fall, Naruto took a deep breath and turned away from the man's wistful smile. The man surprised Naruto once again by placing a hand on his head and gently ruffling his bright blonde hair. What's wrong, boy? You look so sad. Every word the man spoke pierced Naruto's heart like a needle. No, Naruto responded quickly because the last thing he wanted was to have second thoughts about his ultimate objective. Even though he had become hardened on the outside, his heart and mind remained as fragile as they were during his first experience in that brutal war. I'm all right, just a little tired from the journey, he replied, attempting to alleviate any concerns. However, his response failed to satisfy the man, who continued to scrutinize him with his old eyes, reminiscent of warm honey. Certainly. At last, the man shifted his gaze and diverted his attention to the book that he had been engrossed in. Then, with a wise and aged voice, he inquired, "Do you happen to be a passionate explorer?" "Yeah, I've been on a non-stop journey, discovering one city after another for the past few years." It was a lie, and Naruto didn't think the man would fall for it, but he was thoroughly surprised when, instead of laughing at his answer, the man gave him a knowing smile and continued to flip the pages of the book. From the look of it, he seemed to be searching for something within those glossy papers. But what? He thought. The man's response came in the form of a hearty laughter, a laughter that contradicted the old man's previous remark about maintaining silence in the library. "Are you looking for Hakata Tonkatsu ramen?" the man asked. "Yes, but how? I have been listening to your musings for quite some time now." Another stifled chuckle slipped through the parched lips of the man, which irritated Naruto, who was bothered by the fact that the man had been eavesdropping on his personal affairs. The man was starting to resemble Jiraiya more than Naruto had anticipated. "Anyway, I don't think you'll appreciate Hakata ramen, kid." Naruto was taken aback by the man's comment. What did the man mean by that? Why wouldn't he like Hakata Tonkatsu ramen? They were renowned for their rich broth and mouth-watering flavor according to those drunk men, and experience had taught Naruto that drunk people rarely exaggerated. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, his voice brimming with urgency. If this man was correct, there was no justification for him to waste additional time in this mysterious world. There's simply no comparison to the original Hakata ramen served in Fukuoka. Absolutely nothing can surpass it, not even the versions served in Tokyo. The words of the man finally began to make sense in a way. He is right, Naruto thought as he recalled the origin of the delicious ramen. They were first created there, so it was natural for them to taste spectacular in their hometown, but that didn't mean. Fukuoka's Hakata ramen is truly exceptional. You absolutely must try it. Okay. They taste completely different. Depression began to kindle inside his mind once more. How am I supposed to eat them now? He was once again defeated, but this time it was by nothing but his own luck. You should visit Fukuoka. It's not too far from here, the man's voice snapped him out of his melancholic reverie. Really? The man nodded. Only around 1500 km or so. Old wrinkled eyes curved down when they saw the disappointed look on the boy's face. For some reason, it made him sad. You can travel by Shinkansen, my child. It won't take long. He attempted to lift his spirits, but, regretfully, his sadness only deepened. I can't afford it, Naruto answered, surprising the man. I see. Now everything clicked inside the man's mind. The boy was poor. Then I regretfully cannot help you, young man, he said, appearing genuinely sorry for his inability to provide any help. He wanted to support but sadly didn't have the financial means to do so. Naruto solemnly nodded his head. It's not a big deal, really. I just wanted to taste it, he said, attempting to smile at the man. However, happiness was something that had left his side a long time ago. Now, his lips could not even form a fake smile. What once had been a sky full of kindling smiles was now nothing but a swamp of tears. The weight of sorrow and anguish had washed away those smiles. You should consider finding a source of income. Given your youth and good health, securing a job in this city shouldn't be too challenging. May I ask your age? 19. A smile spread across the man's face. Excellent, you could easily find a part-time job, young man. The joy in his voice quickly faded as the boy abruptly stood up and started to walk away from him. Hey. Thank you for your time, sir. In that fleeting instant, the elderly man witnessed an overwhelming sense of hopelessness in those blue eyes. Hopelessness. Wait, shouted the old man, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks. I'm sure you must have suffered greatly to have eyes like that, but remember this, scars of the past should not blind us to the potential for change in the future. It exists to remind us of what the future can be. Don't lose hope, young man. You will find your happiness one day. Naruto remained silent, steadfastly striding forward. Later that night. The air at the mountaintop was bitterly cold, so cold that even Rias found it difficult to stand against. Perhaps due to her current mental state or perhaps because the nights were consistently colder than the days, Rias found it increasingly difficult to withstand the force of the wind today. Speaking of nights. The nights were dark and the darkness they brought was always dreadful, so dreadful that it made her realize how lonely she had become. What was once her favorite time of day had now become a moment she desperately wanted to ignore every time. The moon above, the stars beyond, and the stillness around no longer possessed the charm they once did. Once valued treasures of her heart, they were now mere reminders of her past suffering. I wonder what my friends are doing right now, Rias whispered, eagerly anticipating a response, but was instead met with a deafening silence that tugged at her heart. Huh. Rias blinked as the distinct sound of teeth chattering reached her ears. Confused by the sudden interruption, she slowly turned her head to the side and was surprised to see a boy sitting a few meters away from her. From the sounds coming from his mouth, Rias easily deduced that he was not faring well against the biting cold winds. His entire body trembled as he stood there, his clothing nothing more than a torn and worn-out top and trousers offering little protection against the cold. A part of her wanted to ask him to leave or, at the very least, get some clothes that could withstand the freezing winds. However, the voice of reason prevented her from doing so. Well, I'm not wearing any nice clothes either, she said with a small smile as Rias took notice of her outfit. Simple and understated, they were nothing more than a classic combination of a white t-shirt, black leather jacket, and navy blue shorts. They were diligently concealing her intimate parts, but apart from that, her entire body was nearly exposed to the harsh cold winds. Ha! Her ear perked up as the familiar sound once again infiltrated her senses. Her lips twisted into a scowl as Rias glanced to her side and spotted him once again, now shivering even more intensely than before. The sight was difficult to bear, especially knowing that the boy wouldn't survive the harsh cold of the night. Hey, stranger. Finally, she made up her mind to help him. Although she may have seemed dead and cold on the outside, she was still Rias Grimori, and Rias could never stand by and let innocent people suffer in front of her, no matter who they were. Hello. She squinted her eyes when she received no response from him. Hey, stranger. She called out again, this time with a stronger voice, but still got no answer. Confused and concerned, she cautiously approached the boy, keeping a watchful eye out for any sudden attacks. Thieves were quite common in this part of Kuo, so it wouldn't surprise her if he was one. Once she finally reached her destination, she carefully assessed the boy, keenly observing every inch of his body, and to her immense relief, she discovered no signs of harm. Hey, she whispered, trying not to startle him with her unexpected arrival. A chilly gust of wind enveloped their bodies, causing their hair to wildly sway in the air. Amidst the dance of their hair, his captivating deep blue eyes met her mesmerizing greenish-blue gaze, leaving her completely enchanted and immobile. Her thoughts faded as she gazed at the emotions radiating in his eyes, leaving her speechless. Like her own, his eyes were desolate, overwhelmed with a sense of powerlessness and anguish. They seemed like a never-ending sea of sadness, which momentarily made Rias question whether she was staring into a mirror. Yes, whispered the boy, his bright blonde hair gracefully falling back into place. Rias gulped, still stunned by what she had just witnessed. What? She was rendered speechless, her thoughts spinning in chaos as she grappled with the overwhelming situation she found herself in. She wanted to see them, her mind wanted to gaze into his eyes again. She wanted to see his beautiful yet strikingly familiar eyes, now hidden beneath his golden locks. For a moment, she couldn't comprehend what was happening to her, but eventually, the sad realization began to weigh heavily on her. He was just like her. Rias let out a soft sigh and calmly took a seat beside the boy on the sturdy wooden bench. She blinked gently, her concern growing as she observed the boy flinch away from her presence. Is everything all right? She inquired, her voice filled with genuine concern, her eyes fixed on him, noticing that he was still trembling. Why, yes. His response may have been brief and inconsequential, but the false strength and trembling in his voice bared his vulnerability, revealing everything Rias wanted to know. I see. However, she didn't make any effort to help him. Why? Because she was at a loss, unsure of what course of action to take. The situation in which she found herself was quite strange. How could she possibly assist him with his troubles when she was personally grappling with the same issue? Ignoring the subject completely, she fell silent and shifted her gaze towards the dark sky, fixating her eyes on the boundless sea of stars and darkness. Huh. She tilted her head in confusion as she noticed something unusual. It seemed slightly more bearable than before. But why? She whispered to herself. Just moments ago, the sky had appeared soul-crushing, as it had for what seemed like an eternity. But now, it looked different. It was the same sky, but it had a unique glow to it. Rias' eyes widened as another sudden gust of wind caressed her skin. Before she could fully grasp what was happening, her gaze was drawn involuntarily to the boy's face, yearning for another glimpse of his eyes. Her breath got caught in her throat as the boy's hair soared above his head, revealing a fascinating glimpse of his eyes once more. In those fleeting seconds, she took in everything, the sadness hidden in his eyes, the tears. She saw it all. What are you looking at? Rias snapped out of her stupor and immediately averted her gaze from the boy. Nothing, she stammered, shame evident in her voice. You're already married, the boy whispered, pointing to the stunning and valuable ring that shimmered on her finger. So don't even attempt to. Achoo. Rias, who was staring at her ring with a somber expression, shifted her focus back to his hidden face upon hearing him sneeze loudly. Without hesitation, she swiftly removed her jacket and extended it towards the boy. There was a brief pause before the boy broke the silence. I don't need that. Rias shot back promptly. Why? Because I like these cold winds. That response left her speechless. How can he possibly enjoy these winds when he is obviously suffering because of them? Rias' mind once again began to drift, but this time she quickly regained control before it could wander any further. There's no need to worry about him, she concluded confidently. He knew exactly what he was doing, and she had no authority to hinder his actions. With that, the two fell silent again, resuming their activities from before they had engaged in that awkward conversation. Hey, stranger. After what felt like an eternity, the boy hesitantly opened his mouth again, readjusting his bright hair to get a better view of her. Rias was taken aback by his unexpected voice, but she maintained her composure and didn't turn her head towards him. She was determined not to appear interested in him or anything of the sort. How can I make quick money? Although it was a question from his perspective, for Rias it was all she needed from him. That simple question helped her understand what she so dearly wanted to know from him. He's poor and has a lot of debt. Humans were like that. Unlike devils, they did not have an unlimited source of money, so it was common for them to find themselves trapped in a financial crisis. Are you listening? Rias blinked and glanced at the boy, only to bow her head in shame as she realized she hadn't acknowledged his inquiry. Yes, I was listening, she blurted out to correct her previous mistake. As for your question, I'm sorry, but I don't know of any job that can pay you a lot of money in a short time. Her shame-filled expression and remorseful tone earned her a small smile from the boy. It's okay, he whispered and resumed gazing at the stars. Rias couldn't help but feel sorry for him as she watched his pained expression. Based on her observations, the boy seemed to be a decent person, and witnessing someone in such distress brought back memories of her own experiences. If you don't mind, can I ask why you are trying to find such a job? She inquired, clearly fascinated by the reasons driving his pursuit. The boy stole a quick glance at her before averted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if he was deep in thought. I want to visit Fukuoka, he replied curtly, igniting Rias' curiosity even further. For what? He fell silent for a few seconds, then whispered, to taste the ramen there, completely unaware of the conflicted look on Rias' face. Ramen. Rias pondered quietly. That wouldn't cost much. If he really wanted to visit the place, all he needed to do was get himself a part-time job for a month or two. You don't need a lot of money for it, mister. You can earn enough through part-time work, she informed him, hoping it might uplift his mood, but strangely, nothing happened. The boy remained as stoic as he was when she first saw him. I need to go there right now. Why? Rias's face contorted into a frown as silence once again enveloped the atmosphere surrounding them. Anticipating a response, she was met only with the all-too familiar sound of silence. Because I want to eat Hakata ramen before I die. Her thoughts dissipated the moment she heard his response. What? She struggled to comprehend the words coming out of his mouth. Did the boy really say that he was going to die after eating that ramen? She hoped not, because if it were true, it would mean that he was just as broken as her. I said I don't have much time left. So I want to eat Hakata ramen before it's too late. Lady Rias. Rias quickly distanced herself from the boy as soon as she heard Mahai's voice from behind. Mahai, she responded, aiming for a natural tone despite the tumult of emotions within her. What are you doing here, Lady Rias? Nothing, Rias answered. Then let's head back to your place. Dinner is ready. Ooh. Who is that boy, Lady Rias? Mahai's question plunged Rias into a vast ocean of memories, some good, others bitter. Hey, stranger. Her lips almost curved up when his voice echoed through her thoughts yet again, making it tingle with sensations that she had long forgotten. Who was he? She didn't know, but he held something with which she was very familiar with. Pain. When the wind had blown fiercely, causing their hair to flutter wildly, she caught a fleeting glimpse of his eyes, and that's when she saw them. Sadness. Grief. Defeat. Just like her, he was also suffering, perhaps even more, and that made her heart resonate with his. In a small and unexpected encounter, he was able to capture her interest, something her husband had failed to do in all these months. Lady Rias. Startled, she blinked and clumsily regained her balance as Mahai's sharp voice pierced the air. Confusion enveloped her momentarily, but soon her memory flooded back in waves. Mahai, I have no idea who he was, she replied to the girl. Oh. Rias nodded her head slowly. He was sitting very close to you, it gave me the impression that you must be his friend or something. Rias blinked. Friend. Rias hardly ever had any friends, except for a few. Making friends proved to be quite challenging, and keeping them was even more difficult. In the past, she had made genuine attempts to forge friendships and actually managed to succeed. However, she eventually chose to distance herself from those individuals after discovering that their only intention was to ridicule and torment her. That was not how friends were supposed to be, at least, not according to the book her mother had given her when she complained about not having any friends. We have arrived at your apartment, Lady Rias. Rias glanced up, a nod of acknowledgement gracing her features, as her gaze lingered intently on the entrance of her apartment. It was the only place where she truly felt at home, and it broke her heart to know that she would soon have to leave. Ah! Rias didn't even flinch when she heard Mahai's cry of pain and the sound of a body hitting the floor right behind her. Huh! She blinked as she heard the footsteps approaching and slowly turned to face whoever had made such a commotion. Ooh! Dead, bluish-green eyes met lifeless blue as the two locked gazes, each refusing to make a move. Hand over all of your money, immediately, Naruto whispered with a malicious tone, his voice laced with an undeniable threat that could send shivers down anyone's spine. However, to his great surprise, instead of displaying shock or fear for her life, the girl simply stared at him for a moment before reaching into her purse. Then, she calmly pulled out a stack of that green currency. Here, she mumbled, her expression as empty as a blank page. Take it, you seem to need it more than I do, she added, perhaps attempting to justify her peculiar behavior. That really caught Naruto off guard. How could someone simply surrender their money like that? It was evident that he was attempting to rob her. However, instead of putting up a fight or breaking down in tears, she simply surrendered everything without resistance. Maybe she is one of those rich girls who couldn't care less about money. He didn't want to appear foolish, so he quickly pocketed the cash. Finished, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to depart, the girl's voice stopped him in his tracks. If you need it, I have some more money stored in these drawers. Naruto was once again taken aback by the girl's strange conduct. Why was she so willingly offering him more money? Didn't she have any desire to keep some for herself? What kind of person would engage in such an unprecedented act? Not even the most affluent individuals would think to do such a thing. What do you mean? He inquired, taking a small step closer to the girl. Rias blinked at the boy standing right in front of her. Oh, I knew you had something in mind the moment I saw you on the mountain. Come on, let's go to my bedroom then, she whispered, making no attempt to push the stunned boy away. At this point, Naruto was seriously starting to get freaked out. What in the world was wrong with this girl? First, she was sitting alone at the top of the mountain, then she offered him more money than she should have in the first place, and now she was practically offering herself to him. Listen, he said, struggling to collect his thoughts in her presence. I have no intention of causing you any trouble. I simply need some money, nothing more. Please, give me the money and I'll be on my way. He concluded, hoping the girl would understand his predicament and allow him to leave. He no longer wanted to stay in her presence, for he knew that if he did, the burden of guilt in his soul would be too much to handle. For the second time that night, his words ignited a spark within Rias, a feeling she hadn't experienced in months, confusion. Just moments ago, she had opened herself up to him, yet he seemed indifferent. Judging by his appearance and clothing, he resembled one of those individuals who lived on the streets. It only increased her confusion further, as she knew she was beautiful enough that any one of them would instantly ravage her if given the chance, like she had given him. Breaking free from the endless cycle of pointless thoughts, she made the bold choice to engage in a meaningful conversation for the first time in ages. How unusual, she whispered in her haunting voice. Traveling so far, only to die at the end. Her gaze fixed upon the young boy, and briefly, she detected a hint of remorse within his eyes. By now, Naruto had ceased to question what was happening. It was clear that the girl was not in the right state of mind, and he wanted no part of whatever madness she was immersed in. All he desired was the money. Once he obtained it, he could savor the flavor of the ramen and depart this world in peace. It is of no concern to you. Just give me the money. Rias nodded and began to walk towards the counters, occasionally stealing glances at him to ensure he didn't attempt anything unusual behind her back. So, how do you intend to visit Fukuoka? She inquired, carefully sifting through the documents strewn across the counters. I mean by plane or train. Naruto fell silent for a moment, struggling to come up with a response to her question. What could he possibly say? He had no documents for travel, so he would have to make the entire journey on foot. I'll mostly be walking, he said, with an awkward expression on his face. The bluish-green eyes widened slightly. Walking 1,500 kilometers. It will take you months to complete this trip, stranger. Her words provoked an annoyed look from the boy. Naruto blinked at the familiar word. She had used it on the mountain to call him. I understand, but you don't need to worry about that. It's my responsibility to figure out how to complete this journey. He could feel the familiar weight of uncertainty settling in once again, knowing it wouldn't be long before he reverted to the bewildered guy she had met on the mountain. He needed to get away from here as soon as possible, otherwise, his mind would start questioning her about trivial matters. No, I was just wondering if you'd be interested in accompanying me on a trip to Fukuoka, Rias replied, her expression impassive. For her, it was a situation with only positive outcomes. If the boy agreed, she would have the opportunity to explore and experience Japan before eventually being discovered and forced back to the nightmare that was Riser in her new house. If the boy disagreed, it wouldn't matter. She would return and accept her fate. While Rias was busy contemplating her future, Naruto, on the other hand, was staring at her in shock. Just now, he admitted to her that he was planning to commit suicide, and she still had the audacity to ask if she could go with him. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked the girl in a tone full of questions. Why? Do you want to kill yourself too? In response, Rias shook her head decisively. No, I have no intention of doing anything of the sort. I am happily married and living a good life. However, there is someone in Fukuoka whom I am excited to see, she replied as she forced a fake smile. If Naruto had been in his right mind, he would have immediately exposed the blatant lies that this girl was obviously spewing. However, he was not thinking clearly and simply did not care. He knew he was going to die anyway, so why should he concern himself with what this strange girl wanted? If she wanted to keep her intentions hidden, so be it, there was nothing else she could do to him. Very well, he agreed, giving a firm nod. However, you must bring extra money for your own expenses. I will not be sharing anything with you. Rias looked at him in confusion. But it's all my money. Fine, just grab your belongings and meet me outside. The girl might wake up at any moment. Rias didn't need to be told twice. There was no way she was going to miss this golden opportunity. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for her. Okay, just give me a minute and I'll be all set. I only have a few things to pack. Outside the apartment. Why does everything always have to be so complicated? Naruto pondered silently as he recalled the events that had just transpired a while ago. First, I messed up the dimensional travel, then I botched the suicide attempt on that bridge, and now I couldn't even pull off a robbery without acquiring something unwanted from it. Life was playing a cruel game with him, and he, like the shattered man that he was, could do nothing but endure the suffering. I swear I'm going to take all her money and then we'll leave her. I'm ready. Her distinct voice made him turn in her direction. Oh, Naruto found himself utterly mesmerized by the ethereal beauty of the married woman in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder what made her stand out from everyone else. Was it her wealth, or maybe it was her exceptional genes? He didn't know. Overall, she was someone who, although appearing to be human, looked nothing like a human at the same time. Where is the money? He quickly realized that the girl didn't have a purse in her hands. Rias smiled at him, but this time Naruto saw right through it. It was a fake smile. I brought a credit card instead of money. It's much more convenient than carrying a bulky stack of money, and it'll also ensure that you don't ditch me halfway through our trip. Oh, Naruto whispered, unable to conceal the anger that was starting to manifest on his face. It seemed that despite her wealth, this girl was remarkably intelligent. Are we all set to start our journey now? Naruto gave a firm nod. The name is Naruto, he murmured after a long pause. Rias, replied Rias without delay. The two fell into silence once again as they started walking along the deserted streets of Kuo. Chapter 2, Beginning. Phoenix Manor, Underworld. Riser Phoenix, the youngest son of the prestigious Phoenix house, scowled angrily as he strode through the halls of his family's grand manor. Rias. He had just received the news from Mahai about Rias' disappearance, and it was not the only thing that was weighing heavily on his mind. Despite having sent his finest trackers to the human world, he was still unable to locate her whereabouts. It's my mistake. He should have known that leaving Rias alone in the human world with just a single member of his peerage would eventually lead to the current predicament, but he couldn't go against his mother's decree to let her finish her school. Perhaps that had been her plan from the beginning. First, deceiving my mother with her sugary words, only to later betray her trust when the opportune moment emerged. Riser thought bitterly as he continued walking toward a particular room. In some way, it was his mistake too. After defeating her in that fight, Riser was so elated that he didn't even hesitate to follow his mother's orders to allow Rias to return to Kuo and finish school. In addition, he only dispatched a single member of the peerage after her, instead of sending more, which he would have done if he weren't so preoccupied with his victory. Having arrived at his destination, Riser solemnly knocked on the door to his father's study. He waited patiently for permission to enter before speaking. "Father, we have a problem." An unknown town. As Naruto arrived at the entrance of the town, he couldn't help but notice that this place bore a striking resemblance to the previous town he was in. The pavements were adorned with trees and houses, most of which were small, although a few were grand enough to be considered mansions. The two towns were so similar that, for a moment, he felt like he was back in Kuo. Kuo. He blinked and turned his gaze to his traveling partner. Her visibly relaxed demeanor puzzled him, but he chose not to comment on it. She seemed to be in a hurry to leave Kuo for some reason, but he resisted the urge to comment and instead let her take the lead. It was her personal matter, and the last thing he wanted before dying was to interfere with someone's personal affairs. That had caused him significant trouble in the past, and he simply didn't have the mental stamina to endure anything similar again. Rias, the words spoken in a soft tone, defying the speaker's rugged looks, broke through Rias's stupor. She hadn't been thinking about anything specific, as always, all her thoughts now revolved around what ifs. Her blue eyes turned towards him, silencing him once more. Her voice was as alluring as ever, as was her entire demeanor. It seemed as if she was born to captivate people with her charm, and if the ring on her finger was any indication, then Naruto would say she was quite skilled at utilizing that ability. Snapping out of his useless thoughts, Naruto glanced around, taking note of the darkness that had begun to devour the sky in its gloomy grip. "What time is it? It seems quite late," he whispered. "Oh, it's already 8 o'clock. Scanning her surroundings, Rias spotted a nice little restaurant that seemed more than capable of satisfying their dinner cravings. However, a glance at her companion gave her pause, causing her to temporarily delay their entrance into the business. Right now, he looked like your average homeless person in his current attire, someone the staff probably wouldn't appreciate. A small shopping stop was in order before dinner, she decided. "Naruto," she called out, amazed by how quickly he responded and shifted his attention towards her. "I believe it's about time both of us buy some new clothes. Don't you agree?" she asked, gazing at him serenely as he quietly examined his tattered attire, his face filled with a touch of sadness. "Yes." She nodded. "Then come with me. I remember seeing a small clothing store nearby. Did you pack anything else?" Shame shimmered in his beautiful blue eyes as he whispered, "No. Essentials." This was quite a predicament for the young blonde shinobi, whether former or not. Embarking on a journey without proper provisions was simply unacceptable. I didn't have enough money to purchase. Rias didn't require any further explanation. The look of embarrassment on his face revealed all she wanted to know. "All right, there's no need to worry. I actually need to purchase a new SIM card, so." She momentarily paused, considering her next words. "If you'd like, I can also take care of buying clothes and other items for you." "Sure, take your time. I'll be waiting right here," Naruto replied casually, not bothering to inquire about the concept of a SIM card. Huh, her surprise was evident in her voice. "What do you mean by that? Don't you want to choose clothes based on your preferences?" she asked him. In response, Naruto gently shook his head. "No," he mumbled as he sat down on the cold tiles of the footpath. "I don't want to visit any shops right now." "But..." His blue eyes met her stunning blue eyes, and for a moment, Rias found herself speechless. "I trust your judgment, Rias," his words reignited something within her. She didn't know what they did, but they did. "I'm confident you'll choose good clothes for me. Now, go, or else we'll be late." She nodded. "Fine, I'll be back shortly." With that said, she immediately vanished into the town, hesitant to look back at the strange boy who had just surprised her with his strange words. Near shop. As Rias walked along the empty road of the beautiful new town, she couldn't help but wonder if she had made a grave mistake. She wasn't meant for this. Journeys and joy were foreign concepts to her, especially with someone she knew nothing about. But he seems nice. She tried to reason with herself, remembering how the boy had welcomed her bizarre proposition without any objections when they first met. Nice. The voice inside her mind sneered in disgust. No one was nice in her world. Everyone was a predator, ready to devour each other's souls at any given moment, and Naruto would be no exception. He had already shown his true colors when he decided to rob her, and she was certain that sooner or later, he would reveal his ulterior motives or exploit her vulnerability when conditions turn in his favor. It was inevitable. He doesn't seem to be that type of person. He didn't take advantage of me when he robbed me, even when I offered. He could have, but he didn't. She paused, her mind throbbing with pain and prompting a crucial realization. What did she truly understand about people? Absolutely nothing. They were an enigma to her. Their emotions and schemes, even more so. She could argue that she knew a little bit, but even that would be a gross exaggeration. Even her own father was a mystery to her. She knew nothing about him and the hate that he held for her. Sure, she knew it was related to her being a weak devil, but still, she couldn't fathom the depth of his hatred. So, trusting Naruto was like trying to decode her father's mysterious hatred for her. It was absurd and ridiculous. Then why did I decide to follow him? She could remember feeling a surge of excitement when she had asked him if she could follow him, but she couldn't understand why. Why did she feel such a strong pull towards him? She couldn't think of an answer. At that moment, her logical side had reminded her that there was potential for freedom on this path, and she must seize the opportunity when it presented itself. And so she did, not wasting a second more than required in giving her reply. But was that the only reason? Or was there something more? Her mind turned into a conundrum for her as multiple thoughts flowed in and out, creating a web of confusion. Yet her inability to understand remained, as the right thought continued to elude her. Maybe I'm finally losing my mind. She couldn't help but laugh at her own situation. What used to be a happy and fearless girl was now nothing but a broken shell of her past self. I have let everyone down, even myself. With a heavy sigh, Rias began to walk towards the closest shop in the vicinity, hoping to find some decent clothes for her traveling companion. He really needed them since his current clothes were unsuitable for travel. They were a giveaway and a surefire way to attract unwanted attention if someone were to see her with him. It wasn't long before she finally found a store that catered perfectly to her needs. It had everything she wanted, from essential amenities to beautiful branded clothes. Everything was laid before her eyes. "Welcome to our store, ma'am." The shop manager's voice, distinct yet soothing, welcomed Rias back to reality. Without hesitation, she mustered a polite smile in response, determined to conceal the turmoil within her. "Thank you," she replied with a slight tremble in her voice as she slowly entered the main section of the store. "Excuse me, is there something specific you are searching for?" the courteous saleswoman asked, gracefully positioning herself before the customer, fully prepared to offer her assistance at any given instant. Rias came to a halt, turning to fix her gaze on the store owner. "What do I need?" With a pensive expression, she meticulously surveyed the extensive selection, her piercing teal eyes taking in every detail. Her mind wandered as she tried to recall why she was even there in the first place. "I trust you, Rias. I'm sure you'll select fine clothes for me." A strange sensation of warmth enveloped her entire being as she reminisced about her companion's words. "Clothes. I need to find suitable clothes for him," she promptly responded. "Clothes for whom?" In an instant, the warmth deserted her body, leaving her engulfed in nothing but loneliness and a baffling question for which she had no answer. "Whom?" she repeated deliberately. What did he mean to her? Was he a friend? She didn't think so, as he had already made that clear. Then was he an enemy? No, not an enemy either, because if he was one, then he wouldn't have helped her at all. Then what? A sense of confusion clouded her mind. As Rias was lost in her internal debate, the shop owner was carefully examining her customer's clothing. To say she was pleased would be an understatement of the century. She was thrilled beyond words because after so many years, she was finally going to serve a rich customer, and everyone knew what that meant. Money, a fortune beyond comprehension, but to secure that, she first needed to fulfill the girl's wish. So mustering the most radiant smile she could manage, the lady giggled softly. "Ma'am, it's completely fine if you don't want to share any information," the shop owner trailed off, her curiosity piqued as her eyes caught something spellbinding wrapped around the finger of her customer. A ring. "Oh my God," she exclaimed at the mere sight of it. "You're already married, ma'am." She looked at the stunned girl, with surprise still noticeable in her voice. Why yes." The lady sighed. "You are so lucky, ma'am." "Lucky?" Rias blinked at the woman in confusion and was about to ask her why she was behaving like that, but stopped when she saw the joy in her eyes. The ring. Everything started to make sense in her mind, and soon a small smile flickered on her lips. It was rare to find people who could be genuinely this happy for others. "I don't think so. I'm certain there are plenty of people who are even luckier than I am," she finally responded. The sound of small giggles echoed in the room as the owner began to laugh at Rias. "Ah, you are so cute, ma'am. If you are interested in purchasing clothing for both yourself and your husband, we have a fabulous section dedicated to matching luxurious and branded attire for couples. Would you like me to show it to you?" Rias refrained from correcting the lady once more, disinterested in everything at this point. Her life, already a tragedy, wasn't going to be changed by the meaningless words of a stranger. "Sure," she replied. "Okay." And so, Rias began her search for the finest clothes in the store for her husband. Fennec's mansion. "You imbecile, Riser. How could you let this happen?" Revan, the head of the Fennec's house, yelled at his youngest son in disbelief, cursing him for the foolish mistake that had led the Fennec's house into this debacle. Riser sighed at his father. Don't worry, father, he began. It's just a minor issue, nothing more. Revan let out a frustrated grunt. Minor? Seriously, Riser, your wife has eloped with a stranger, and you're suggesting it's a mere trifle. No, it's not. She is your wife, Riser. She's the lady of your house. Blue clashed with blue as Riser rose from the opulent chair, striding purposefully towards his father. I will locate her, he hissed with unwavering determination. She is mine, father, and I do not let my possessions be used by other people, especially a mere human. What are you planning to do now? She seems to have vanished without a trace. At that moment, Riser started laughing like a maniac, a laugh that even startled Revan for a moment. You don't have to worry about that, father. It's my problem and, his smile became even more devious. And I'll deal with it myself. Revan remained unconvinced. And what about that boy? Based on what Mahai told me, he doesn't seem ordinary. According to her, he possesses an unusual speed for a human being. He whispered. The devious smile transformed into a sinister grin. Fast, human. Oh, father, please. He's nothing more than a mere mortal. His lips quivered with anticipation. Riser. I'll kill him. Ooh. The moon resembles her eyes. Pale, yet vibrant with life, Naruto whispered, his gaze fixated on the breathtaking, luminous sphere in the sky. It was both magnificent and sad to look at. On one hand, it reminded him of her radiant smiles, warm words, and mesmerizing eyes. On the other, the patches on its otherwise pristine surface served as a poignant reminder of the scars that marred her body during the war, and the haunting smile she flashed at him before departing the world in his embrace. You were silly, Hyuga. You should never have loved me. I didn't deserve any of that, he murmured silently while gazing at the moon, hoping that the girl was listening to him from far above in the sky. You should have let me die that day with you. I would have been happier that way. I don't appreciate anything here. The loneliness inside me is slowly killing me, and my heart can't help but long to be with you. Perhaps then I can fall in love with you. His eyes glistened slightly as his mind remembered her confession during Pain's attack. It was one of the rare moments in his life when someone actually told him that they loved him. Before that, only Iruka-sensei and Ero Sennin had done so. Her confession was pure, filled with nothing but unconditional love for him. It was so genuine that for an entire week, he struggled to come up with a suitable response to her heartfelt words. What was he supposed to say? That he didn't feel the same way at that time? No, he couldn't do that to her. She was too pure and kind-hearted for such a revelation. Thus, he ultimately chose to remain silent on the matter. That was the biggest mistake of my life. If he had been honest about his feelings for her, then maybe, just maybe, she might have stopped loving him, and then she would have never made such a sacrifice for him. He was her killer. She'd perished solely because of him. It was her love for him that brought about her painful death. Out of all the deaths that occurred during that war, her death was one of the most painful to witness. He still remembers her smiling face as she fell beside him with dozens of sharp splinters embedded in her back. But even in her final moments, she never failed to remind me of her unwavering love. Loved you. The sudden sound of Rias' voice startled him, almost causing him to jump in surprise. What? When did you come back? He stammered, nervously scanning his surroundings for something interesting to focus on. What was her deal? Every time he tries to act normal, she appears out of nowhere and takes him by surprise. The redhead blinked at her partner and asked, What do you mean? Didn't I tell you I would be back shortly? Her tone carried an equal amount of surprise, matching his. Yeah, you're right, he murmured softly. Rias couldn't help but notice his unusual behavior and the tears welling up in his eyes. She knew that something was troubling him, evident by the dull expression etched across his face. However, at that moment, she found herself unable to pry into his personal life or delve into his past. So she did the most rational thing at the moment and didn't talk about it. Anyway, I've bought some clothes for us, she said, holding out the shopping bags to him. Take a look at them. If there's something you don't like, just let me know, and I'll exchange it for you. His calloused hands brushed against the delicate skin of her hand as Naruto took the bags from her light grasp and brought them close to his face. His blue eyes lingered on the clothes for a moment before returning to her. They are quite nice, he replied in a humble and unexpected way that caught her off guard. Aren't you going to try them first? What do you mean? Do you want me to try them in front of you? Rias blushed and awkwardly took a step back. No, she stuttered. Her words were abruptly interrupted as a pair of unfamiliar hands seized her from behind and forcefully pulled her towards the assailant, firmly clasping her slender waist. A sudden breeze of putrid, warm breath invaded her nostrils, causing immediate feelings of nausea due to its foul odor. Look at what we have here, boys. A stunning and wealthy girl traveling solo with a blonde punk. The man's grip around her waist tightened as he delightfully took in the scent of her perfume, lasciviously grinning at his composed companion standing beside him. Tama-senpai, what do you think we should do with this girl? One of the subordinates inquired, positioning himself deliberately between Rias and Naruto. Shall we kill her and seize the money? Gently, his slender fingers grazed her soft cheeks, giving them a slight squeeze. Or should we have some fun with her? Before he could fully express his perverse thoughts, blood gushed out of his mouth and his brown eyes rolled back into his head, as Naruto's sudden backhand fiercely struck his right cheek, abruptly silencing him. Everything happened so quickly that for a moment, the leader of the group couldn't even comprehend what had just happened right before his eyes. With a resounding thud, the man's unconscious body plummeted to the ground, sending a billowing cloud of dust into the air. A palpable sense of fear gripped the unwanted intruders, permeating deep into their very souls. The group's leader, Tama, started to shake violently as a sense of dread filled his mind. Unable to speak for some time, he hesitated to utter a word from his mouth, fearing that he might provoke the boy in front of him. Guys, he shifted uneasily, casting nervous glances to his sides and swallowing audibly, go, get him. Unfortunately, his order failed to have the intended impact. Instead of charging straight towards the ominously silent boy, his subordinates started to step back in fear, a reaction he hadn't noticed he was mirroring until his head lightly bumped into an electric power distribution line pole. Let her go. It was the most acceptable sentence to say in that situation and was spoken in a very calm voice, but for the already scared goons, it felt like an ironclad command, enough to strike fear and establish tyrannical authority within their trembling hearts. Hee. Tama's weak laughs were futile at that moment, not nearly enough to provide sufficient cover for his feeble attempt at bravado. Stay away from us, punk. His hands began to sweat, leaving greasy marks on the gorgeous dress that was covering Rias' body, a reflection of his anxiety and fear. Naruto disregarded his words and continued to advance toward the anxious thugs. As he approached them, he couldn't help but notice the lack of interest in Rias' eyes. It was as if she was indifferent to everything happening around her. Leave her alone. But he did. Cold and dull as he might appear these days, Uzumaki Naruto was still a boy who deeply cared for his comrades, and Rias was one of them at this moment. Tama gulped as he locked eyes with the blonde. Within a few seconds, he slowly withdrew his hands from the girl's waist, being careful not to provoke any further reaction from the boy. Powerful as he may have been, he still lacked the strength or any kind of weapon to confront that idiot. Sure, he whispered through gritted teeth, seething with anger. Now leave. The sound of teeth grinding grew louder as Tama watched the girl walk away, his eyes fixed on her swaying rear in a hypnotizing manner. The subtle and involuntary sways of her buttocks were like elusive trophies and constant reminders of his humiliating defeat, provocatively taunting him with the reminder of exactly what he had lost today. He had the opportunity to have her all to himself, but no, the boy ruined everything. Leave. Tama let out a low growl, but wisely chose not to defy the blonde's command. He knew it would be detrimental to his well-being, without a doubt. His companions quivered in fear, and he too was filled with fear. So after swallowing the shame that had been building up in his throat, Tama began to slowly move away from the pair, gesturing for his friends to do the same. You know nothing about us, boy. We are the Yakuza, he whispered with an air of secrecy. We control these dark streets, and believe me, when I say you will suffer greatly, I absolutely mean it. Seething with rage as he saw that his threat had absolutely no effect on the boy, he and his boys vanished into the thin air, leaving behind no trace of their presence. Silence engulfed the surroundings, its tension palpable, as the boy and girl locked eyes, neither willing to break the intense gaze. It was extraordinary because without speaking a word, a lot was conveyed between those two. You know, after a while, Naruto finally broke the silence, his voice as serene as it was when he had first encountered her. I really need to change my worn-out clothes as they are starting to make me feel rather uncomfortable. Rias nodded, her eyes fixed on his face without wavering. Very well, I will turn around. No, I'll find somewhere else to change, not here. You don't need to turn around or anything. A wave of sadness washed over her, causing her to fall silent for a moment as the burden of reality finally sank in. He was on the verge of leaving her. She could discern it in his gaze. And who could blame him? A member of the feared Yakuza had just forewarned him about the painful future that awaited him. She was certain that any rational individual would do exactly what he was about to do at that very moment. There was no reason for him to linger by her side any longer. I understand, she softly uttered, her eyes filled with tears, as she attempted to bid her final farewell to the young man. Very well. Naruto wasted no time and vanished into the dark embrace of the night, leaving behind a desolate and heartbroken Rias standing alone on the icy road. Goodbye. Deep into the forest. Tama was furious, no, he was enraged. The overwhelming emotion coursing through his veins was indescribable. It was terrible and was making him feel like a coward and a loser, like a pathetic and helpless worm who couldn't achieve anything in his life without the assistance of others. Ah! He let out a furious roar of humiliation, catching his dim-witted subordinates off guard as they lazily lounged against the tree trunk. I need her. Another loud growl escaped from his mouth, and once again, no one dared to utter a single word in response. That girl. He paused, trying to recapture the extraordinary sensation of her smooth skin. It was incredibly soft, as if he were touching something otherworldly. Her hips were amazing, but her breasts were even more captivating. The memory of those beautiful, soft mounds of flesh lingered in his mind, filling him with an undeniable desire to caress them once more. He desired to knead, suck, and squeeze them until they were dry. Yes, that is what he desired. Leave her. Thomas scowled as the voice of that despicable bastard echoed in his mind once more. Damn that scumbag. He stole my girl. She was meant to be my fuck doll, not his. Did you guys see how she was looking at him? Ah, I can't believe this. I'll show him his place soon. Nonsense was all he could speak at that moment, as there was no way he could fight that boy alone. That boy sent one of his followers into coma with just one fucking punch. How was that even possible? I need to reach out to more individuals. Tama was feeling horny, but not without a hint of self-preservation kicking in. He had the uncanny ability to deduce a person's power with just a single glance, and he was absolutely certain that the boy was someone he should under no circumstances confront alone. More people means more power, and then we will show him the true strength of our group. A sinister grin stretched across his face as he imagined the things he would do once he finally had her under his control. The very idea of dominating her filled him with a disturbing sense of pleasure. He pictured himself consuming her, while allowing the others to watch, as it's not often that a big-titted woman carelessly wanders into their territory. I'm going to milk her dry first, and then you guys can do whatever you want to do to her. Hee hee. Tama would have continued spewing his depraved monologue, but abruptly stopped when he noticed something unusual around him. Guys. There was silence everywhere, and no matter how hard he tried to listen, he couldn't hear anything, not even the rustle of leaves, and that made his heart race at an abnormal speed. Tama. For a moment, Tama felt as though he might have a heart attack when an eerie voice suddenly filled his ears. The voice was chilling, devoid of emotion. However, driven by his ego, he made the decision to put on a facade of confidence and turned around, only to be confronted with the embodiment of evil in the shape of another person. What? His mouth went dry and his mind went blank when, instead of seeing the familiar face of the boy, he was confronted with the lifeless body of one of his minions. It was brutally mangled and flowing with crimson blood from every pore. Rias. Is that her name? A sinking feeling surged within his heart as the voice gently brushed against his ears once more, this time from behind. Cold and devoid of emotion, it was even more terrifying now. Do not turn around. Do not. He didn't know about the cut, but curiosity was going to get him killed for sure if he turned around. Ah, like a helpless bystander, who could only stand and witness his world crumbling before his eyes, Thomas screamed loudly when someone zoomed past him. It was so fast, incredibly fast, that he couldn't even see it. The only way he could feel it was through the whistling of the wind around him. You were planning to kill me, weren't you? No. Tama wanted to scream, to flee, and above all, to apologize to the devil standing before him. But I can't say anything. His lips remained tightly shut as he was consumed by an overwhelming fear. In his lifetime, he had encountered numerous maniacs, himself being one of them, but never had he encountered someone so silent yet so deadly. Do it. Squelch. The leader of the gang cowered in fear as crimson mist began to rain down from the ominous, thunderous dark skies above. What is this? He held out his hand and ran it through the unrelenting downpour, capturing a few drops of the crimson liquid. Gently caressing them between his fingers, he began to analyze them. It didn't take long before another wave of fear and dread engulfed his mind. Blood. His eyes shot up to face the sky as Tama gulped, witnessing a horrendous scene beginning to take shape right before him. Takashi. There he stood, his oldest and most loyal subordinate, hanging lifeless from the wooden branch above. His eyes, once vibrant with life, now empty, nothing but the hues of death. They were staring at him, blaming him for their owner's state. It was his mistake. He was the reason why everyone had died at the hands of the monster lurking behind him. Kill me. Rape that girl. Death was inevitable. Taka could feel it deep within his heart. Sooner or later, he knew that he was going to meet his end too, and that realization weighed heavy on him, making the whole situation even more unbearable. His life was never meant to end like this. He was destined to reign over this city. Every individual was destined to be under his leadership, laboring tirelessly as he relished the delightful fruits of their labor. Girls. They were meant to be his toys, solely existing to fulfill his carnal needs and temptations. Where exactly did everything go wrong? Thud. Brown eyes flickered once again in the dark and widened ever so slightly when a lifeless body, punctured thoroughly in brutal wounds, collapsed before them. Sozin, Taka didn't even have enough time to weep for his friend when, to his dismay, another lifeless body, once again bearing ghastly gashes, plummeted before him. Ray, he murmured, his hands shaking in fear and a twisted sense of anticipation. Everything continued for a while until his mind suddenly recalled the monster's words and began to function in opposition. Thrill. Forgetting about the dreadful fear of death, his heart began to ache with a thrilling anticipation of what was about to come next. It was nauseating and pathetic that, even on the brink of his demise, he was more excited about violating and brutally indulging in the body of a girl. Even now, when he was certain that his life could end at any moment, just thinking about that girl filled his heart with euphoria and longing. He wanted to see and ravish her before the death that was waiting for him at the end of the road could claim him. It excites you, doesn't it? The boy's distinct voice echoed in his ears, eliciting a ravenous grin on his face. The very idea of touching that girl brings a sense of euphoria, right? Tama nodded in agreement. Yes, he acknowledged, fully embracing the fact that he was beyond redemption. This realization only added to the excitement of the moment. Then grab my hand, Tama, the boy said, finally revealing himself to Tama for the first time since he had started tormenting him. I'll guide you to her. Every cell of his body tingled with excitement and awe when Tama's eyes met those golden orbs of bliss. They were beautiful and enchanting, a fact that Tama immediately noticed when his hand seemed to rise of its own accord and grabbed the boy's hand. Squelch. It started with a minor irritation but soon became unbearable. Ah! Tama howled in agony as blood spattered from his palm, staining the ground below. You bastard! What have you done? He screamed, scanning the area in front of him, only to gasp in disbelief as he found it empty. Huh! He struggled to move, but to no avail. Ah! He grunted, attempting once more with no success. Frustrated and frightened, he peered down, seeking to uncover the source of his immobility. No, no, no. Back to Rias. It was over. There was nothing she could do to reverse it. Her heart, which had once been enamored by the stunning and captivating scenery of the town, now beat in silence within her chest, as it anxiously awaited the unavoidable conclusion of her journey. Rias struggled to find the words to express the overwhelming emotions surging through her. It was unfair. Consumed by her unbearable thoughts, she realized that her mind had been right about everything it had warned her about earlier. In her world, everyone was alike, greedy and corrupt when they needed her, but cowardly and uncaring when she needed them. And Naruto was no exception. Just like everyone else in her life, he had abandoned her when she needed him the most. His departure from her life was as sudden as his arrival. I had at least hoped to travel and see more of the world before he left though. A pang of disappointment struck her as a pathetic smile bloomed on her lips, and just as she was about to wander off, a familiar voice stopped her dead in her tracks, causing her heart to skip a beat. Rias. Her eyes widened, and her heart skipped a beat as soon as she heard his voice. It was incredible, so much so that for a moment it felt like music to her heart. Naruto, she stuttered, shaking lightly with the rush of emotions his voice had stirred within her. You can turn around. I have changed my clothes. A smile, a big and very genuine smile, made its way to her plump lips. I know, she whispered, her voice trembling as she avoided making eye contact. Her mind raced, afraid that if she turned around, her delusions would be confirmed, and it would shatter her fragile heart. Naruto, who was standing a few meters away, didn't know what was going on and dismissed it as just another strange trait of the girl. After all, Rias was a rather unusual individual. There was something unique about her, but he couldn't quite grasp what it was. Okay, he mumbled. Anyway, what took you so long? Her feeble voice caught Naruto by surprise. The chef took too long to prepare our dinner. Oh. The lack of proper response to his questions and her constant refusal to turn around was making Naruto increasingly uneasy now. Are you alright, Rias? He couldn't help but ask, as having a sad companion meant more despair, and facing more despair was something he wasn't prepared to handle anymore. When he first embarked on his journey, he never imagined he would admit it, but he found himself favoring the previous, odd yet quirky Rias, with whom he had shared that apartment for 5 days, over the current Rias. Yes, I'm fine. He noticed her nod, but she still refused to face him. Cracks in her voice had become evident, and Naruto was not easily deceived by feigned composure. Would you prefer some time alone? If you want, I can. No. Shining drops of liquid lashed around in a horizontal arc in the night sky as Rias abruptly turned to face him. Don't leave me now. she yelled, shocking Naruto with her vulnerable voice and tear-streaked face. Rias, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I. Her voice faltered for a moment before she bowed her head in embarrassment. The silence spoke volumes to Naruto, conveying everything he needed to know. Sometimes, words were unnecessary when silence could communicate so much more. The Hyuga girl had unintentionally reinforced this valuable lesson. The food is getting cold, he murmured, interrupting her. If she wanted to keep something a secret, who was he to stop her? She could do whatever she wanted. Quote. Also, try to cry less, Rias. You lose a significant amount of water and salt when you shed tears. It's detrimental to your health, particularly when you're spending time with someone unfamiliar. It was a random fact that he had learned from Sakura during the war, and he believed Rias should be aware of it more than anyone else. Oh okay. Chapter 3, Reasons. The road they were walking on could easily be described as desolate, far away from the bustling world and its inhabitants. Other than the majestic green trees, the vibrant little birds, and the rushing stream running alongside the gravel path, there was nothing else in sight. No matter how far their eyes wandered, there was no sign of human life. It felt as if they had been transported to another world, a place entirely unfamiliar. This was particularly confusing since they had not even entered the depths of the Miyagi jungle yet. At first, they had thought it was temporary, expecting to encounter some humans living by the river. Unfortunately, they were proven wrong when they found no one there. Confused and slightly worried, they decided to approach some locals for information, only to learn that the area had been abandoned by its residents several years ago. Faced with uncertainty, they ultimately made the bold choice to continue their journey to Obanazawa with whatever resources they had. Obanazawa. Naruto glanced at his companion, his mind consumed by a thought that had gnawed at him for hours. What makes Obanazawa so special? His mind still struggled to grasp why his companion was so thrilled about visiting that town. From what he had observed, Rias appeared to be an introverted individual who disliked crowded places and the chatter of people. So, when she asked him to visit the town with her, he was mildly surprised. I still don't understand why we're visiting that town, Rias. Finally, after contemplating it for a while, he made the decision to surrender and ask the girl directly. After all, only she held the secret to why she desired to explore that town. Because it is absolutely stunning, and I am sure that you will like it, Naruto. Rias' beautiful red hair moved in the wind as she turned to face her confused companion. A small smile crept onto her lips when she saw the confused look on his face. She found it amusing, but she refrained from expressing her opinion, afraid of being scolded by the boy. Something had become a common occurrence ever since they had left that town. That response was far from adequate, but Naruto chose not to argue, simply for the sake of the smile that was illuminating Rias' face at that moment. It was a rare moment, and he didn't want to spoil it with his foolish arguments. I see, he whispered, making every effort to sound as composed as possible for her. He would have succeeded, had he not noticed something unusual on Rias' face. Do you need some water? Concern laced his voice as Naruto gazed at Rias' face, glistening with sweat. Hearing his question, Rias paused her hike and looked at her partner, puzzled by his question. Am I looking tired already? She thought, blinking and running a hand over her face, only to cringe when she felt a considerable amount of sweat there. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and declined his offer. No, she whispered under her breath. Really? Rias heard him say, but this time she could hear the surprise in his voice. You are sweating profusely, Rias. You need to drink something, or you will end up dehydrated. Naruto reached out to his backpack, which she had bought him recently, and pulled out a chilled bottle of water. Here. He tossed the bottle in her direction, hoping she would catch it. Unfortunately, Rias was not paying attention and the bottle crashed loudly onto the ground. Thud. Startled by the resounding thud of the bottle hitting the ground, Rias snapped out of her stupor and swiftly moved to retrieve it, a pang of embarrassment washing over her for being so oblivious to her surroundings. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to you. Naruto dismissed her concerns with a nonchalant wave of his hand, indicating that he was neither irritated nor furious at her. It's okay, Rias. Rias nodded and then resumed her position, cradling the bottle in her right palm. She noticed its chill as she watched the droplets of water trickling down the plastic surface. When did you buy it? She asked him, puzzled. She couldn't recall having visited any department stores in the past 20-something hours. When exactly did her partner buy this bottle that was still as cold as if it were freshly bought? Her bluish-green eyes wandered over to him and narrowed when she saw him looking a little lost in his thoughts. Naruto, she called out to him, her expression turning into a scowl as he continued to ignore her. Is he becoming annoyed by my questions? She thought, a wave of panic washing over her. She feared that her own foolishness might lead to her being left behind. Just as she was about to let the topic go, her partner finally spoke up. I purchased them from that shop, you know, the one near that place where. Naruto hesitated, briefly averting his gaze, intensifying her feelings of unease. A place where, she tutored him to continue. Seeing that she was not going to drop the subject, a defeated sigh escaped Naruto's lips. Where were you p? Every irrational thought fled her mind as she swiftly realized what he was about to say. I remember now, she gracefully interrupted him, feeling more than content when the boy fell silent. Furthermore, in order to avoid any additional discussion regarding the delicate matter, she purposefully unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and started relishing the liquid as though her very existence relied upon it. Well, it did depend on it in a way, but at that moment, she only used it as a defense to avoid any potential conversation with the boy. Naruto, who watched her from afar, couldn't help but sigh at her antics. Ever since the day he saw her crying, Rias had been more relaxed and cheerful around him. Initially, it wasn't an issue, as she had the right to do whatever she pleased. However, as soon as she began encroaching on his personal space, things began to take a rather unexpected turn. Only 2 days have passed since the accident, and she was already acting as if she were his friend, which she clearly was not. For him, she was just a stranger, someone who would leave his side as soon as they entered Fukuoka, and that's exactly how he wanted it. He didn't want to make new friends at the moment, he had no need for them. That's why her constant smiling and carefree attitude were getting on his nerves. Moreover, the fact that they were often fake only added to his annoyance, as her insincere smiles and feigned enthusiasm reminded him of a specific individual. A young man, dressed in a striking orange jumpsuit, moving across the rooftops, desperately seeking a connection, someone who could truly appreciate his presence and turn his fake smile into a genuine one. She reminded him of himself, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Naruto's moist eyes widened slightly as he witnessed her smile in his direction. However, it was evident that her smile was fake, as always. His heart sank even further as she proceeded to stretch her body, feigning enthusiasm and pretending to acclimate to the harsh surroundings. Yes, he said, still making no effort to stop her, since in the end, everything would be futile. Unaware of the thoughts racing through her partner's mind, Rias finished stretching her body and started walking along the pebble-filled path, stealing a quick glance at Naruto. He had been behaving somewhat differently since yesterday. Is it because of what happened the day before yesterday? She wondered. Despite her doubts, a small part of her couldn't shake the feeling that it might be true. In an effort to reassure herself, she ultimately chose to address the issue. Are you still feeling uneasy about what happened that night, Naruto? If that's the case, then don't worry, I was not crying because of you. It wasn't your fault, Rias whispered, hoping to bring a smile to his face. However, her hopeful expression quickly faded as she noticed traces of irritation on his face. Surprised by his emotional response, she fell silent and humbly looked away. I'm not uncomfortable, Rias, his words struck her heart in an unsettling way this time, as she could no longer sense a feeling of neutrality in them. Now, his words seemed purposely aimed at causing her pain. I'm just. His words faded into nothingness as he averted his gaze from her, unable to find any meaning in conversing with her at that moment. The path was engulfed in silence, threatening to swallow everything in its wake. Just as it seemed they too would be devoured, Rias turned and cast a gentle smile over her shoulder at him. Am I troubling you? She inquired, receiving an answer through the boy's deliberate avoidance of her gaze. I see, her voice trailed off into a barely audible whisper, so faint that even the buzzing of insects around them began to drown it out. Chirp. Naruto blinked as the melodious sound of crickets chirping entered his ears, melting like warm honey inside of him. It was surreal and exhilarating. Squeak. His feet slowed down when the cicadas harmonized their calls into the symphony of nature. Chirp. Blue eyes vanished behind the eyelids as Naruto lost himself in the melody and his mind wandered back to his abandoned home, a place he had mistakenly left behind, a place he yearned to be more than anywhere else at this moment. He wanted to bask in the brightness of sunlight once more, to inhale the freshness of the air, and, above all, to experience the comforting feeling of home again. Squeak. His heart ached in agony and blue eyes glistened with tears when an overwhelming cascade of memories of him wandering around in that village plagued his fitful mind. Chirp. This beautiful song of nature struck him right in the heart, evoking a deep sense of sadness. The last time he had heard this melody was while traveling with Ero Sennin, and ever since, he had yearned to experience it once more. Squeak. His eyes twitched slightly as the hymn began to sound unfamiliar to his ears. Chirp. He clenched his hand as the eerie sound filled the air. What's happening? He thought, his face twisted in panic. How did this hymn become so unnatural all of a sudden? He looked around, searching for answers, but found none. Squeak. Stop. It was unbearable now. Chirp. Stop. He found himself entranced by that bizarre hymn with nowhere to go. Squeak. Naruto covered his ears and fell to the ground, the sharp pebbles causing him to hit himself. Stop, he shouted, his voice overpowering the tormenting buzz of the insect. Within seconds, the sound vanished as if it had never existed. Naruto. His despair-filled eyes opened slightly and softened as Rias ran towards him, her face filled with panic. When he looked into her eyes, he gasped in amazement as he saw nothing but care and concern in them. Were they intended for him? He couldn't be sure in that instant, but the mere sight of those eyes was sufficient to soothe his troubled soul. They made him feel as though there was someone by his side, even if that person was only using him to get to where she wanted to go. I'm all right. Her eyes locked with his, rendering him speechless in an instant. Are you okay? She inquired, as she crouched down beside him. Now, having regained a satisfactory position, Naruto nodded his head confidently. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine, he assured her, striving to seem completely composed. Rias noticed his hand trembling and scowled. Do you need water? She whispered, pointing to the bottle hanging by her backpack. It was the exact same bottle that he had given her before, the bottle she had foolishly asked him questions about. However, this time, Rias was elated that he had purchased it at some point during their journey. Sure. A smile graced her lips, a truly genuine one this time. Here, she said, unfastening the cap and carefully placing the bottle's opening against his lips. Rias immediately realized what he was indicating and was about to hand over the bottle to him, but to her surprise, before she could even do that, Naruto reached out and grabbed the bottle, chugging the water from it. For the next few seconds, Rias remained still and smiling, allowing the boy to drink as much water as he wanted. She was content to stay in that position if it meant she could help him. As Naruto gulped down the water, his gaze accidentally met her smile, and for a moment, his throat went dry, despite being constantly moistened by the liquid. It's genuine. As a strange emotion started to whirl in his mind, he pondered deeply. With each passing moment, it grew more soothing and delightful. Its infectious nature mirrored that of his own happy smile. Soon, a wave of remorse washed over him as he realized how coldly he had treated her in the past few days. Despite her best efforts to make the trip enjoyable, he had only succeeded in hurting her by disregarding her gestures. Now that he thought about it, Rias was just like those crickets and cicadas. When he first met her, although she seemed a bit strange, she also appeared incredibly intriguing and captivating, much like the enchanting melody of insects. However, as time passed and the days went by, she gradually became increasingly irritating, like that song that became unbearable to hear. At first, he had believed the issue was with the Rias, but upon further investigation, he realized that the problem lay with no one but himself. After enduring those tragic events in his past, he had stopped to celebrate the small joys of life. The things that once brought him immense happiness no longer elicited a smile, or even a faint grin. It was as if he had become lifeless long before his death. But it isn't wrong. Naruto. He gasped as her voice reached his ears, pulling him back to reality. After inhaling a much-needed breath, he looked at her and immediately scowled upon seeing her still smiling at him. What was wrong with this girl? Why are you? He sighed, irritation palpable on his face as she interrupted him for the 1000th time that day. But his irritation soon turned to surprise as she placed a hand over his mouth and wiped away the last of the water. You spaced out again, Rias whispered, looking a little cautious as she spoke, a sight that only deepened Naruto's sadness. She was hesitant because of him, as she didn't want to further irritate him with her words. And you were looking like a duh. Her hesitation prompted Naruto to speak up. Dead body, he whispered, appearing completely calm as she looked at him in surprise. Why yes. Rias nodded her head. Well, I'll be one very soon, so what difference does that make? He joked, or at least tried to. However, he quickly realized that his attempt had failed miserably when the girl rose from her seat and began walking away, leaving the water bottle in his hand. Rias, he whispered her name, but she neither turned around nor responded. It was as if she had become angry out of nowhere. Looks like she doesn't appreciate jokes about death, he thought with a sad frown. He realized he shouldn't have made that foolish joke. Are you just going to keep staring at me all day? Naruto wasted no time. In the blink of an eye, he rose from the ground and swiftly started to pursue her. Ooh. Rias trudged through the dim and treacherous path of the forest, consumed by misery. She had been traveling along this trail for a whole hour, but her mind was still fixated on Naruto's words spoken just before they left. Truth be told, the past few days she spent with him were some of the best days of her life. Why? Because with him, she didn't need to put on airs or act like a proper noble lady. To him, she was an ordinary girl, and that was all that truly mattered. Unlike others she had encountered, he never once inquired about her background or probed into the depths of her identity. He just allowed her to tag along, despite knowing nothing about her, and with him, she could forget about everything and just be herself. However, her mind simply couldn't stop replaying that one sentence. Well, I'll be one very soon, so what difference does that make? Although Naruto had tried to pass it off as a joke, Rias knew better. Once they reached their final destination, she knew that Naruto's journey would end forever. Over the past few days, she had begun to forget about her difficult circumstances. She would even dare to say that she had started to feel more at ease around him and even considered him a friend. Despite the unusual circumstances surrounding their initial encounter, he had started to grow on her. The way he treated her without any sense of or pity truly put her at ease. It had always been one of her dreams to be treated normally by people. And in just a few short days, this boy beside her had fulfilled all of her desires. But that won't last long. In the end, Rias would still be alone and likely die alone in this world. The only glimmer of light she had found in this world after so long would vanish long before she could be discovered by the fiends of the underworld. She didn't like it at all. She was unwilling to witness the death of the person she considered a friend. Rias was unaware, but that was the genuine reason why she had desired to accompany Naruto. The fact that he had chosen to rob her instead of any other easier target made her feel special in a twisted sort of way. She was aware that she lived in a highly affluent neighborhood, and she knew for certain that many of the houses in the area lacked proper security measures. With just one glance, she could instantly recognize his immense experience in combat, evident from the way he carried himself. From that, she could easily deduce that he was a seasoned thief. No experienced burglar would target an individual accompanied by a guard, especially when there were numerous easier targets with guaranteed rewards. The fact that he stood beside her, even though she was basically a stranger to him, affirmed her belief that she held significance in his eyes. Otherwise, there was no human robber out there who would stay with someone involved with the Yakuza. Robbers were primarily self-interested individuals. This action significantly increased her trust in the man walking beside her. Her goals have now changed. She was no longer willing to wait to be found and taken back to the underworld. She was now determined to make sure that Naruto would not die alone. It was the least she could do for someone who willingly took a stranger like her alongside them and never abandoned her, even when they were threatened by the Yakuza. With those somber thoughts in her mind, Rias continued her stroll. After a few additional minutes of walking, they ultimately discovered what they had been searching for. A naturally formed and deserted path that could be used to reach their main destination, Obanazawa, a place she was eager to visit due to its stunning natural beauty. Rias. The red-haired girl turned her head slightly and glared at her partner. Yes, she grumbled, her eyes still fixed on the captivating view of the road ahead. It was a beautiful road, adorned with plants on one side and a river on the other. The river appeared to be shallow and flowed gently, a stark contrast to what they had encountered in the past few days. Do you need water? For the second time on that day, Rias found herself at a loss for words as her partner rummaged through his bag for the water bottle. Am I sweating again? She immediately placed a hand on her forehead and sighed in frustration when she felt the dampness of sweat on her fingers. She struggled to formulate a response to his question but failed miserably. Great, just great. Now he's going to think that I'm one of those spoiled brats who can't even walk a few kilometers without sweating. Seriously, why was she sweating so much? She mentally screamed at herself. Naruto, who was watching her from the sidelines, was poised to throw the water bottle at her, but hesitated when he noticed the signs of stress and annoyance on her lovely face. Are you okay, Rias? Was the first thing that he blurted out, showing his immediate concern for her health. Yes, I'm fine, she grumbled, still irritated by the fact that she couldn't do anything about the sweat. It was infuriating her now. Naruto shook his head, rejecting her false assurances. It was clear to him that she was not fine. Her body was drenched in sweat and seemed on the verge of giving up at any moment. You don't look fine to me, Rias, he insisted. Really? He nodded. Certainly, Rias. You're losing a significant amount of water through sweating, and I'm worried that you might end up fainting during the walk, he explained, unaware of the impact of his words on the girl. Rias was on the verge of arguing back, but she halted her tongue when she realized the weight of his words. Worried about me, she whispered, taken aback by his unexpected concern. He was genuinely worried about her, but why? Why are you worried about me? Her bluish-green eyes sought an explanation from him. The boy closed his mouth and started looking around, searching for something intriguing to divert his attention from her. Naruto. He cursed inwardly when she called out his name again. Why yes. His eyes turned to her face and flickered with discomfort when he realized how hopefully she was looking at him for an answer. Damn it. He cursed his motor mouth for uttering something so foolish without reason. There was no need for him to say that. His lips quivered in anxiety as she smiled at him slightly. Where are we going, anyway? In the end, he didn't have the courage to hurt her again, so he did what anyone in his position would have done, he changed the subject. Just like that, the smile disappeared from her lips. Obanazawa. I see. Wordlessly, they continued their journey to the town of Obanazawa, neither willing to shatter the silence that enveloped them following that conversation. Ooh. It's incredible that places like these have somehow managed to stay hidden from us humans. Rias whispered to herself, taking another jump across the small stream of water. Naruto hummed from behind, carefully watching her every step. Rias smiled as she reached the other side of the stream and quickly turned around to see where her partner was. You said you were hungry, right? She inquired. Yes, murmured Naruto, as he joined her on the other side. He was pleasantly surprised that she still remembered his words from hours before. Based on this map, there should be a small restaurant nearby. So if you're interested, we can stop there and have our lunch. Sure. Naruto wasted no time in answering and quickly fell into step with her as she confidently walked in a seemingly random direction, with the map flailing wildly in her hands. After a few more minutes of walking and wandering, they stumbled upon exactly what they had been seeking. Nestled between two towering trees, their eyes landed upon a quaint cottage with a wooden sign suspended above it, adorned with the word, food. Drawn in by the mouthwatering aroma of freshly baked goods and savory dishes, their feet began to move on their own, and before their mind could even register what was happening, they found themselves in front of the entrance of the shop. Looking at each other one last time, they both gently pushed open the soft flaps of the door and stepped into the shop. Welcome to my cozy food corner, little ones. A warm voice interrupted the calm ambiance of the small cottage, catching them off guard as they settled into the vacant seats adjacent to the table. Overcoming their shock, they lifted their heads and saw that the shop's owner was a fairly old man, clad in familiar kitchen attire. What may I offer you today? The man eagerly inquired, exuding the same enthusiasm as before. Miso ramen. Naruto was the first to respond, whispering. His gaze was fixed on the image of ramen on the menu as if it was the most valuable treasure in the world at that very moment. Rias quickly followed him. Miso ramen, she smiled warmly at the elderly man, insensible to the disapproving gaze Naruto was shooting her way. She was well aware of his thoughts, but she paid them no mind since ramen happened to be one of her favorite food as well. The shop owner returned her smile with a warm one of his own. Excellent choice, miso ramen it is. He is an interesting man. Naruto couldn't help but notice the man's radiant smile that seemed to light up the room. Rias wholeheartedly agreed with her partner. The old man appeared quite content for someone of his age. Yes, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the man who was preparing their food with a contagious smile on his face. How can he be so happy? From the looks of it, he seems lonely here, yet he is so happy. To say Rias was taken aback by Naruto's question would be an understatement, as her partner was typically reserved and seldom opened up to her, especially regarding topics of happiness and loneliness. Because, she tried to answer his question, but found herself incapable of doing so. She didn't know the old man well enough to respond to her partner's inquiry. Even if she did, she was very unfamiliar with the concept of happiness herself. It was something that had long left her side. Why? Naruto asked, casting a concerned gaze her way. He sighed upon noticing her deep in contemplation. Because I am grateful for every experience life brings my way. Both the teenagers were taken aback as the elderly man unexpectedly intervened in the conversation and offered his response to Naruto's question. Appreciate. Naruto growled at the elderly owner, causing Rias, who sat beside him, to jump in surprise. What did he mean by suggesting he should appreciate everything? How could he possibly find it in himself to appreciate the way fate had treated him? This is nonsense. This man is clueless, he thought before calming down, realizing that his anger would lead to nothing. The man didn't even flinch at Naruto's small outburst. Yes, he said, his weary eyes showing the utmost affection they could muster towards Naruto. You may not see it yet, boy, but I'm sure you'll remember my words in the future when everything falls into place for you. Naruto scoffed once more at the man's words, failing to see any semblance of logic. The future, he muttered, unaware of Rias' intense gaze fixed upon him, her concern palpable. There's no future for me, old man. The man stopped whatever he was doing. I said I have no future here, old man. This world is not for me, and it won't be long before I'll disappear from here forever. A suffocating silence enveloped the cottage, holding it tightly in its powerful grip. Thud. Naruto nearly fell from his chair when Rias abruptly threw her chopsticks to the ground and stormed out of the cabin. Rias. He called out, trying to stop her, but she ignored him and continued to walk away. The hell is wrong with her? He thought to himself as he started picking up their bags. I believe you may have upset her, boy. Naruto momentarily stopped what he was doing and turned his gaze towards the elderly man. I know, I'm not blind, old man, he murmured, adjusting the bags on his shoulders. He let out a sigh of relief as the weight of the luggage finally eased onto his shoulders. Leaving his utensils behind, the elderly shop owner walked over to his counters and gazed warmly at the young boy. However, this time, his smile carried a subtle hint of sorrow. She was in tears, dear, he revealed, causing the boy to gasp in shock. See crying. Yes, the man answered. Is she your girlfriend? Naruto hesitated for a moment, but then decisively shook his head to dismiss the notion. He couldn't fathom why he had hesitated in the first place. Perhaps it was because of Rias' tears, he pondered. Shaking his head once more, he tried to clear his mind. A girl like Rias would never shed tears for someone like him. Maybe. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, pushing his chair back and swiftly walking towards the door, determined to catch up with Rias. Outside the shop. Rias, Rias. Naruto called out desperately, his eyes scanning the establishment for any sign of his odd companion. Where is she? Even with his keen senses, he couldn't spot her anywhere, which was rather surprising. It shouldn't have been so difficult to find someone in such a small clearing. But then again, without his friend Kurama, his senses had become somewhat diminished. Kurama was the one who used to look after him, but the war also separated them. But it's not about Kurama anymore. Right now, I should focus on Rias. Naruto found himself engulfed in a sea of worry, unaware that he was beginning to experience emotions other than indifference and sorrow for the first time since arriving in this world. Damn it. Realizing she was alone in the jungle and that he wouldn't be able to find her in his current state, Naruto tapped into his chakra and closed his eyes. Soon, everything brightened and became vivid as a beautiful shade of orange enveloped his eyes, giving them a surreal appearance. There, he exclaimed in his mind, his eyes catching the distinctive energy of Rias. Now that he knew her location, Naruto wasted no time and sprinted towards the back of the shop where she was sitting alone. Rias, he called out as he reached his destination. Rias. His eyes softened a little as they saw her sitting silently on a fallen log, her delicate features veiled by the cascade of her beautiful hair. After gazing at her for a few moments longer, he noticed her body trembling. In an instant, he realized that she had been in that state for quite some time. Single quote. He was at a loss for words, racked with guilt over knowing he was the source of her distress. With a weary expression, he sat down beside her. Rias, Naruto didn't get to finish his apology as he was cut short by Rias. Can you please stop talking about your death? I really don't like it. As soon as she finished her words, Naruto felt irritation rise within him again, only this time directed at himself. If only he had been more considerate of her feelings and refrained from making those foolish jokes, perhaps he would have never found himself entangled in this predicament. I apologize for the jokes, Rias. I will avoid making such jokes in the future, he said, adding his own thoughts on the situation. Also, you should stop from taking my words seriously, Rias. I am a stranger to you, someone you will never encounter again after this small trip. As Naruto finished expressing his thoughts, Rias sat up straight, brushed her hair aside, and gazed directly into his eyes. I cannot, she replied, her answer brief and simple, but unsatisfying to Naruto. Why? Because you are not the only one who wants to escape the pain, Naruto. I want to find peace too, but I just haven't been able to because I'm too frightened to take that final step. And I thought I'd remain like that forever, but then I met you. You wanted to die just like me and I thought by tagging along with you, I might be able to find the strength to do it too. Silence enveloped the clearing as Rias completed her explanation for wanting to follow Naruto. Her eyes widened as she realized her spontaneous words, and her expression immediately turned despondent as she withdrew into herself. Naruto, sitting beside her, was similarly speechless at the revelation. She has the same goal as I do. From the moment they met on that mountain, he had sensed she was almost as broken as he was. But to desire death to the same extent, that was something he had not anticipated. Confused and stunned, he was about to ask her why. However, Rias sensed his intention and stopped him by raising her hand in a plea. Please don't ask. I don't want to talk about it. Naruto complied with her plea and remained silent. Realizing that Rias was equally tormented by thoughts of suicide, memories of their initial encounter flooded his mind, leading him to make unsettling yet significant realizations. Her husband is not a kind person. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless instances where people found themselves in nearly identical circumstances as hers. Her wedding ring and her expensive clothes probably served as mere display items. It's unlikely that her husband genuinely cared about her well-being, or else she wouldn't be sitting beside him at this moment. The more he thought about it, the more he started to feel sorry for her, especially for the cold treatment he had given her today. Before his thoughts could take a darker turn, Ria's peaceful voice interrupted him. Can you please try to act normal until our trip is over? Rias pleaded as tears filled her eyes while she looked into Naruto's gaze. Please, Naruto. It's my final wish to be happy at least before I. Rias didn't get to finish her sentence as Naruto placed a firm hand on her shoulder and began to speak in a soothing tone, something that she wasn't able to hear because she was too lost in his eyes at that moment. They appeared much more beautiful than before, especially with the orange streaks surrounding them. I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? She mumbled, unable to tear her eyes away from those mesmerizing orbs. Naruto blinked at her, uncertain. Did you not hear what I just said? He inquired, feeling his cheeks flush as she shook her head in response. I meant to say. He trailed off, his gaze starting to avert from her. Why you said. Aware of the necessity to speak to her, he pushed past his embarrassment and turned to face her. I said. He paused briefly to catch his breath. I will do my best to behave normally from now on. Rias felt her sadness dissipating as she heard Naruto's answer, but that loss of sadness was soon replaced by confusion when she saw Naruto squat down in front of her, his back towards her and his arms held tightly behind him as though concealing something. What are you doing? Rias asked, undoubtedly surprised by the sudden change in his personality. Naruto sulked even more in embarrassment as he responded, can't you tell? I'm obviously offering you a piggyback ride. He mumbled. Rias felt her face flush as she stammered out denials. This is so unexpected. One moment, they were all feeling down, and the next, he was offering her a piggyback ride. Almost as if he could sense her indecision, Naruto began speaking once more. Rias, didn't you want your last moments to be happy? Why not let this be the first? Plus, you seem exhausted, and I don't want you to continue walking in that condition. Rias' face turned even redder as she heard what Naruto had said. She was undeniably exhausted and sweating profusely. The thought of someone carrying her around did sound appealing, and it could become a precious memory. Unnoticed by Naruto, she formed a smile on her face as she climbed onto his back. All right, Naruto whispered as he began to walk away from the cottage, completely oblivious to the fact that they had forgotten to have lunch. Chapter 4, Rain. The wildlife along the path was absolutely enchanting. Small streams of crystal clear water, lush green trees, and small bushes swaying gently in the breeze, along with a wide array of exotic animals, only added to the beauty of the trail. Rias, an ardent admirer of vibrant settings, could barely contain her excitement as she delighted in the breathtaking beauty of the forest that surrounded them. As her partner leapt from one stone to another, her whole body trembled, and her eyes occasionally flickered to her side to relish the serene ambiance that the breathtaking forest was providing her. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed in awe, tightening her grip around her partner's neck. I know. Her eyes lit up as she smiled at her partner, who had been carrying her on his back for hours. Feeling tired? She asked jokingly, not really expecting a response to her playful question. No, his unexpected answer surprised her, and even more so when he adjusted his hands beneath her thighs and began to walk faster. I'm completely fine, he added in a soft voice, his words as sweet as honey. Rias hummed in response, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on his face. Beads of sweat began to form there, causing a flicker of concern to stir within her. He had been walking tirelessly, carrying her on his back, for hours on end. Even a stamina freak would get tired after that. Do you need water? She asked him. Naruto abruptly stopped and looked over his shoulder. Are you trying to make fun of me? His question elicited a gasp from Rias. Of course not. Why would you think that? His blue eyes observed her for a moment before returning to the trail ahead. I thought, he paused, a tinge of red coloring his cheeks, one that didn't go unnoticed by Rias. Soon, everything began to click in her mind. She couldn't stop a soft chuckle from escaping her mouth. Naruto gave her a dismissive look. What's so funny about this? He grumbled, his lips almost forming an irresistibly adorable pout. What? Her chuckles got even louder. Stop. In response, Rias untangled her right hand from around his neck and placed it gently on his forehead. You're sweating, Naruto. I'm worried that you might end up dehydrated. Expressing fake concern, she whispered to the boy, vividly recalling how he had mocked her lack of stamina the day before. Naruto sighed as he finally understood her intention. Fine, if you want me to rest, then sure, I'll take a break. Rias would have smiled at him more if he hadn't surprised her with his next move. She let out a gasp of surprise when he dropped her to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Opening her eyes slightly, she immediately fixed a glare on the boy. Ouch. That hurts, you know. She groaned, her voice tinged with annoyance and anger. What? Naruto asked, appearing utterly surprised. I believe you told me to take a break, and that is precisely what I am doing, Rias. Rias was sure that she caught a glimpse of a playful smile playing on his lips. It exuded both pride and humor, a combination that brought forth a mix of joy and frustration within her. Is that so? She retorted sharply. Eyes twitching wildly, the red-haired girl scoffed at the boy. I never told you to drop me like that, she said. Her complaint elicited a small smile from the boy, and she couldn't help but admire its elegant charm, a perfect blend of charisma and cuteness. Her reverie abruptly halted as she sensed the presence of someone beside her. Startled, she turned her gaze to the right and was surprised to find Naruto sitting there, his eyes completely fixated on her as if she were the most fascinating being in existence. Nah, her words were hushed by the boy as he gently lifted his hand, placing it beneath her chin. His voice sent shivers up her spine, something he must not have noticed, or he would have stopped right there. After all, he wasn't the type of person to intrude on someone's private space for no reason. Hell, he had hardly shown any interest in her until an hour or two ago when she had told him that she also liked ramen. You know what? Her gaze shifted away from his, her voice squeaking in uncertainty. What? She questioned, her mind searching for answers. Was he going to make some inappropriate request now? After all, it was their final journey, and people often act foolishly when faced with imminent death. Naruto observed her intently, his gaze unwavering, before gracefully standing up once again. He left behind a bewildered Rias, now unable to string together coherent words, as she tried to make sense of how he seemed to be intentionally provoking her. Please, Rias, stand up. No. The boy glanced in her direction and sighed when he saw her lying carelessly on the ground. Very well, he murmured with a nonchalant shrug of his shoulders. Wait. In an instant, Rias appeared by his side, staring at him with her gaze full of hope. What? You can't leave me alone, she argued. And why can't I do that? She stared at him for a few seconds before looking down at the ground. I don't know, she whispered miserably, a fact that did not escape Naruto's notice. Rias. Startled, her bluish-green eyes perked up at the mention of her name, widening in surprise as they caught sight of Naruto crouching just a few meters away. What on earth are you up to? Despite knowing exactly what he was doing, she couldn't help but inquire, wanting to hear his answer directly from him. In response, Naruto glanced over his shoulder and blinked, a simple gesture that brought another smile to her face. I'm offering you a piggyback ride once more, he murmured in his own unique way, his tone neither overly joyous nor too somber. I can walk now. A mysterious emotion unfolded on Naruto's face, an emotion that Rias couldn't decipher no matter how much she tried. It was absolutely inscrutable. Because I walk faster, he finally replied, offering her what could be considered a satisfactory response. Hey, I can walk at a quick pace. I won't allow you to carry me like a sack ever again, she retorted. I know. Then why are you still sitting like that? Get up, we have a long journey ahead before we reach our destination. Naruto stood his ground, maintaining his crouched position. I won't budge until you accept my offer, he whispered, his tone conveying an unexpected level of determination for such a trivial argument. Rias was truly surprised now. Why are you so insistent on giving me a ride? I can walk by myself, Naruto, she said. She wasn't joking, her legs were completely fine now, and she was confident she could cover long distances without getting exhausted. I enjoy it when you rest your head on my shoulders and fall asleep. It feels quite pleasant for some reason. Even though he tried his best, Naruto was certain he couldn't have found a more formal way to express his dilemma to his companion. It was strange, he knew, but there was nothing he could do about it. Her soft snoring, sleep-talking, and the warmth she exuded made him inexplicably happy. It was precisely for this reason that he had been carrying her on his back for so long. There was no other justification for acting so foolishly with a married woman. Hearing no response from her, Naruto slowly looked over his right shoulder, anxious about the expression that might reveal itself on Rias' face. From the very beginning of their trip, he had made sure not to cross any lines with her, but now he was certain that he had probably done just that. The anxiety on his face increased visibly as Rias began to stride towards him. Naruto. For a moment, he was frozen as she came to a stop in front of him and locked eyes with him. Let's go. A sense of serenity enveloped the atmosphere as she delicately embraced him, resting her chin on his shoulder. If you. Rias hushed him with a soft nudge on his shoulder. Don't utter a word, just start walking. A faint smile graced his parched lips. Also, I enjoy resting my head on your shoulders too. So don't feel weird about it. Of course, that was a lie. Even though the rides on his back were somewhat entertaining, they were not something she treasured deeply. However, at that moment, Rias simply wanted to see him smile. If being carried around like this was what it took to see his smile, then she was ready to be carried through the entire trip. Ooh. Stop hogging all my ramen. Rias whined, slapping Naruto's chopsticks away and scooping up the whole bowl of ramen for herself. What? Naruto blinked at her, attempting to appear as innocent as possible. Rias immediately understood what he was trying to do. No, Naruto. Don't try to act innocent now, she said, narrowing her eyes and smirking at him. Innocent. The boy tilted his head. Why should I pretend to be innocent? I haven't done anything wrong. He defended himself. Don't lie. Her shout startled everyone around them. I saw you taking pork and noodles from my bowl a couple of times. You can't fool me, Naruto. She huffed, hands now resting beneath her chest. Did he really think she was a fool? She was much smarter than she seemed on the outside. Naruto stared at her intently before shifting his attention to the bewildered customers. Forgive me, he swiftly and sincerely apologized to them. As you should be. Now eat. I was not talking to you, Rias. A crimson hue flooded her cheeks as she observed her surroundings and grasped the situation. The intense stares from the customers only heightened her embarrassment. Ahem, I understand, she murmured, and proceeded to savor every mouthful of her delectable bowl of ramen. A smile spread across Naruto's lips as he gazed at her flushed face. It looked adorable, he thought. How could anyone dislike her? He couldn't comprehend it. With her warm and joyful personality, Rias was undeniably one of the most fascinating girls he had ever encountered in his life. Her stunning face only added to her appeal. The idea of someone hating her just didn't sit well with him. I want to die too. Just like that, the smile disappeared from his face. Rias wanted to die as well, he thought to himself. When she first told him about her plan, Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing for a good amount of time. A girl so beautiful and happy should not be having such thoughts, at least that's what he thought at that moment. But as their trip went on, he came to realize that she was not so different from him. Just like him, Rias had lost something very important to her. How did he know? Well, Rias was an ardent sleeper who shared her secrets during her naps. Whenever she would rest her head on his shoulders, he would catch faint murmurs of unfamiliar names escaping her lips. Akeno. The most common name he had heard from her mouth, and the way she whispered it, Naruto could easily determine that it belonged to someone dear to her. A part of him wanted to confront Rias with these names, but the rational part of his mind had always prevented him from doing so. There was no reason for him to do that. Those names were Rias' secrets, and if she wanted to keep them hidden from him, then so be it. He would always respect her decision. Naruto. His eyes sparkled with surprise as her gentle voice reached his ears. He turned to look at her, catching her attempt to avert her gaze for some unknown reason. Rias tried to avoid his gaze for a while longer, but eventually gave up. She let out a tired sigh and pushed a large, delicious piece of pork into his mouth. Are you satisfied now? She asked, feeling embarrassed by the attention their small interaction was receiving from nearby customers, who were now smiling at them. Naruto gasped, what? He exclaimed with a mouthful of pork and fish broth. I noticed your lost expression and thought you were upset because I didn't share my pork with you. She whispered, looking extremely embarrassed about her actions. Oh, everything finally fell into place in his mind. Rias nodded, keeping her head lowered in embarrassment. Yes. PFF'd. Naruto let out a small laugh. You're so odd, Rias, he said, causing the girl's face to turn even redder. Suddenly, he picked up a slice of tomato from his bowl and leaned across the table, offering the glistening tomato to her. You like tomatoes, right? He asked, playfully twirling a piece of tomato in front of her lips. Rias gazed at the broth-covered tomato for a moment, then pounced on it like a predator. That was. She paused with broth dribbling around her rosy lips. Delicious, she concluded ecstatically, while Naruto continued to stare at her face, relishing the smile on her lips. Our ramen is always delicious, Rias-san. Would you like some more? A cheerful voice asked. Rias abruptly sat up and noticed that the person speaking was none other than the middle-aged owner of the restaurant. He was standing on the opposite side of the counter, casting a gaze filled with nothing but tenderness and concern. It was a look that strongly resembled that of her brother, radiating warmth and care. Overwhelmed by emotions, she cast her gaze downward to conceal her timid face. There's no reason we can't have more to eat, she said impassively, trying her best to conceal the sorrow in her voice. Naruto noticed the change in her voice and said, bring one for me as well. I can't let her eat alone, or she'll end up causing some trouble. He ordered the owner, who, for some reason, was still gazing at Rias, making him a little skeptical. Upon hearing his words, Rias shot him a fake glare and scoffed. Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't mess anything up. Her complaint reverberated through the silent restaurant, and she winced at the insincerity of her own words. Naruto was taken aback by her sudden outburst and slumped as he looked around the restaurant. I can clearly see that, his eyes emitted nothing but disappointment. And in the future, please try to be more civil around others, he added in a hushed tone, ensuring that the other people nearby wouldn't overhear him. In reply, Rias smiled smugly at him. Who's talking now? A man who attempted to rob me right after we met, she taunted, adding insult to injury as she playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Her smile grew wider as she took in the sight of the embarrassed expression on his face. She couldn't contain her amusement and burst into laughter, unable to resist mocking him. Oh, how the tables have turned, she taunted playfully. However, her fun quickly turned into shock as she noticed his right hand slowly approaching her face. Speculating that he was about to hit her for making fun of him, Rias tried to dodge the blow, but he was faster. Realizing that there was no escape, she braced herself for the inevitable strike. Rias waited and waited, her fear growing with each passing moment. And then, to her utter surprise and delight, Naruto's hand didn't make an impact with her face. Instead, it gently caressed her lips, stirring something inside her heart. There was a noodle on your face. Rias' mind went numb for a second. Oh, she murmured silently, chastising herself for even entertaining the thought that he would hit her. So do you want to go to that dull onsen first, or do you want to join me in exploring those fascinating mountains? Naruto inquired, leaving her with little choice but to go along with his desire. Knowing very well that he wouldn't visit the onset first anyway, Rias opted for the second choice. I would love to see those magnificent mountains with you, she replied. Naruto nodded, clearly pleased with her answer. Great. Then finish your ramen quickly. I want to go to the top of the mountain with you. People on the street were saying the view from there is breathtaking, he said, his voice unable to conceal his enthusiasm. Are you both in a relationship? Rias and Naruto paused and glanced at each other as soon as they heard the owner's question. Looking at the man, an embarrassed Rias was the first to answer. Well, at least she thought she was, but Naruto beat her to it. Yes. I have promised to stay by her side till the very end. A deafening silence filled the air of the store. Top of the mountain. It was dark outside. The radiant sun was hidden behind thick layers of countless clouds that were currently showering the town with their refreshing rain. All the beautiful streets of the town lay deserted, submerged under a thin sheet of water, with only the sound of it rippling against the cold, hard surfaces of stone and dirt. The entire city appeared devoid of life, yet possessed a strange and enchanting beauty. It was as though an unseen force had whisked away all living entities, leaving behind a haunting emptiness. The only sounds and sights that filled the air were the relentless echoes and cascades of the frigid water. The mountains that encircled the stunning town were shrouded in a cloak of fog and vibrant greenery. Gentle gusts of cool breeze swept through the dense mountain jungle, causing the leaves to dance in perfect harmony with nature's soothing melody. Everything was serene and stunning. In the distant expanse of those stunning mountains, Rias and Naruto were basking in the downpour. Naruto, who had been tirelessly wandering around the sprawling town for a while, was finally finding some enjoyment. He wasn't sure if it was the enchanting surroundings or the presence of the girl by his side, but he was undeniably relishing the moment. Speaking of the girl, Rias was also captivated by the whole scene. In her entire life, she had never witnessed such an amazing rain. Everything about it was incredible, the lush greenery covered in mist around them, the gently falling water in the ravine below, and the sweet humming of the insects. It's truly beautiful, she whispered, her eyes tracing the cascading droplets of water descending from the velvety night sky. Naruto nodded in agreement. It truly is. I have never seen anything so beautiful, he exclaimed as he positioned himself on the edge of the ravine to get a better view of the river. I never knew rain could be so fascinating, he said with a small smile as a drop of cold water caressed his cheek and fell to the ground. Rias, why are you standing there? Come here. You wanted to see the river, right? He called out when he saw her standing alone in the rain. Flustered by his words, Rias quickly followed her companion's lead and positioned herself beside him, gazing at the river below with a sad smile on her face. The rainfall was stirring up bittersweet memories from the depths of her broken heart. Memories of her in Akano, relishing the rain in Kuo, dancing and strolling through the town without a care in the world. They were both so innocent back then, completely unaware and unconcerned about what the future held. Back in those days, the only thing that truly mattered to them was the number of water droplets gracefully gliding down their faces, and which one of them had better dancing abilities under the pouring rain. Akino adored the heavy rains, and Rias was certain that her friend would do anything to be there with her. She would play with her, dance with her, and, most importantly, laugh with her. Akino. Tears streamed down her damp cheeks as she reminisced about the beautiful memories of her best friend, the one who never left her side, even when she tried to push her away. Rias, are you crying? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. Caught off guard, Rias quickly averted her gaze from her companion, attempting to conceal her tear-stained face. How did he know I was crying? She wondered, brushing away the glistening droplets from her cheeks, a futile effort as the rain persisted in drenching her once more. Nothing. I was just thinking, she stuttered and cringed at her own behavior when Naruto interrupted her. It's okay if you don't want to share it with me. We all have things we prefer to keep to ourselves. I won't push you to disclose anything you're not comfortable with, he assured her, looking utterly serious about the matter. Rias responded to Naruto with a fragile smile and whispered, "Thank you." Normally, a smile from her wouldn't have any effect on Naruto, but at that moment, something stirred deep within his soul. Her red lips, partially hidden in that translucent mist and pelting rain, held a fascinating charm, and he couldn't resist the urge to speak. Your smile looks beautiful in the rain, you know. A whisper escaped his lips, and without any warning, he leaned over and gently brushed the wet strands of red hair away from her face. A thunderous roar echoed through the clouds, illuminating the sky and making her blushing face even more prominent to his deserted eyes. What? Rias gasped in surprise, her heart racing, as Naruto's cold fingers gently gripped her face, pulling it upwards with a slight tug. See, now you are looking happy, Rias. Naruto whispered as he gazed at her scarlet face, trying to soak in its beauty as much as he could at that moment. It was the most beautiful sight he had seen in a long time. A smile suits your face. His eyes twinkled with an unknown emotion. So try to smile as often as you can. At that moment, all thoughts fled from Rias' mind. Oh, okay. She managed to squeak, tilting her head slightly so that she could rest it against his palm. The touch felt comforting. They stayed like that for what felt like an eternity before Naruto decided to break the silence. Do you want to visit the onsen now? No. Then. We can visit the onsen tomorrow. But for now, I just want to stay here with you and enjoy this peaceful rain. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto failed to notice the delighted look in her eyes. Turning towards her, he offered a gentle nod. Chapter 5, Assassin. Cough. Cough. The soft coughing resonated through the dim and gloomy cabin where Uzumaki Naruto resided. The sound shattered the stillness that had settled over the room during the past few weeks. The room was far from remarkable, unlike what one might expect from the legendary savior of the world. It was situated a distance away from the desolate battlefield, trapped within walls of rough and cracked wood. The room was occupied by the two most significant individuals in the world, Uzumaki Naruto and his dear friend, Uchiha Sasuke. From the expressions on their faces, neither of the two seemed pleased with the unfolding events. It was as if something was troubling them, a matter they couldn't even resolve themselves. Naruto, Sasuke said, breaking the oppressive silence once more. Concern and anxiety filled his voice as he gently placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. In response, Naruto flashed a weak smile at him. I'm fine, Sasuke. It's just a minor. No, you're wrong. The Uchiha boy swiftly interrupted the blonde, preventing yet another foolish excuse from being offered. Naruto was dying. He could see it. It was clear to see, especially with his piercing gaze that left no secrets uncovered. The crimson liquid that trickled down his friend's hand only emphasized his assumption further. Red. Sasuke's eyes blazed with anger as he stared at the vile liquid that had taken countless lives in the past, including those of his brother and their teammates. The memories of their deaths were still vivid in his mind. He had not forgotten them, and even if he tried, he couldn't. They were everlasting, poised to haunt him, forever etched in his memory. And the inevitable death of his friend intensified the anguish inside him. The red liquid that trickled down Naruto's fingers was wicked, more so than him or any other being. It had already taken a piece of his heart and now it sought to take the rest. I'm fine, Sasuke. Don't worry about me. Lies. Naruto's tone of voice betrayed his intentions, and Sasuke could easily see through his friend's feeble attempt at deception. Naruto's lack of skill as a liar was clear to Sasuke, who saw right through the charade. He wasn't fine. Sasuke would know if he were healthy. His one and only friend was dying, and it infuriated him that he couldn't take any action because of the ongoing war. But that doesn't mean Sasuke never tried to do something about it. He, along with his late friend Sakura, traveled from camp to camp, tirelessly seeking a cure for his friend's illness. Unfortunately, the disease that had plagued Naruto was incurable. It was the same illness that had taken his brother's life, and even Tsunade, with all her skills, could not find a cure. This only added to his frustration. Naruto was being consumed from within, and he was powerless to do anything but witness his decay. Despite possessing the Eye of God, he was still unable to intervene for his most precious friend. Why? Naruto adamantly refused all offers of unconventional revival methods. I would rather die than be brought back through some ridiculous eye power of yours, idiot. I want to see my parents, you know. I don't want to stay in this hell. Hell. Sasuke's face contorted in a frown as he recalled the incident involving a particular individual that had caused Naruto's perspective of their world to shift. Hinata. It all happened because of that girl and her last words to his friend before her tragic death. She completely transformed Naruto's perspective, leaving Sasuke unable to resent her for it. What she did was nothing but what any person would do to shield their beloved ones, particularly when that loved one represented the last flicker of hope for their entire world. Sacrifice. Hinata sacrificed herself so that Naruto could live on and learn how to love and be loved, a concept that was foreign to both of them. While he had his team Taka, who at least tried to help him understand the strange feeling, his friend, on the other hand, had no one at all. Not a single soul. Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze flickered towards his friend and was dazzled by the light emanating from Naruto's smile. It was as bright and contagious as ever. How are you still smiling, idiot? He couldn't help but ask. Even with death looming over him, Naruto showed no fear. The shock and confusion on his face increased 1,000-fold when the blonde lightly flicked him on the forehead with his finger. I may be an idiot, Sasuke. But I'm also Uzumaki Naruto, the one who will protect this world and your sorry ass from that Madara. Naruto's smile and words eased Sasuke's worries slightly. They had an undeniable effect on people, and he was no exception. And to answer your question, well, I can smile as much as I want. We can't escape death. It's inevitable. It will catch up with us sooner or later, you know. But that doesn't mean we should fear it. Instead, we should be ready for it when it comes for us. Sasuke blinked, his mismatched eyes swirling with confusion. How? He asked, oblivious to the thunderstorm brewing outside their cabin. By living rather than existing, stupid. Eros Sennin always used to say that we can exist for centuries without truly experiencing life. However, to live, we must find a meaningful cause for our existence. Mine was saving the world, which I will fulfill soon, while yours is to protect what I will achieve and find true happiness. Naruto reluctantly removed his hand from Sasuke's forehead, sensing a turbulent storm of emotions swirling within him. Although subtle, he discerned a potent mix of anger, confusion, sadness, and even a faint glimmer of affection conveyed through his eyes and expression. Sasuke gazed at him for a moment before speaking again. But you are all I have left now. Without you, my life will become desolate once again. His voice was barely a whisper at this point, and his face was turned toward the ground, too ashamed to look anywhere else. Lies, whispered Naruto. I'm not going anywhere. I will always remain beside you, even when I become a ghost. I'm sure Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan are doing the same too. Sharp and piercing like icy needles, his friend's words mercilessly sliced through Sasuke's heart. Naruto. He attempted to respond, but his voice failed him. What could he possibly say? He couldn't even meet Naruto's gaze, so deep was the shame he carried within. Noticing Sasuke's reluctance to speak, Naruto resolved to ask him the very question that compelled him to seek out his friend. Sasuke, could you do me a favor? Naruto inquired, but before he could elaborate, Sasuke cut him off abruptly. What is it? Naruto smiled, his attention immediately drawn to the anxious and hopeful tone in his friend's voice. Could you please place my grave next to Sensei and Sakura's? His question caught his friend off guard, but Naruto was determined. Hey, don't look at me like that. I don't want to wander as a ghost alone, you know, his voice softened. It would suck to end up lonely even after death. The Rinnegan blazed in Sasuke's left eye. You're not going to die, Naruto. I won't let it happen. I don't have anything to live for at this moment. Soon, the world will be safe and I won't be needed anymore. With the way this is spreading, I might as well be a walking dead. Naruto. Shut your damn mouth for once, idiot. Naruto smirked and replied, of course, but only if you agree to fulfill my wish. Sasuke could have come up with several justifications at that moment to avoid Naruto's foolish request, but he chose not to when he witnessed a glimmer of something he hadn't seen in his friend's eyes for a while. Happiness. Naruto was truly happy at that moment, and no matter how hard he tried, Sasuke couldn't resist when Naruto was that happy about something. Uchiha Sasuke, you there? A wave of sorrow washed over Sasuke as he realized the unbearable torment his friend had endured due to the cruel actions of their world's inhabitants. Ever since his sad and lonely childhood, there hasn't been a single day when Naruto hasn't experienced some form of pain inflicted upon him by others. Even now, as he tried to save these stupid individuals at the expense of his own happiness and the lives of his friend was enduring hardship in order to keep them safe. In a moment filled with pure spite, Sasuke wished to take away Naruto's pain and inflict it upon those unworthy fools. He was certain that if he were in Naruto's shoes, he would have destroyed the entire world twice by now. If he couldn't have his happiness after enduring so much suffering, then others shouldn't have it either. And yet, there he was, his foolish and naive friend, smiling just as he did in the past. Fine, but I still won't let you die. Even if it costs me my life. Ah, since when did you become so kind, Sasuke? Okay, I won't joke anymore since I can see that you are being serious. Sasuke's lips trembled when he saw Naruto struggle to suppress another bout of those violent coughs. Oi, you will save me, right? You can't just back off now. A small smile tugged at the corners of Sasuke's dry lips. Of course, I will. Ooh. Ha. A pair of vivid, cobalt blue eyes burst open, desperately struggling to rid themselves of the painful memory that had haunted them just moments before. It was a haunting and soul-crushing reminder, resurfacing in Naruto's mind, of the immense burden he had placed upon his dear friend. Sasuke. Naruto couldn't help but reminisce about the bittersweet moments he had shared with him during the war. Despite their viciousness, he valued those times far more than his current condition. The relentless battle to adapt and conceal himself in this unfamiliar world was overwhelming. He wanted to die, to transcend into a realm where he could be reunited with his beloved ones, be it heaven or hell, assuming these realms truly exist. Tap. A sad smile graced his lips as a lone tear gently traced its path down his cheek, leaving a lasting mark on his new nightclothes, something that Rias had bought for him today. Rias. For the 1000th time ever since he had started this strange journey, Uzumaki Naruto found himself searching for that red-haired beauty. Scouring the darkness of the room for what felt like an eternity, he finally laid eyes on her. There she is, he whispered, a triumphant smile creeping across his face. Sleeping soundly in the warm embrace of fluffy blankets on the bed beside his own, his companion was experiencing a peaceful and comfortable sleep, something he longed for as well. Unfortunately, it had become a luxury that he could no longer afford. Sasuke and Sakura haunted his dreams, leaving behind nothing but tragic memories and a constant reminder of their unfortunate deaths. Every time he tried to sleep, their smiling faces would torment his dreams, keeping him from restful slumber. It had been like that ever since the tragic war. After months of struggling, Naruto finally gave up and chose to stay awake at night. Getting no sleep at all was far better than suffering through those horrible dreams. Initially exhausting, he soon adapted to this lifestyle, and before he knew it, he was leading a life strikingly similar to that of his old mentor. Jiraiya. Naruto smiled to himself as the comforting image of his beloved mentor, Jiraiya, emerged in his mind, alleviating his anguish. You were right, Ero Sennin. A place truly becomes a home when there is someone there to greet you warmly, he murmured softly, his words just barely escaping his lips, but he didn't mind because it meant he wouldn't disturb Ria's sleep. No matter how many bowls of ramen one eat during this journey, none will bring peace to my heart unless they are prepared by the hands of someone whom I deeply admire. Someone whom I cherish. Eyes wet, Naruto turned towards the fairly bright corner of the room where windows were located and saw that the moon was casting a gentle glow unlike the past few nights. I need to breathe in some fresh air. This strong scent of perfume is clouding my mind. With that in mind, Naruto rose from his bed and made his way to the windows, being careful not to disturb his companion. Beautiful, was the first word that escaped his lips as he gazed outside the window. Darkness enveloped everything, but the moon's light compensated for it. Naruto saw it like a beautiful dance of darkness and light, a spectacular sight he could only watch from afar. His once dull eyes, devoid of emotion since the tragic loss of his friends, basked once more in the light. For a fleeting moment, he felt truly alive. He yearned to delve into the night, to savor it, to breathe it in, and, most importantly, to become a part of it. The desire to belong somewhere fueled these thoughts, but his fragile heart recognized the impossibility of it now. Like the darkness enveloping the night, his presence also seemed fleeting, destined to disappear from the world sooner or later. And once gone, there would be no trace of him remaining, not even a tiny keepsake. I must complete this journey, he whispered to himself, as a deep sense of dread began to consume him once more. Ooh. So she's actually staying at that inn. Waimond, the loyal assassin servant of Zeoticus Grimori, murmured, charmed by the sight of the stunning inn just a few hundred meters away. It's hard to believe that Lady Rias had the audacity to escape like that, and with a human boy, no less. Determined, he started moving towards the establishment, with each step accompanied by a surge of magic, illuminating the formerly dim surroundings. If I recall correctly, I caught a glimpse of him arriving here. Squinting his eyes, he tried to recollect the route the boy took when he spotted him walking by not too long ago. Judging by his appearance, he seemed like an ordinary individual. So why did he choose to accompany Lady Rias? It was a question that had been circulating among the Grimoire household for the past few days, but if you were to inquire with Waimon, the answer wasn't that difficult to fathom from the viewpoint of a young adolescent. The boy must have been seeking companionship, and when Lady Rias offered it, he accepted without hesitation. A small smile graced his lips as he continued, I have to give him credit for that. It's not every day that you encounter someone willing to take off with a person without even checking their background. He's brave, a foolishly brave boy. Waimond was on the verge of including an additional point in his evaluation of the boy when a significant memory rushed back to his mind. The boy is fortunate as well, he murmured, recalling how Lord Lucifer had specifically instructed everyone to withhold any information about Rias' whereabouts from the Phoenix household. If Lord Zeodicus had revealed her location to Riser Phoenix, I'm certain the young heir would have already killed this boy by now. He stumbled slightly when his right foot made contact with a small stone lying askew on the ground. Glancing down, he stared at the stone for a moment before crushing it under his boots. Fortunately for this boy, I was tasked with fetching Lady Rias, he said, a devious smile forming on his lips as a strange sensation flickered inside him. Nevertheless, that doesn't absolve him from punishment for eloping with our beloved lady. His smile took on a sinister edge, and for a fleeting moment, an ominous shadow of death darkened his visage. I will discipline him so severely that in the future he will think twice before even looking at a girl. There was a reason why his master chose him over the kind-hearted peerage members. Unlike those people, Waimond had no morals, and his master knew it. To complete his mission, he would go to any length possible, even if it meant killing that boy in front of Lady Rias to show her the harsh reality. Hee hee. Malevolent laughter echoed through the shadows as Waimond continued his leisurely stride towards his intended destination, a scene ripe with impending bloodshed. There. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place, and as he did, Waimond took a deep breath, savoring the surroundings for a moment. It was a beautiful night, perfect for him to spill that boy's blood and paint the night red. He chuckled, feeling the surge of excitement after such a long time without a fight. But I have to restrain myself. Lord Lucifer wouldn't approve of a high-class devil like me killing a human in Yukai's territory. The excitement waned a little, but Waimond soon regained his composure and made his way toward the bright, open clearing where the boy stood alone, gazing at the stars. There he is. So you are finally here. The madness-filled smile vanished instantly from Waimond's face when the boy whispered those words. Huh, he was quick to show his surprise. How did he know I was coming for him? The excitement within him was replaced with surprise and confusion when he noticed that the boy hadn't even turned to acknowledge his presence. I had a feeling we were being followed ever since we encountered those thugs, but I couldn't identify the person. Naruto abruptly pivoted and locked his gaze onto the individual, radiating a brilliant orange aura from his eyes. Now that you've finally revealed yourself, don't hesitate any longer and tell me why have you been stalking us. His words were simple yet cold, tingling Waimond's body with excitement. So you knew, the man whispered, gazing into the boy's beautiful eyes as if they were a marvel. The sinister smile slowly crept back onto Waimond's face, exuding an aura of malevolence. Ah, I see, his voice trailed off, and with a slight bow, he continued, allow me to present myself, then. Seeing the boy's apparent lack of concern, Waimond smiled as that only served his anticipation. I am Waimond Hartel, faithful servant to none other than Zeodicus Grimoire, the esteemed father of the young lady whom you have brazenly snatched from her house in Kuo. And now, I stand before you, bearing a purpose. Thwack. It felt like a mere blur, or perhaps not even that. From Waimond's point of view, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of what was coming his way. But that was merely his own perception. Deep down, he knew he was already overpowered the moment droplets of blood began to escape from his mouth and nose, flowing like a chaotic river. He attempted to articulate a response to the unforeseen assault. Yet, to his dismay, not a single word escaped his mind. Waimond tried once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Soon, darkness enveloped him, as the unyielding grip of unconsciousness seized his body. I should have known, was the haunting phrase that echoed in his ears before he was thrust into a living nightmare, a world even grimmer than death itself. Back at Inn. Rias had witnessed many beautiful sights in her life, but nothing could rival the breathtaking scenery she was currently looking at from her room's window. Every about it was beautiful, from the twinkling stars illuminating the night sky to the gentle, cool breeze tenderly caressing her face. It seemed as though the night was making an extraordinary effort to exude its utmost beauty. Where is he? However, the breathtaking beauty of the night failed to soothe the agony that surged through her heart. Has he left me again? The emotions within her stirred, giving rise to a storm that began to engulf her in anxiety. The more she pondered over his whereabouts, the more the storm within her grew. It was truly terrifying and awe-inspiring how, in just a few days, Naruto accomplished what others had been unable to do for years. He awakened dormant emotions within her, emotions that she had long abandoned, happiness and fear being the most prominent. Now, not only was she experiencing these emotions, but she was also struggling with them. They had become her vulnerability, causing her to do foolish things like shedding tears in front of a stranger and begging for his companionship on his journey. Trip. Rias's expression darkened imperceptibly at the mention of the journey that had brought them together. It's our first and last journey together. As the words left her lips, a wave of sadness washed over her, puzzling her with its intensity. Why am I feeling this way? She wondered, struggling to untangle the tangled emotions that were suddenly flooding her. At first, she viewed the trip as a simple escape from her confinement. However, now she couldn't deny the growing realization, Naruto had transformed into something more than just a mere companion. He was weaving himself into the fabric of her life, becoming a part of it. In a short period of time, his influence over her had become so strong that it was leading her to engage in foolish actions, even to the extent of wishing to die with him. But it's because this trip is so important to him, and I want to see him smile more often. If accompanying him on this trip was what it cost to see him smile, then Rias was ready to do it. After all, considering all he has done for her in the past few days, the least she could for him was to keep him company on this trip. She was willing to blindly follow him anywhere, even to the heavens, as long as he promised to stay by her side. Her mind was in such a state that she was willing to give her life in exchange for genuine affection from a pure-hearted person, someone who saw her as more than just an object or a disposable pawn. And that someone was Naruto. Rias could see everything in his eyes. They were just like hers, pure and brimming with kindness and remorse. The only obstacle standing in their way was his pessimistic demeanor. He appeared to be in a state of deep despair, and she couldn't shake off the fear that given the chance, he might abandon her and take his own life before reaching Fukuoka. The anxiety and anger surged as she gazed out the window of her room, anxiously anticipating the return of her companion. He had been missing for hours, leaving her clueless about his whereabouts. Although she could use her devil magic to locate him more quickly, she knew it would ultimately be futile. If he didn't want her by his side, there was nothing she could do to change his mind. The only thing she could do was either vent her anger through tears or wait patiently, and for now, Rias found solace in the latter option. She resolved to wait for him, be it 1 day, 2 days, or even an entire week. She was prepared to wait indefinitely if it meant she could escape her haunting past. But what if he never returns? She would then embark on her own journey to find him. She was prepared to do anything that could bring her closer to him. Let's just wait for him for now. Don't think about anything else. Just wait for him, she whispered, her eyes still fixed on the windowsill. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes morphed into hours, yet he didn't return. The once serene room now filled Rias with a haunting silence, transforming the previously beautiful night into an ugly one. The stars lost their brilliance, and the cold breeze grew more biting as she inexorably waited for Naruto. Miss, a soft voice, one that Rias was certain she had heard before, broke the silence and eased her pain slightly. It didn't take long for Rias to turn around and see that it was none other than the owner of the inn where they were staying. Suki-san, she greeted the lady warmly, flashing a radiant smile before inviting her into the room. What brings you here at such a late hour? Her heart skipped a beat, anticipation coursing through her veins as she focused intently on the lady. She yearned for news about Naruto, hoping that he had sent her as his messenger, beckoning her to join him. All hope faded away as the lady, instead of divulging any information about Naruto, cast a sorrowful, remorseful gaze upon her. It was a gaze brimming with shame and regret, a gaze that she herself had often confronted in the reflection staring back at her. I sincerely apologize for intruding, miss. My purpose in coming here was solely to ensure your safety. Suki's words only heightened Rias's irritation. Check on me. But why? I'm perfectly fine, Suki-san. I understand, Rias-san, but a few hours ago, our security officer witnessed someone jumping out of the window of your room. When he informed me, I rushed down here immediately to ensure your well-being. Rias fell silent for a moment, weighing her words carefully. When she finally spoke, her voice was notably softer. I understand. Thank you, Suki-san, but I can assure you, I am perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about me anymore, she said with a faint smile, which Suki immediately returned. I'm glad to hear that, Rias-san, Suki murmured, casting her eyes around the room for one last check. During her inspection, she noticed something unusual. Where is Naruto-san? She inquired. As far as she knew, the boy and the girl were given a single room. I don't know. Rias' straightforward response took Suki by surprise. You don't know? What kind of answer is that, Rias-san? Suki immediately admonished the younger girl for her impolite reply. You're his wife, you should know where he went in the middle of the night. His wife. Rias was ready to argue back, but was interrupted by a familiar voice before she could utter a single word. I'm here. Naruto's voice filled the room, causing both women to turn around and see him resting casually on the windowsill. His tousled hair and thin-lipped expression gave him the appearance of someone who had just woken up from a deep slumber. Naruto-san. Rias gazed at the boy in silence, while Suki wasted no time in expressing her surprise. What are you doing there, and where have you been all this time? She asked in an amused yet concerned tone, her elderly voice betraying her feelings about the unexpected sight. Naruto blinked at the woman and sheepishly apologized for the inconvenience he had caused. I was just enjoying the night on the roof and didn't notice when my eyes closed on their own, he explained briefly, confident that it would suffice. His assumption was confirmed when the lady gently nodded her head. I understand, but you shouldn't climb to the roof like that, Naruto-san. It's not safe and goes against this establishment's customer policies. Despite scolding him for his carelessness, her tone did not carry a hint of threat or warning. It was more of a maternal scolding, and Naruto appreciated it. I apologize, Suki-san. I was unaware. Suki smiled at the boy. No problem, Naruto-san. Just don't do it again. After that, the lady began to leave their room, allowing Naruto to breathe a sigh of relief. Also, he felt his senses sharpen as Suki abruptly stopped at the wooden entrance and looked over her shoulder to glare at him. Don't leave Rias alone like that, Naruto-san. It's not good. Naruto was at a loss for words, but he mustered a small gesture of agreement, tilting his head down and nodding in response. Oh okay. I promise, he whispered, feeling a surge of relief as the woman finally exited the room, leaving them alone together. Where were you? He didn't look at her. He couldn't. It was the second time he had left her alone like that without saying a word. On the roof. Tried stargazing but it was boring. The answer received no response from her, at least not in words. Naruto was taken aback when she stopped arguing and remained silent. He saw it as a welcome change that saved them both from pointless debates, freeing up their time. Well, anyway, I think we should get to SLE. Are you truly happy with me being here, Naruto? Rias' question caught him off guard. He turned around to see her face, adorned with one of the saddest smiles he had ever seen. I mean, if you don't want me here, then I can leave. I don't want to ruin your trip. Her words were barely a whisper, but Naruto could still hear them. No, I'm not pleased with your presence, Rias, he replied, watching the smile fade from her beautiful face. But you are not here to make me happy. You are here to accompany me on these challenging and unfamiliar paths, Rias, and that is enough for me. His lips tightened into a thin line as the smile returned to her face, restraining himself from reciprocating with a small smile. Also, don't stress yourself by asking these types of questions. I was well aware of what I was getting into when I agreed to let you join me on this trip. That's why stop worrying about how I feel and enjoy the journey instead. It's our journey now, not mine anymore. Rias felt a surge of satisfaction, her face glowing. Okay. Naruto acknowledged her with a nod, getting ready to settle down on his bed. However, he was taken aback when Rias made an unexpected suggestion. Oh, and Naruto, try to cry less during nights. Crying causes significant loss of water and salt, which can be detrimental to your health. If this had happened a few years ago, Naruto would have laughed loudly to pretend he didn't understand. However, as time went by, he grew more mature. That's why he chose to flash her a small smile instead. Alright, I'll remember that. Chapter 6, Red Threads. Love. What do you want to know about it, Rias? Circex, the ruler of the underworld, asked his beloved sister. What does it feel like? The man blinked in surprise at the unexpected question. He murmured, his confusion evident in his voice and face. His sister, annoyed but patient, simply sighed in response. I mean, how does it feel when you love someone? Does it feel good, or is it just a normal feeling? He finally grasped what his sister was trying to ask. So, you want to know how I felt when I started going out with Graphia? His question was met with an instant nod of approval from Rias. Well, it was an incredible feeling. If I had to capture it in a sentence, I'd say it was one of the most beautiful times of my life. Even the tragic atmosphere around us hardly ever affected me when I was with her. Her presence alone was enough to uplift my spirits. A nostalgic twinkle appeared in his eyes as he began reminiscing about the memories he and his wife had created together over all these years. Rias, who was listening intently to her brother, couldn't help but feel a mix of joy and sadness. She was filled with joy seeing the depth of love her brother held for his wife, yet sad at the realization that she might never have the chance to experience such love herself. Her life was meant to be controlled by others, powerful, influential people. Rias. Her greenish-blue eyes snapped open, bringing her back to reality when she heard her brother's voice. Huh. She looked at him and noticed the worry in his eyes. Those worried eyes deepened her already low spirits, making her acutely aware of the suffering she had caused to the few people who loved her. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something. It's okay, Rias. You're still young, and it's natural for children to daydream a lot, hee. Sirzex tried to inject some humor into the situation, but unfortunately, his words had the opposite effect on his sister. Instead of laughing at his joke as he had expected, Rias simply stared at him with her empty eyes. Her gaze sent shivers down his spine, serving as an eerie reminder of his failures, the most significant of which was his failure to defend her against their father. You live such a nice life, brother. Rias' words shattered Sirzek's heart into countless fragments. They pierced him like icy needles, leaving no visible wounds behind. Unlike me, you have everything. Her voice was void of any sentiment, just like her expression. Rias. Sirzex was devastated to see her in that state. It was all because of his father that she was like that. Don't say that. You will soon have everything you desire. I won't, Rias countered immediately with a desolate tone. I know what will happen to me in the future, brother. You don't need to give me any more false hopes. They won't work. The winds gained momentum around them as Sirzex tightly clenched his fists in frustration. I am not lying, Rias, he whispered, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. The emotions he felt at this moment were extraordinary. They shouldn't have been churning inside him. When I said everything would be fine, I was speaking the truth. You may not believe me, but I am sure that you won't spend your precious life with that stupid boy. He is not the one you are going to end up with. Every word he spoke carried such conviction that Rias seemed momentarily captivated by them. Then, who is supposed to be my partner? She asked eagerly, desperate to learn more about the person who held the key to escaping her current life. If her brother's words held any truth, this person had the power to make her life worth living, and that was all she desired. The response to her question came in the form of a smile, which left her utterly puzzled. It is your responsibility to find him, my dear little sister, Sirzex chuckled, fully aware of what she was about to say next. However, he decided to respond beforehand. No one helped me in finding Grafia, Rias. I found her on my own, and that's exactly how you'll find him too. A comfortable silence settled between the two siblings. In the midst of the silence, the wind picked up once again, causing the trees around them to dance in perfect harmony. Rias, deep in thought about her brother's words, closed her eyes to revel in the natural symphony. The gentle rustling of leaves and the delightful chirping of insects were creating an incredible melody together. How? Sirzex blinked in confusion. Huh? He looked at his sister and saw that she was gazing at him with a hopeful expression. How am I going to find him? Rias' question was quite innocent, considering she was just a child who barely understood the concept of love. However, Sirzex couldn't help but smile at her innocence. His sister was absolutely adorable. Here, he said, extending his hand and gesturing for Rias to take it. Hold my hand, he whispered, pleased when his sister immediately agreed to his request. Now what? Now, Sirzex hesitated for a moment before he gently clasped Rias' hand. Rias, who had been eagerly anticipating something momentous, couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh when all her brother did was gently squeeze her hand. Is that it? She was undoubtedly dissatisfied with her brother's actions. Her hopes for something extraordinary were dashed once again, as her brother failed to deliver. Huh? Is this all you could do, brother? Sirzex, smile widened further. Well, it did provide an answer to your question, he said, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he observed the confusion that washed over his sister's beautiful face. What? Rias exclaimed. How did that help answer my question? All you did was hold my hand. Her voice cracked a little at the end, indicating the anger was starting to seep out from inside her. You didn't feel anything. Rias shook her head. No, why would I? She asked. Exactly. See, you answered your own question, Rias. Ah, don't confuse me anymore, brother. Just explain it in simple words. Sirzex squeezed her hand once more. The reason you didn't sense anything unusual was because it was me, your brother, who did it. Huh? The devil's ruler let out a weary exhale. You don't love me, Rias, he groaned, not wanting to admit that someday she would find someone whom she was going to love more than him. Rias narrowed her eyes in confusion. She was about to refute her brother's false claim, but halted as she finally grasped what he was trying to explain. Glancing back at their hands, she gasped as the realization dawned on her. Brother. The sound of his sister's stuttering was enough for Sears to realize that Rias had finally understood everything. Yes, he affirmed, nodding his head, his warm smile still radiant on his face. Rias untangled her hand from his and began staring at it as if it held the answer to all her questions. So, I'll feel something special inside me when the boy who is supposed to be my partner holds my hand. She whispered her question to her brother. Yes. Rias kept staring at her hand for a while more before a small, contented smile finally spread across her lips. I see. XXX. Hold my hand. Riser blinked in disbelief at his future wife's strange request. What? He asked, his concern growing. He couldn't help but wonder if the stress of marrying him had caused her to lose her sanity. He was well aware of the effect he had on women, but this was taking things to a whole new level. Hold it. Riser couldn't ignore the venom in her voice. He swiftly realized that keeping her waiting was a mistake, so he gently took her hand in his. For a moment, the room fell silent as Rias kept her gaze fixed on him with a mixture of anger and fear in her eyes. No. Riser wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but before he could, the girl left the hall, leaving him alone with his thoughts. What was that about? He pondered, but dismissed it as yet another one of her eccentric gestures in an attempt to convince him that she was not the right person to marry. At least I got to feel her hand. XXX. Rias, meet Issei. Rias glanced up from her desk to see the people standing at the entrance of her office. Sona, she exclaimed, recognizing her friend. She started to stand up from her seat to greet her but paused when she noticed someone else standing beside her. Sona observed how her friend looked at Issei, and smiled as she noticed nothing but confusion. At least her friend wasn't annoyed like the last time she brought someone unknown to the office. He's Issei, remember the boy I told you about? She answered, hopeful that her friend would remember him without requiring another detailed explanation. Ah, him, Rias exclaimed, feigning excitement for the sake of her friend. She now understood why her friend had brought Issei along, and to be honest, Rias wasn't interested in what would happen next. She had already made her decision about her peerage clear. She didn't want to disturb more innocent lives by convincing them to join her peerage. As I assured you previously, I have thoroughly briefed him on everything and he is prepared to become a member of your peerage. Rias' smile wavered slightly. On one hand, she felt grateful to have a caring friend like Sona, but on the other, she couldn't help but feel sorrow thinking about what she was about to do. I don't think I need anything else. Don't be absurd, Rias. You missed the opportunity to rescue him that day as well, and now you're repeating the same mistake. He can be of great assistance to you, Rias. The red-haired girl nodded solemnly, wholeheartedly understanding what her friend was trying to tell her. I understand, she murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow and indecision. But what if he ends up injured during the... Sona decided to interrupt her once more. He won't. I can assure you of that, Rias, she stated firmly, her eyes brimming with conviction. Her unwavering confidence momentarily silenced Rias. I see. Rias stood up resolutely, gracefulness radiating from her every step, as she made her way towards the boy who stood silently at her friend's side. Issei, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of unwavering hope as they locked onto his. If Sona's words held even the slightest hint of truth, Rias knew deep down that this young man would be the one to rescue her from the clutches of that harrowing nightmare. Why yes. Her cheeks flushed, mirroring the shade of her hair, as she abruptly halted her leisurely walk directly in front of him. With a soft-spoken voice, she whispered, extending her hand in a gesture of greeting, pleased to meet you. Issei-kun. Nice to meet you too, Rias-senpai. A surge of anticipation filled her as their hands intertwined and their eyes met. However, that fascination quickly transformed into sadness when Rias found nothing but a veil of obscenity in his eyes. She gently squeezed his hand, putting her brother's theory to the test, only to be met with nothing but disappointment. Rias. Her gaze shifted away from his face and settled on Sona. I'm sorry, Sona, she whispered, a pathetic sad smile gracing her lips. Huh. I can't do it. Ooh. Rias. As the beautiful greenish-blue eyes snapped open to reality, they came face to face with another pair of stunning blue eyes. Naruto, she said, recognizing the owner of those eyes almost instantly. What are you doing? Weren't we supposed to be sleeping right now? Rias raised her hands to her face and gently rubbed her eyes, trying to shake off the last traces of sleep. It's already morning, Rias. You've been asleep for 10 hours now. That statement jolted her senses. As she realized she had once again failed to get up on time, Rias quickly rose to her feet and scanned her surroundings. In the past few days, whenever she overslept, Naruto would carry her on his back, taking on part of the journey while she remained sound asleep. We're still at the inn. To say she was shocked would be an understatement. She was utterly astounded, for there was absolutely no way Naruto had waited for her to wake up. Naruto, who was watching her every move with sharp eyes, turned away to conceal his face. Yes, you said you didn't like it when I traveled while you were asleep, so this time I waited for you to wake up, he replied, his tone hovering between shyness and embarrassment. Really? The warmth and surprise in Rias' voice did not go unnoticed by him. He nodded in response. Also, breakfast is ready in the other room. Freshen up quickly before it gets cold. Oh okay. Phoenix manner. Fear. It was an anomaly that Riser Phoenix had never had to worry about in his life. The concept of fear was strange and unknown to him. To Riser, it existed only in the pages of mankind's history, fictional tales, and the lives of weak individuals. Fear had never found a place in his life, or so he had believed until this moment. What has happened to him? Riser felt a slight tremor of fear for the first time, but it quickly gave way to overwhelming terror. Who could have done such a thing to him? His gaze wandered to the corner of the room, where the source of his fear lay, motionless on the cold floor. Waimond Hartel's dead body. Contrary to what people may have heard, the man's body was perfectly intact, without any wounds or injuries, appearing remarkably healthy for someone who had been declared dead just minutes ago. However, the dead body was not the source of Riser's fear. His fear lingered somewhere else, far away in the human world, where his wife was likely involved in an affair with him at an inn. A boy. Fear once again gripped his heart. Riser was unwilling to hear the same answer. It seemed impossible that a mere boy could be responsible for all this. How could a single boy, with such precision, eliminate a high-class assassin from the Grimoire house? Riser was confused. If the information he had gathered about Waimond was indeed accurate, then he was in deep trouble. Waimond, a high-class devil, was nearly as dangerous as Riser himself. If that boy could kill Waimond so effortlessly, then who could prevent him from doing the same to me? Riser's eyes squeezed shut as he struggled to dispel the haunting image that had plagued his mind ever since encountering Waimond's lifeless body. The same boy killed a small group of Yakuza men a few days ago. Fear surged through Riser's mind, doubling its grip on him. What? He stammered, berating himself for his easy loss of control. But you don't have to worry about anything, Riser. Waimond died because he was alone, but you aren't. You can take your entire peerage with you when you go there to meet him. In an instant, the fear dissipated entirely from his face and was swiftly replaced by a well-known air of arrogance that had brought ruin to countless lives, including those of devils. Peerage. Riser chuckled. Yes, peerage. The fear that had been lingering in his mind transformed into anger as he began to envision all the obscene things that man must be doing to his wife. I'll kill him, Dad. Ooh. The breakfast they had just enjoyed was absolutely amazing. Rias couldn't help but acknowledge that fact. Throughout her lifetime, she had savored a wide array of dishes from numerous restaurants. However, never before had she encountered something so incredibly delicious that it managed to uplift her entire mood in a matter of seconds. As if the delicious food wasn't enough, Naruto also took her by surprise. Today, he was behaving very differently, which she had no complaints about because, at least, he was talking to her normally instead of giving her the cold shoulder as he always does. It's beautiful, Rias whispered, gazing at the trees and plants swaying harmoniously in the wind. They were currently seated on the back porch of their inn, and judging by Naruto's smile, he was clearly enjoying the view too. Yes, it is. Rias' smile grew wider. So, were you able to sleep today, Naruto? She inquired, well aware of how difficult it was for him to get a good night's rest. From what she had observed thus far, Naruto had trouble sleeping peacefully due to the nightmares that plagued his mind. They were always there to haunt him whenever he tried to sleep. Yes, I did sleep for an hour or two, I think, Naruto answered, his eyes still gazing at the view in front of him. It was mesmerizing, as it reminded him of the time he had spent with his mentor on his training trip. They used to stay at inns like this often, it was routine for them, and he used to love every second of it. Only two. He nodded his head. You should increase the amount of time you sleep, Naruto, Rias whispered, her voice filled with concern and sadness. If you continue to ignore your sleep like this, it will have a detrimental effect on your health. Her words managed to elicit a smile from the young man. It's all right, Rias. I've grown used to this now. Naruto spoke with undeniable conviction. His sleeping schedule had been disrupted the moment war broke out in his world. During the war, he found it nearly impossible to sleep, with the ever-present danger constantly looming over them. Even after the war finally came to an end, haunting nightmares of his fallen comrades continued to plague his mind. But still, you should try to get proper sleep. Knowing that she wouldn't let the topic go until he accepted her suggestion, he decided to accept defeat. Okay, he murmured. Rias was about to speak again, but she paused when she realized what he had just done. Hold on, did you actually take my advice? She glanced at him, not at all surprised to find him still looking at the trees, avoiding her gaze as if it were some kind of contagious plague. Yes, I did. Is there a problem with that? Rias' cheeks flushed slightly as she saw the expression on his face while he spoke those words. He's embarrassed. How adorable. It was the first thought that crossed her mind, and before she realized it, she found herself blushing as well. I'll soon die, so what's the problem? In an instant, both the blush and the smile vanished from her face. These words were the epitome of her unhappiness. Every time a glimmer of hope appeared in her life, a dark cloud formed by these words would roll in and envelop it, leaving nothing but gloom and sorrow in its wake. Rias. She gasped as Naruto's voice jolted her back to harsh reality. Still breathless, she glanced at his face and furrowed her brows, disappointed as she was about to meet his gaze when he looked away once more. Naruto. She whispered his name, hoping he would hear her. Give me your hand. Uncomfortable silence enveloped them as soon as she spoke those words, and for a few minutes neither of them attempted to break it. It was a necessary moment, and they both understood that. Here, Naruto was the first to break the silence as he extended his hand to Rias. Although he was unsure of her intentions, he was more than willing to go along with it if it brought her happiness. Rias, sitting silently beside him, trembled with anticipation as she saw him nudge his hand towards her. Brother, she gulped and finally raised her hand. Her chilled skin brushed against his warm skin and, for a moment, Rias felt an unusual sensation awaken within her. But before she could delve deeper into this new feeling, it vanished without a trace. She blinked, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Shouldn't she have felt something different? Rias couldn't help but ponder. If her brother's words were true, then something remarkable should have happened at that moment. However, it did not. A sense of sadness began to well up within her heart as Rias confronted the bitter truth. Naruto isn't that person either. She was certain that he was the one. He possessed all the qualities, yet, sadly, he was not. Could you please release my hand now, Rias? It's starting to feel uncomfortable. Rias immediately untangled her hand from his and looked away from him. So why did you do it? Do what? Grabbing my hand. I mean there must be a reason behind it, right Rias? Rias nodded silently. I just wanted to check your temperature, she whispered, her voice lacking the happiness and enthusiasm it had before. I understand, Naruto chuckled softly. So, what did you find out? Am I okay? He asked, keeping his eyes fixed on the back of her head. Yes. Then why are you sad? Rias' eyes widened slightly. I'm not sad. I'm just feeling sleepy, she lied, unwilling to share her thoughts with him. She was already held in low regard by him in such matters, and she was determined not to further diminish herself in his eyes. Exclaimed Naruto, his wide eyes fixated on Rias as if she were an otherworldly being. You want to sleep again already? The shock in his voice was evident, catching the attention of everyone, including Rias. Why yes. Naruto continued to gaze at her for a while longer before letting out a sigh. Alright, then just take it easy. We can head to the main town in the evening, he whispered, a hint of disappointment in his voice, as he had been excited about exploring the town with her today. Thanks. Anyway, I'll go out and grab us something tasty for lunch while you take a rest, alright? Rias nodded and slowly turned her head to look at him. However, instead of being greeted by his face, she was met with his back. The boy was already headed towards the exit, leaving her with no option but to watch him with a distant gaze in her eyes. Nar. She tried to speak out, to assure him that everything was all right, but her words vanished as the world around her began to transform into an eerie nightmare. The once enchanting trees and plants were now looking sinister and haunting. She surveyed her surroundings and quickly realized that everything was undergoing this haunting metamorphosis. The inn, the porch, the grass, the trees, every element of her reality was being consumed by this terrifying cycle. Naruto. She whispered his name, hoping he would hear and rescue her, as he always had before. Naruto. Her gaze shifted towards him, her eyes filled with sadness when she realized he was too far away to hear. Disheartened, she cast her eyes over her surroundings once more. No, she whimpered and closed her eyes, unable to muster the courage to keep looking at them. What is happening? Rias found herself in turmoil. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, but now, things were turning unpleasant with each passing second, and her heart detested it. A moment ago, she opened her eyes and glanced at the spot where Naruto had been sitting just a while before. Her eyes remained fixed on that spot for a while before the truth finally dawned on her. Naruto. He was the reason everything had been so delightful and vibrant to look at in the recent days. It was his mere presence by her side that had made that night on the mountain bearable when they had first encountered each other. She didn't have to touch or hold his hand to sense the difference. Him being around me is enough. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia as she recollected her brother's words once more. You will find him on your own, Rias. I have faith in your abilities. Brother. Precious, crystalline tears trickled down her cheeks, leaving gentle imprints on the smooth wooden floor. Ooh. Girls were strange. In his lifetime, Naruto had encountered a multitude of strange individuals, from a literal god to a despicable creature who single-handedly initiated a war. However, he never struggled to manage them and their tempers. Yet, there was one group of people that consistently perplexed him. Girls. They were strange, and their actions even more so. Their words were deceiving, contradicting their actions. If Naruto was to describe them, he would say they were even more unpredictable than himself, which was not a compliment by any means. What happened to Rias? Every other thought faded away as his mind focused its attention on the girl who had become an integral part of his life in the past few days. She was acting so strangely today. The image of the expression she had worn while holding his hand still lingered in his memory. What was her intention? Since leaving the inn, he had been thinking about this question endlessly. There was something unique about her, he was sure of it. But what? He needed to figure it out because if he didn't, it would continue to bother him the entire trip. After many months, he was finally trying to act normally around someone, but as soon as he did, Rias started behaving strangely. Am I moving too quickly with the change? He didn't know, but perhaps that was the reason. Ag so annoying. Ero Sennin was right. Girls are annoying. Ooh. Rias was wrong. When she first arrived in town, she saw it as a small, picturesque piece of land nestled among exotic flora and fauna. However, as she walked through the town, she realized that it was much larger than she had originally thought. Where am I going to find him now? She muttered, gazing at the bustling streets teeming with countless people. All I can see are shops and small stalls. With a final glance at the shops, her eyes returned to the throng of people. Naruto. Rias shouted his name, desperately hoping he would hear her. However, deep down, she knew it was futile. There was no way he could hear her amidst the chaos of the busy street. Nar. Excuse me, madam, are you lost? A warm voice interrupted Rias, instantly grabbing her attention and compelling her to turn around. Huh. The way the person called out to her, Rias was expecting to encounter a shopkeeper fully prepared to sell her items and useless accessories. Instead, she was greeted by the wrinkled face of an old woman. I asked if you were lost, madam. Rias finally understood the message the old lady was trying to convey. No, I'm not lost, she whispered and flashed the woman a small smile, one meant to conceal her anxiety and dismay. I'm just trying to find my HUSB, she paused before continuing. My husband left me alone to grab some food, and he still hasn't returned. The true significance of that word was still foreign to her. Although it didn't feel as painful as when she was forced to use it for Riser, it still felt odd nonetheless. That still means that you are lost, Ma. Rias. My name is Rias. Please use it instead of madam because you are clearly older than me. The old lady chuckled at the statement. I see. In that case, Rias, it seems that you are still lost, my child. Rias, cheeks turned red. Well, I suppose I am, kind of, she mumbled in an embarrassed tone. Haha, it happens, Rias. The giggles of the old woman only made Rias more embarrassed. Anyway, do you have a picture of your husband? If so, I might be able to help you because I have been standing here in this street for hours now. Rias's face lit up at the question. Of course, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. I actually have a picture of him right here. Her excitement grew as she reached for her necklace and delicately unclasped the pendant from her neck. Take a look. With a gentle snap, the heart-shaped locket unfolded to reveal two beautiful pictures, one of herself and the other featuring Naruto. Upon seeing the necklace, Rias couldn't help but feel grateful to Naruto for his insight. It was his idea for her to wear a necklace like that. Initially hesitant and embarrassed about it, she eventually embraced the idea after discovering its benefits, even if it meant projecting an image of a married woman. Ah, this gentleman. I think I spotted him heading towards the south after he declined to purchase one of my exceptional items. Rias' face brightened at the lady's response. Thank you, she was about to leave but paused upon noticing something peculiar in the answer. Hold on, unique items. What do you mean? The response to Rias' question arrived in the form of a cardboard display with various types of peculiar items hanging from its edges. This, the old woman declared, pointing to a pair of rings resting in the center of the box. I showed them to him because he appeared to be a newly married man, but he declined to purchase them because he didn't believe what I told him about these rings. What did you tell him? Rias asked the lady. These rings are very powerful, my dear. My grandpa used to create them, and it is believed that they have the ability to bind the couple who wears them together for eternity. I see. Rias was still physically present in the conversation with the lady, but her mind was completely fixated on the plastic package which dangled from the corner of the box. Do you like these threads? It didn't take long for the old lady to notice where her potential customer's attention was directed. They are very special as well. A small smirk appeared on her wrinkled lips as Rias finally looked at her. The girl was under her spell, she observed. Now it was up to her to decide what she wanted to sell to the girl. Special. Rias' interest was piqued, and there was no way she was going to leave without learning about the story of those threads. Nodded the old lady, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Those, dear, are the red threads of fate. Rias' eyes widened slightly upon hearing the name, and a knowing smirk finally graced the old lady's face. Red threads of fate. Ooh. Naruto found himself confused once again. In just one day, he had gotten lost in random thoughts twice. First with Rias, when she suddenly changed her mood, and now, over their lunch plans. Where should I buy lunch for us? And what should I get? He felt unsure about everything at the moment. Normally, Rias would always be there to assist him with lunch and dinner, but today, she wasn't available either. He was completely on his own, like in the old days. I think I'll just buy ramen. Naruto. Every thought vanished from his mind as a familiar voice entered his ears. Rias. He spun around instantly and was astonished to see a joyful Rias hurrying toward him. Yes. The girl suddenly halted her run in front of him, gasping for air as fatigue started to take its toll on her body. What are you doing here? Didn't you want to sleep? Rias shook her head. No, I'm fine, she managed to say between heavy breaths. I wanted to be here and explore the town with you. Naruto blinked in confusion. What is happening? He wondered, unable to comprehend what had caused this sudden shift in her behavior. Concern filled his voice as he asked, Are you alright, Rias? Now, he was truly worried about her mental well-being. I'm absolutely fine, Naruto. Naruto wasn't convinced. If she truly was perfectly fine, she wouldn't have come here alone to look for him. That wasn't in her nature. Give me your hand. His concern deepened even further. Rias. Just do it. Although unsure, he refrained from debating with her and cautiously extended his hand towards her. Here, he whispered, his heart pounding with unease for his partner's well-being. Nice. Naruto braced himself for yet another moment of awkward hand-holding, but his expectations were shattered when Rias did something completely unexpected. Instead of grasping his hand like she had done earlier at the inn, she started to wrap something delicate around his wrist. Glancing downwards, Naruto noticed that she was tying a small piece of vibrant red thread. What's this for? He couldn't help but ask, curiosity lacing his voice. Nothing. Just protecting you from ghosts. The mere mention of ghosts sent shivers down Naruto's spine. How is this thread expected to help me with that? His voice sounded steady, but an attentive observer could still detect traces of fear. Ghosts don't come near the color red. They hate it. Unaware of the smile gracing Rias' lips as she tied the thread around his hand, Naruto gulped audibly. Really? He asked, undoubtedly touched by her decision to go out of her way to buy something for him, even if it was for something as trivial as ghosts. Rias nodded her head gently. Naruto was about to thank her, but stopped when he noticed the absence of a red thread on Rias' hands. Hey, where is your thread? He asked, still searching for it somewhere on her limbs. Rias, who was on the brink of completing her task, lifted her gaze and beamed at him. I don't need one. I already have red hair, Naruto. Her smile broadened as Naruto's shoulders slouched in embarrassment. My bad. It's fine, Naruto. Realizing that she wouldn't get a better opportunity than this, Rias instinctively reached out and firmly held Naruto's hand. Well then, let's continue our journey to find some lunch, she exclaimed, completely oblivious to the slight blush that appeared on Naruto's face. Oh okay. The wind picked up, causing their hair to swirl wildly. In the beautiful choreography of Rias' red locks, one could catch a glimpse of a thin, red strand swaying gracefully between them. Chapter 7, Till the End. Rias was tired. Her slender legs were throbbing with pain, and she was well aware that they could give out on her at any moment. No. She refused to let that happen. She was determined to prevent it at all costs. Even if it meant crying all night and enduring the pain, she would willingly endure it all just to please the person walking in front of her. Her father. The most significant person in her life, he was her everything, her father, her mentor, and even her downfall. Her existence was his possession, granting him free rein to do as he pleased. Therefore, in order to secure her happiness, she lived her life striving to constantly satisfy his expectations. Rias. Her heart raced as she caught a glimpse of his eyes scanning her body for a fraction of a second. She sensed that he noticed her legs, yet he chose not to acknowledge them. "Yes, father," she murmured, avoiding eye contact. She could feel the disapproval in his gaze, and she didn't want to endure it. Her eyes had already witnessed enough of that in the past, and now they longed for relief. "Are you well?" She blinked. Was that concern in his voice? She couldn't believe it, as he rarely showed concern for her. Typically, he simply reprimands her for being weak and worthless. So, hearing him ask such a question felt somewhat strange to Rias. "I'm fine, father. Thank you for asking." Still, she answered him with a radiant smile. If he was being kind to her, who was she to complain? "I see. I asked because you look tired, my girl." Her surprise doubled as she noticed something was wrong with her father that day. He had never spoken so kindly to her before. Throughout most of her life, he had only hurled thorns from his mouth. But why was he being so nice to her today? She could not understand. Maybe he has finally realized his mistakes. A small part of her heart swelled with hope at that thought. If her suspicions were true, then she could not be happier with her life. She would forgive him for all his wrongdoings up to this day if he simply hugged her and apologized now. That was all she wanted from him. His love and acknowledgement. They were the only thing that she needed in her tragic life. Rias. Her eyes widened as she realized she had yet to answer her dad. "Sorry, father. I was lost in thought," she apologized, bracing herself for an expected insult from him. But to her surprise, none came. When she looked up, she saw her father still gazing at her, but instead of the usual anger and disappointment, his face held a pleasant expression. "It's all right, Rias," Zeodicus Grimori assured her, his gaze lingering on her for a few moments longer. He could see her weariness, even if she tried to conceal it. He knew that someone as resilient as her would eventually grow tired during this journey. "Shall we continue walking?" he asked, making sure to hide any hint of disgust in his voice. He was pleased when she resumed walking once again. "Of course, father," Rias answered immediately, pushing through the pain surging through her legs. As much as she longed for rest and water, they could wait a while more. Her legs could heal at night, but the opportunity to impress and bring happiness to her father wouldn't come again. This was her sole chance, and she refused to let it slip away. There was still no hint of animosity in her father's voice, which made her feel even more at ease around him. "Father, by the way, where are we going?" she asked, hoping for some answers after traveling for the whole morning without reaching a place to rest. Although she was trying her best to appear strong in front of him, Rias was still a child, and children had their limits. They could never accomplish half of what Rias had done today without taking regular breaks. If she remembered correctly, it had been 3.5 hours since they had left their home, and since then, they had been walking in random directions. "Why are you asking that question? Do not tell me that you are tired already." Rias gasped. She had almost been caught. "No," she replied instantly. "I'm fine." Her heart sank as she let out a painful cry, the sudden pain shaking her legs with intense force. "What is wrong?" Her greenish-blue eyes, drenched in tears, shifted to the opposite side, so her father couldn't see them. He despised tears, especially in her eyes, claiming they reminded him of her failures. I'm fine, father," she stuttered. She wasn't, yet she dared not confess. She was certain that doing so would revert everything back to how it was in the past. "No, you are not. I know I heard a cry escape your foolish mouth, Rias." Rias flinched. Everything was the same as before. Once again, she had disappointed her father. "I'm telling you, father. I didn't cry," she insisted. Despite knowing it was a lie, she was willing to continue deceiving him to shield herself from the impending torrent of insults. "Now you're lying too," Zeodicus yelled at her, his face glowing with simmering red-hot anger. If there was one thing he hated, it was his daughter trying to deceive him. This made him feel like she was trying to evade her shortcomings, and he could not allow that. He wanted her to confront her weaknesses and come to terms with the pain she had caused him and his beloved household. Apart from her foolish brother and mother, no one in his home cared for Rias, and that saddened him deeply. Zeodicus wanted his daughter to be loved by all, just as they loved his son. Despite his son's foolishness, he possessed enough power to claim the honored position of ruler of the underworld. In contrast, Rias paled in comparison to Circex, Venelana, and even himself. She was a mediocre devil, nothing more than that. Rias' failure to inherit the fabled power of destruction was the greatest disappointment of her life to him. It was something she needed to possess at any cost. Without it, she was nothing, which meant she was even beneath him. I'm sorry for being weak, father. Resentment overwhelmed his mind as soon as he heard those pathetic words come out of Rias' mouth. Sorry. Why do you use that word so much, Rias? His sharp eyes glared at the girl, making her squirm uncomfortably on the ground. Just seeing her miserable state at that moment made him furious. Instead of apologizing, you could have chosen to continue walking, but you had to complain like a weakling. He knew his words got to her when he saw tears begin to roll down her face. Her tears, those small drops of liquid, were like an elixir to him. Over the years, it was her tears that had kept him sane. They provided him with something that he could never get from anything else, not even from raising Rias. Satisfaction. They brought him satisfaction, and he relished it. If she was going to be a disappointment to his household and a stain on his reputation, the least he could derive from her misery was satisfaction. Her cries, tears, and sorrowful expression brought him nothing but pleasure. They were a reminder that the person who had damaged his reputation and caused him embarrassment was suffering with him. But I cannot walk anymore, father. My legs are aching badly. And Rias felt a dryness in her mouth as she listened to her father's indifferent response. Did he not care about her at all? It couldn't be true, she hoped desperately. Father, I can't go on. I'm just a child and I need to rest, she pleaded, trying to remind him of her age and the physical limits she had already surpassed today while walking with him. Now, she couldn't even walk a single meter. Pathetic as always. More tears started streaming down her large, round eyes. I'm not pathetic. She wanted to reason with him, but her mind held her back, knowing that arguing with her father would only bring more anguish. She had been deluding herself, dreaming of a father who was capable of change. He would never change. Not for her. His disdain for her was palpable. Brother, she sobbed, wiping tears with the back of her sleeve. As she looked up at her father, she gasped to see him standing right in front of her. Look at me. She did exactly what she was told. You are a disappointment, Rias. Her heart shattered into a million pieces. Even though she had heard the same statement many times before, there was something strange about the way her father uttered it today that instantly shattered her heart and spirit. It seemed as if he was done with her, once and for all. Give me your hand. Slowly, she raised her hand and grasped her father's palm with her tiny fingers. She noticed that it was cold, but she chose not to mention it. The shame inside her intensified as he began lifting her, gripping her fingers as tightly as possible. Midway through, she winced as the pain became unbearable. Father, it's awe. If the pain in her fingers was unbearable, the pain that shot through her body when she fell to the ground was unimaginable. Did you really think I was going to help you? The loud and disrespectful voice of her father only fueled the fire of her despair. Rias said nothing, consumed by the agony coursing through her body. It was a terrible situation, and she wanted to escape it as soon as possible. Her fingers, her legs, every fiber of her being, were crying out for help. Brother, mother, where were they now? They had promised to be there for her in times of need, yet as she looked around, she saw no one but her father and a deserted road enveloped by trees. You are weak, Rias, Zeodicus sneered, relishing in his daughter's tears. And weak people only grow weaker when they rely on others for help. So, get up. His voice echoed through the woods. Start walking, you pathetic excuse for a devil. With that, he turned away in anger, unable to bear the sight of Rias' face any longer. No, father, I cannot, Rias whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. The anguish etched on her face was a raw display of the pain she was enduring. Sadly, her father was indifferent to her suffering. He was utterly devoid of compassion. For him, she could perish, and he would still not harbor a shred of remorse for her. What did you say? Fear replaced the pain she felt as she heard her father's words. She could tell that things were about to get ugly just by looking at the trembling figure in front of her. The anger in his eyes was a clear indication that he was about to unleash his fury on her in the form of harsh words and actions. I cannot walk anymore, father. Still, she decided to retort back with the same statement. What other options did she have? Her legs were throbbing, and her body wouldn't budge after the fall. At that moment, all she could do was remain immobile in her spot. I see. Rias watched as he clenched his hands in anger, preparing to scream for help. Fortunately, she didn't have to, as Zeodicus never turned around to face her. He remained still, immovable like a formidable rock. Then stay here until I send some help. She blinked in confusion. Help, she asked him. I will teleport back to the mansion and send a servant to assist you. That only added to her confusion. Father, there is no need for that. You can simply teleport me with you to the mansion, Rias stated. The solution seemed so straightforward to her, and she couldn't understand why her dad was making it so unnecessarily complex. Ha ha ha. His laughs rendered her speechless and froze her entire body with fear. How many times do I have to tell you, Rias? I'm never going to help you. Rias lowered her head in shame upon hearing those hurtful words coming from her dad. Once again, they served as a painful reminder of how little she meant to him. She couldn't help but feel like nothing more than a constant source of disappointment. And don't expect anyone else other than your brother and mother to do so either. Now that surprised Rias. What did he mean by that? She wanted to know. No one will help someone as weak as you. Your weakness will only drive people away from you. So from now on, don't count on anyone to come to your aid when you're in pain, Zeodicus whispered, sounding both disgruntled and serious. Your mother and brother have painted a distorted picture of our world for you. In reality, nobody will hold your hand and guide you through life as they have. They have spoiled you. He had witnessed firsthand the special treatment they would give to Rias, and that ignited a deep anger within him. They were one of the main reasons his daughter was still weak and alive. If they had not been around her, he was sure Rias would have either become a little stronger or would have died in an unknown place. Rias wanted to argue, but she found herself devoid of words. The lingering sliver of hope within her was utterly vanquished by the cold, disrespectful, and, most importantly, true words she had just heard. So stay here and wait until someone comes to help you, or until you gain the strength to stand up. She could only nod her head. Yes, father, she said, her voice devoid of any emotion. It felt barren, just like her future. Why am I like this? She thought to herself as she watched her dad vanish within the circle created by his magic. Why am I so weak? Tears began to well up in her eyes once more, as she found herself standing alone in the silent clearing. Ooh. Rias blinked, her eyes widening as she took in her surroundings. To her surprise, Naruto was sitting across the table, staring at her with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, as if she were a total fool. Did something happen? She asked, fearing that she might have done something stupid to provoke that look from him. Nothing, Naruto whispered, his eyes still lingering on her face. You just dozed off while eating and then started crying all of a sudden. Rias gasped as she heard her friend's blunt response. Huh. Startled, she brushed her fingers across her face and frowned when she felt tears still lingering there. Damn it, she groaned inwardly. Despite all the effort she had put into holding back her tears in front of him, she still ended up doing so at the most unexpected moment. There was no reason for her to cry today, especially when they were having such a great time together. Stupid. Her eyes wandered around the table and the embarrassment inside her deepened as she noticed the pieces of pizza arranged on the plates in front of them. And we were eating lunch too, she groaned. Naruto, who was gazing at her intently, blinked when he heard her groan. What's happening to her today? Has she gone mad? He couldn't help but ask himself, as everything she was doing today seemed utterly insane. First, she asked to sleep again after breakfast. Then, she requested to hold his hand. And if that wasn't enough, she followed him into the streets, pleading to hold his hand once more. Every action she took today pointed to one undeniable conclusion: she had completely lost her sanity. Perhaps the weight of her anxiety had finally taken its toll on her mind. Naruto couldn't help but entertain the unsettling thought. Rias, are you okay? After some consideration, he decided to ask her about the sudden change in her behavior. If she was genuinely in a distressed state of mind, it would be a serious problem. However, if she was pretending to be happy around him, that would be even more concerning. He did not want her to put on an act for him. I'm fine, Naruto. It's just that I was recalling a terrible memory, Rias said. She could tell Naruto was concerned about her, but she couldn't bring herself to share what was on her mind. It was something she wanted to keep to herself, as sharing it with him meant revealing her weakness. She was determined to avoid that, especially now that they were finally starting to connect with one another. Terrible. Naruto tilted his head to the side, his voice filled with confusion as he asked her. Yes. I understand, he thought. He wanted to inquire further about the subject, but halted upon witnessing the unease on her face. It was evident she did not wish to entertain any more questions, and he honored her request. The red-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Naruto finally close his mouth after pondering something for a while. He knew how to read her body language, and she appreciated him for that. Throughout the entire time they had been together, he had hardly tried to probe into her past. It was as if he didn't care about her past life at all, which left her feeling both happy and sad at the same time. It was a wild mix of emotions, to say the least. This pizza is a strange dish. She glanced back at him as she caught him muttering. Really? She inquired, a slight smile creeping onto her face. She knew very well that he was using this as a tactic to shift the focus away from the ongoing discussion about her brief moment of falling asleep. Naruto nodded, his mouth watering as he delicately held the delectable slice of pizza. Yup, he confessed. There was no denying that pizza was his ultimate love in this new world. The unique dish had captured his heart from the very first bite in the town he had just arrived in. "It's almost as delicious and enjoyable as eating ramen," he remarked, with a slight narrowing of his eyes as he observed a thin layer of cheese dribbling down from the edge of the crust. It was a beautiful sight to behold. While Naruto was busy admiring the beauty of pizza, Rias, on the other hand, could hardly contain her laughter. Watching him appreciate something so simple with such admiration struck her as amusing for some reason. Hell, it wasn't even funny anymore, it was simply adorable. He has these moments when he turns completely normal. Rias admitted, well aware that her thoughts were on point. There have been multiple instances when Naruto has revealed his different side to her whenever they have found themselves in front of something incredible. Right now, that something incredible was pizza it seems, and Rias was all for it. Hee. Unable to contain herself any longer, Rias let out a small giggle, immediately alarming Naruto. "Huh, I mean, what?" Naruto stuttered as he found himself the target of laughter. "Why are you laughing like that?" He knew the reason behind her giggles, but he was unwilling to accept reality. "Nothing. It's nothing, Naruto." The smugness in her voice was unmistakable. "I know why you're laughing, Rias. Don't try to hide it," he grumbled, not enjoying the teasing from the girl in front of him. The very same person who was sulking and shedding tears just a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Rias couldn't contain herself any longer. Surrendering to her defeat, she let out a hearty laugh. The whole situation was too hilarious to resist. "Keep it up, Rias. Who knows, you might end up choking with the way you are laughing." Rias knew what he was attempting to do, but for once, she paid him no mind. She simply wanted to savor the moment, and not even he could deter her from doing so. "If you're finished, can we please have lunch now? The pizza is getting cold," groaned Naruto, hoping the girl would listen to him. "Sure," Rias said, collecting herself. She wiped away the tears from her face and redirected her focus to the food that awaited her. "We can't allow the pizza to become cold, can we, Naruto?" Even when she had ceased to laugh, one could still detect a hint of a self-satisfied grin on her face. "Don't smirk at me, Rias." The smile on her face grew broader. "What?" she inquired, casting him the most innocent gaze she could conjure at that precise moment. "I'm not blind, you know." "Really?" Naruto was trembling, not from anger, but rather from a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. The brief moment of negligence had cost him dearly, serving as a harsh reminder to never drop his guard. "You know what?" He raised his head and stared directly into Rias' eyes. "Keep giggling like a maniac. I don't care anymore," he huffed at her. "You sure?" "Yes." "Ha." He did not know what he was expecting from her when he told her to laugh as much as she wanted, but he certainly wasn't prepared for her to unleash a torrent of giggles upon him. "Oi," he began, but as soon as he saw her expression, he paused. Decorated with beautiful red hair cascading along the sides and a radiant smile gracing her plump lips, her face looked absolutely mesmerizing at that moment. In all his years, Naruto had rarely seen anything as stunning. "I think I should let her have her fun. At least she is looking happy right now." Naruto thought to himself. A small smile began to blossom on his lips too. Seeing her so happy sparked something inside him, and now, he wanted to smile again, just like the old times. "You can smile as much as you want, but don't forget to eat your lunch, Rias," he whispered, looking down to conceal his smile from her. Ooh. Naruto was right. He was not lying when he had told her to eat her lunch properly. Unfortunately, Rias didn't. Instead, she barely touched anything and only managed to have a meager slice of that delicious pizza. Engrossed in the fun, she didn't notice as seconds turned into minutes. By the time she reined herself in, it was already too late. The pizza had gotten cold by then. "What happened, Rias? Tired already?" Rias groaned as she heard Naruto's haughty voice. The boy seemed to be relishing every second of her struggle, and she couldn't even bring herself to hate him for it. It was her own mistake for not eating her lunch. Naruto did his best to remind her about the food. Nah, not at all. At that moment, all she could do was feign toughness in front of him. "Really?" Her eyes started to twitch in annoyance when she caught sight of the smug grin on his face. It served as a humiliating reminder of her own foolishness. "Yes, don't believe me." The twitching increased when she heard him hum in response. That small hum felt like a slap in the face to her. "Nah, it's not like that, Rias. I'm just worried about your health, you know." Rias glared at him and scoffed. "I can see how concerned you are for me, Naruto," she whispered, eyeing the smirk on his face with irritation. "In fact, that Anno. The smirk on your face is so pathetic that I can't even look at it for more than a second." Naruto was on the verge of laughing at her, but he stopped himself just in time, realizing that he didn't want to further annoy her with his antics. Poor Rias, she had already endured enough in the past 15 minutes. There's no need to overdo it, he thought. The prospect of annoying her more was still funny though, he would not lie. If he was to describe the feeling, he would say it was akin to exacting revenge after enduring an intense session of humiliation. He loved it. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny snicker slipped from his mouth, and before he could react, it was already too late. Oi, did you just laugh at me again? Naruto immediately averted his eyes in the opposite direction, knowing that she would expect answers from him. He was well aware that he wouldn't be able to conceal his lies while staring into her eyes. He had always been a terrible liar, and he didn't need anyone to remind him of that. Naruto, look at me when I'm talking to you. His presumptions were proven correct as Rias promptly shot him a piercing glare. So, we're still heading to Obanazawa, right? He tried to divert the conversation, feigning ignorance of the matter at hand. The lack of an answer from Rias' side confused him. Rias, he called her out, hoping to hear from her. Still no answer, which only served to further confuse him. Rias, his voice now showed a tinge of concern. Realizing that he wouldn't get any answers until he turned around, Naruto accepted his defeat and shifted his gaze back to her, only to gasp in surprise when he was confronted by a pair of stunning greenish-blue eyes. Rias, his surprise was not due to her sudden appearance, but rather the fact that the girl was standing only an inch or two away from him. Rias stammered, struggling to find the right words to describe her actions. And just like that, anxiety once again seized hold of her heart. What had started as a seemingly harmless prank on the boy had quickly transformed into her own personal nightmare. Her plan backfired because she failed to consider the possibility of him turning around when she positioned herself behind him. It was a mistake, I swear, she yelled and immediately jumped away from him. Oh, okay. Naruto was still startled. Just when he thought the day couldn't get any stranger, Rias pulled out yet another surprise from her pocket. The girl seemed determined to keep embarrassing him at every opportunity today. I was trying to scare you. Rias paused, taking a deep breath in an attempt to regain her composure, but it proved unsuccessful. But you turned around without uttering a word. I'm telling you. It's okay. I understand what you were trying to do, Naruto lied. He understood nothing. In fact, she had been so unpredictable today that he was beginning to think she was putting on an act in front of him. Thank you. He would have liked to say something to reassure her, but when he saw her face, he decided against it. She was a mess, a stark contrast to her appearance at the restaurant earlier. She had been happy and content just a moment ago, but now she appeared more scared and confused than anything else. He whispered as he started walking towards the stone where she was sitting, trembling and stuttering. Here, he said, rummaging through the back pockets of his bag. He found a medium-sized bottle of water and extended it towards her. You seem tired today. Did something happen last night? He asked, knowing that he wouldn't receive any answers. Nonetheless, he asked out of concern. Yes, replied Rias, much to Naruto's surprise. He had not anticipated receiving a response. I had some nightmares last night. Now, everything became clear to Naruto. He whispered. So that's why you have been behaving so differently today. It was more of a confirmation than a question, but unfortunately for him, Rias interpreted it as a question. Yes, I'm sorry. You must think I'm so weird. Her eyes lowered to the ground, as did her face. She didn't want him to see her at that moment, filled with shame and guilt, something she was sure no one liked to see. Maybe her dad was right. She was bound to irritate people one way or another, sometimes with her weaknesses, and other times with her anxiety and clingy attitude. What? Naruto blinked at her, looking confused by her words. Why would I ever think you're weird? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Because I'm. Nah, you aren't. Believe me, I've seen weird people, and you're nothing like them. Rias gazed at him, her face glowing with hope. Really? A spark of happiness ignited in her heart when he nodded with a small smile. Yup, Naruto answered, rising from his seat. Now, let's get up. We have a long way to go today. His words had the desired effect, as the girl quickly sprang to her feet and positioned herself beside him. Here, he held out his hand to her, hoping that she would understand the gesture. Unsurprisingly, she refused. Grab my hand, he implored, reaching out for her. You look tired, and I don't want to see you faint. Since you dislike piggyback rides, I believe this is the only way for me to ensure you're alright. It was a solid explanation, and Naruto patted himself on the back for it. I see, Rias responded, slowly taking his hand. It felt a little strange, but she knew he did it for her safety above all else. Ooh. Rias was tired. Her legs were in excruciating pain, and she was well aware that they could betray her at any moment. No. She wouldn't allow that to happen. She refused to let it happen. Even if it meant crying all night from the pain, she would endure it all just to make the person walking beside her happy. Naruto. The most important person in her life right now. He was everything to her, her savior, her guide, and most importantly, her friend. Their lives were now intertwined, and if she wanted to keep him by her side, she knew she had to conceal her weaknesses. Rias. Her heartbeats became erratic as she caught a glimpse of his gaze scanning her body for a split second. Yes, she murmured, her eyes darting everywhere except his face. She could sense his genuine concern for her, but she didn't want to acknowledge it. Are you okay? Her resolve weakened as she heard his concerned voice. It was so captivating that, for a moment, she considered sharing her pain with him. However, she quickly stopped herself before making such a dreadful mistake. I'm fine, Naruto, she answered with a strained smile on her face. No matter how much she wanted to, she could not tell him about her pain. It was something that she had to endure on her own because she feared that if she told him about it, then he would start thinking of her as a weak individual too. Just like my father did. She was determined not to let that happen. No one is going to keep helping you again and again, Rias. They will eventually get tired of doing that and will abandon you. She closed her eyes to hide the pain. Although she knew Naruto was very different from her father when it came to being a companion. But in the end, he was still a human and humans were no different from devils. They were devils without supernatural abilities. So, she couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness in his presence. Moreover, the fact that she was essentially a burden for him didn't work in her favor at all. He had the power to abandon her at any given moment, if he so desired. You look tired though. Her eyes widened the moment she heard those words. I'm not tired. I'm fine, she retorted instantly, smiling at him, hoping to deceive him. Thwack. Rias groaned in pain as a plastic bottle bumped into the side of her head. OWW. What was that for? She yelled, confusion evident in her voice. For lying. Don't you think I can see the sweat on your face? Just like that, her act came crashing down. She was left speechless, unable to argue back, so she chose the best course of action, to remain silent. Here, Naruto offered, raising the bottle towards her. Take a sip of water. It will keep you refreshed until we reach the nearest restaurant. Restaurant? Yes, you need to eat something, Rias. Otherwise, you will grow weak. The last trace of radiance faded from Rias' face as she spoke those words. I'm already weak, Naruto. Naruto sighed. There she went, feeling down about something beyond her control. You're not weak, Rias. You're just tired. No, Rias dismissed his statement. She knew more about herself than he did. I am weak, Naruto. I always hold you back whenever we try to do something, she whispered, her eyes shimmering with tears. I don't understand why you're still here helping me every time I mess up, she said, her body beginning to shake, clearly on the verge of tears. Despair flooded Naruto's mind as soon as he heard those broken words escape Rias' lips. Still here with you? Why do you think I'm still here with you? His sharp blue eyes bore into the girl, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. Just seeing the pitiful condition she was in at that moment filled him with sorrow. I am here with you, Rias, because I made a promise to you. I promised to stand by your side and that's why I am by your side, doing my best to support you. He sensed the impact of his words as he watched tears falling from her eyes. Her tears, those tiny droplets of liquid, served as a poignant reminder to him. They reminded him of what he was like before he had her. But I can't walk anymore. My body is almost on the verge of giving up. So, if you can't walk then I'll carry you just like I usually do. Rias felt her mouth go dry as she heard Naruto's blunt response. Did he not care about his own body? That couldn't be the case. Rias hoped, or rather, she desperately wished that it wasn't. But for how long, Naruto? I will always get tired like this, she implored, seeking to reason with him. Till the end. Words perished in Rias' mouth as soon as she realized what Naruto had just said. There was no argument against those words and even if there was, she did not want to argue anymore. Those 3 words managed to accomplish something that nothing else had been able to achieve. They eased her anxiety a little. Here. Naruto's voice snapped her back to reality, and as she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at him. A blush crept up her cheeks as she took in the scene before her. What are you doing? I don't want to go through this again, Rias questioned. Realizing that she had returned to her normal self, Naruto smiled at her. You don't have a choice, Rias, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rias felt her face flush with happiness as she started to stammer, more from excitement than embarrassment. Oh okay. Her face broke into a beautiful smile as she climbed onto his back, ready to enjoy the famous ride once more. Also don't think that I'm doing it because I'm kind and all. You aren't, Rias asked him. Nope, I'm doing it because I expect you to do the same if I get tired or injured on our trip. Now that earned him a small giggle from Rias. Oi, don't laugh, I'm serious. Rias tightened her grip around him as she rested her chin on his shoulder. Don't worry, Naruto. If you ever feel tired in the future, just let me know. I'll have no problem carrying you on my back. She had to stifle another laugh that threatened to escape her lips when Naruto stopped moving. I didn't mean that, But I did. What? Nothing. Rias closed her eyes and smiled. Till the end. Chapter 8, Ghosts. It was nighttime outside. Everything around him was shrouded in a stunning yet eerie blanket of darkness, while the skies above gleamed with countless stars and the bright orb of light known as the moon. Moon. Naruto's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the wonder of the moon. It was beautiful and mysterious, much like her eyes, with the only difference being that while the moon still had imperfections that marred its beauty, her eyes had none. They were flawless. If he had to describe them in one phrase, he would say they were just like her, flawlessly beautiful, both on the outside and inside. Her eyes were warm and welcoming, and they never made him feel unloved. Even in the end, when she was dying in his arms, her eyes did their best to show that he was loved and would always be loved by the people around him. Hinata. Naruto suppressed the soft whimper that was about to escape his lips. Why did you have to die? His voice quivered as he fought back the tears that wanted to stream down his face. You should have let me die, he said, clenching the grass beneath him. He looked at the moon again and sighed in defeat. The moon's eternal glow in the night sky served as a constant reminder of her presence and his haunting failure to rescue her from a cruel fate. It was because of him and the love she had for him that she died. If she had not loved him in the first place, she would never have met such a tragic end. Everyone who loved him had met a tragic end. Whether it was his teacher Jiraiya, his closest friends, or his beloved mother and father, they all suffered a dreadful fate. He was cursed, and loving him was like inviting a tragic fate. It never ended well for the other person involved. That's why I have to die. It was the only way he could ensure that no one else would be harmed in the future. And I want to meet them again, especially her. Naruto's eyes welled up with tears at the mention of Hinata. Of all the people he had met in his life, the few moments he got to experience with her were the most extraordinary. I want to experience that again. I want to hear her voice. His lips trembled as he was overcome by the emotions, memories of the moments spent with her flashing before his eyes. Her smile. Her beautiful black tresses. Her eyes. He wanted to see them once more. Whatever he was unable to do with her in his world, he wanted to experience alongside her in the afterlife. Naruto, for once, wanted to understand the intense emotion known as love, and reciprocate it fully. In his world, he was unable to experience it due to the crises around him, but in the afterlife, nothing would prevent him from doing so. I'll finally be able to return her feelings. A small, gloomy smile flickered on his dry lips. Maybe then I'll be able to have a happy ending. Happy ending. I want to die too. His eyes shot wide open as Rias' heart-wrenching words echoed in his mind, bringing him back to the sad reality that was his life. Rias. She deserved a happy ending too, even more so than he did. Why? Because he was at least loved by someone in his life, whereas she likely never got to experience that kind of love herself. The ring on her finger and the perpetual sorrow in her eyes were undeniable proof of it. She is always sad. As he remembered how many times he had seen her with tears streaming down her face, his smile faded. It seemed as though she was constantly suffering on the inside, and that realization filled him with sadness. No one should have to endure such pain, not even his worst enemies. I hope that she finds something during this trip that can truly bring her happiness. Naruto understood that the possibility of this happening was quite slim, but regardless, he held on to the hope that she would find it. She is an amiable person, and I don't want to see her die like me. His lips trembled again because of sadness, but this time for her. Though Naruto of the past may have perished physically, a small fragment of his essence still lingered within his soul. It was his sole source of determination, and he was determined to ensure that Rias would have a decent life after their journey. But that's not possible now, is it? Both of them had already sealed their fate, and Naruto was certain that there was nothing he could do to alter it. Just like him, Rias was also suffering, and similar to him, she wanted to put an end to her suffering. Now, the only thing he could do was make sure she remained happy throughout their entire journey. I just want my last memories to be of happiness. His smile returned to his face as he remembered her words. They were pure, filled with nothing but genuine kindness. She was an admirable person, and Naruto would have liked to have gotten to know her better, if not for her tragic end. I believe I can do this, he said as he sat up from his reclined position, brushing away stray strands of hair from his face as he watched the moon vanish behind the trees. For her, he whispered, as he made his way towards the inn. Rias was most likely waiting for him, as she always did. Ooh. Moon. Rias' lips twitched slightly as her eyes gazed out the window of her room, fixing on the enigma that was the moon. While some people appreciated its ethereal beauty, Rias admired it for a very different reason. Mother. Rias adored the moon because of her mother, Venelana, who was the one to first introduce her to this beautiful white wonder of the sky. At first, Rias never understood what made the moon of the human world so unique compared to the moon of their own world. However, as she continued to visit Earth with her mother, she gradually developed a deep appreciation for it. It is just like you, my dear. A small smile graced her dry lips as she fondly recalled her mother's kind yet unique words. She always used to compare her to the moon. It's beautiful, isn't it? Rias' eyes widened slightly as Naruto's gentle voice reached her ears. Naruto. She swiftly turned to face him, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and desperation as they locked onto his gaze. Her fingers twitched, and her lips curled with irritation. The boy seemed to be pretending to be innocent, but she knew that he was fully aware of the reason behind her behavior. You're late, she replied. You promised we would leave this in before midnight. Her anger subsided when Naruto smiled at her. I know. Why are we still here then? Rias exclaimed, her body trembling with stress. Finally, she rose to her feet and approached him. I can't stand being in this place, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Naruto blinked at her, suddenly intrigued. Why? He asked, puzzled. Until now, Rias had hardly shown any disdain for any of the places they had visited together. He had his own assumptions about why she might not have enjoyed this place, but he was eager to hear her opinion directly from her. Rias hesitated, unable to find the right words to convey her feelings without seeming vulnerable. She felt torn between the need to explain her behavior and the fear that, by revealing the truth, he would perceive her as being fearful and weak without any reason. Yes, he had demonstrated numerous times that he was not like her father, but a small part of Rias' mind couldn't help but worry that he might abandon her because she was weak. Yes. Her eyes locked with his, and in that instant, all hesitation vanished. Whatever she had been feeling moments before no longer mattered, as she finally saw the very thing she had been hoping to find in his eyes. Worry. Only a few have felt this way about her, and her experiences have taught her that those who did generally wanted the best for her. I feel like someone is constantly watching us, she said. She knew who he was, yet she still did not dare tell Naruto about him. Riser. Rias could feel his energy, his wicked and dangerous energy, pervading every corner. Since departing from that onsen, it had been trailing them like an inescapable shadow, lurking in the depths, poised to strike at their most vulnerable moment. It was one of the main reasons she wanted them to leave this small town as soon as possible. Watching us. Naruto repeated her words, looking perplexed and intrigued at the same time. Rias nodded. Yes, I don't know why, but I have this uncanny feeling that someone is stalking us, Naruto. I don't think so, Rias, mumbled Naruto in a nonchalant tone, intending to ease her concerns. And even if someone is following us, you don't have to worry about it. He would have spoken more, but the girl's fearful expression took him by surprise. It was a look of fear he had never seen on her beautiful face before. Naruto, it can be those thugs, Rias murmured, her voice trembling yet firm, revealing her concern to the boy. Or it could be someone even more dangerous. She looked at him once more, her eyes softening as she noticed nothing but confusion on his face. He is innocent, she thought to herself, finally realizing the gravity of the situation she had unwittingly entangled him in. He deserves to live. He deserves his last wish. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she gazed at his face. The longer she looked at him, the more she realized how wrong it was to lie to him. She should have told him about her heritage, but she didn't. Why? Because she was afraid that he would leave her if she did. He was comfortable allowing her to accompany him because he believed she was just like him. A human. Her being a human was crucial for maintaining their connection. Rias was certain that if she had revealed her true nature to him, he would have fled from her without ever looking back. After all, who would willingly risk themselves for someone so different? Certainly not humans. They were even weaker than her. True, Naruto had managed to defeat those goons that day, but they were nothing compared to the powerful man who was relentlessly pursuing them. While Rias was lost in thought, Naruto observed her face with precision. It was clear that she was worried, he could sense it without even focusing too much on her. But there was something even more striking etched on her face, fear. Naruto realized that she was terrified of the man who was tailing them. He was well aware that they were being followed, and judging by the expression on Rias's face, Naruto could tell that the person tailing them was connected to her. Maybe her husband. There was no way he could tell it was him, but given the manner in which they had been followed in the past few weeks, he was certain that it was either her husband himself this time or one of his henchmen, just like those Yakuza thugs and that middle-aged man. "No one is following us, Rias," Naruto whispered, his voice filled with concern, as he hesitantly raised his right arm and placed his hand over her left shoulder. "She is shivering," his eyes widened slightly as he felt her shivering under his touch. "Rias," he called out to her, but received no response as she continued to tremble, most likely out of fear. "Rias," Naruto called her again, this time with a little more power in his voice. "Huh." As Rias gently raised her head and met his gaze with her soft eyes, Naruto could not help but feel a surge of anger within him. She is crying. He could see them, the dark trails left by tears on her beautiful face. "Why are you crying now?" It was the first thing that escaped his lips. Usually, he would avoid engaging in personal conversation with her, but today was different. Although he had seen her cry frequently during their trip, he had never witnessed her being so fearful of someone's presence. Hell, he didn't even know how she was able to detect that someone was following them. Was it the strange scent emanating from the man, or was it just her intuition? He wasn't sure. "I'm afraid." Naruto blinked at her. "I can see that, Rias," he said, his fingers tightening around her shoulder. "But why? Why are you so afraid of something that we don't even know is real or not?" His eyes softened as the girl flinched under his gaze. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that out loud," he apologized. Rias took a moment to compose herself before responding. "It's okay, Naruto. I know you didn't mean to," she uttered softly, her voice as delicate as a newborn bird's feather. "But please," she continued, gazing into his eyes with a glimmer of hope in her own. "Please don't ask me anything more about it." Tears began welling up around her eyes again. "I don't want to stay here anymore. This place is making me mad." Naruto, who was listening to her carefully, gulped as he found himself lost in her eyes. There were so many emotions raging within them that he could not even identify the most prevalent one. "Okay," was all he could manage to say. There was no valid argument he could use to refute her words, but even if there were, he had no desire to do so. "Pack your bags," he said, blinking when she didn't budge. "Rias." His eyes narrowed as she started shaking. "Come on, don't cry now. We are doing whatever he had in mind perished in his mouth as her slender arms wrapped around his body, embracing him with their comforting warmth. Thank you." At that moment, something shattered inside Naruto, and a tidal wave of raw emotions surged through his heart. He wanted to speak, but words failed to escape his lips. He wanted to move away from her, but his legs refused to budge from their position. And most importantly, a small part of his heart wanted to hug her back, but his arms refused to move from his side. "Rias," he was interrupted by her once more. "Thank you so much, Naruto." His breath caught in his chest as she embraced him tightly, pulling him even closer to her. "Why you don't have to." He trailed off as she tightened her grip once more. "I don't want to go back." Naruto was about to smile at her, but her next words crushed his spirits into dust. "I want to die with you." Everything became silent and sad, just like before. Her words reminded him of her inevitable fate, which he was trying to change for her. He wanted to see her happy, but in doing so, he forgot entirely that there was nothing back at home that could bring her joy. Had there been, she would never have embarked on this futile journey with him. He struggled to find the words, but was overcome with emotion. At that moment, he realized that there was simply nothing he could say to express what he was feeling to her. "I want to die with you." His quivering lips trembled as tears began to gleam in his eyes. "Ooh." His elegant sapphire eyes, those vibrant pools of warmth, were staring at her, confusion and admiration scurrying within the retina, making her heart tingle with some foolish sensations. It was strange, very strange. She was never meant to be with him. He was the kind of person that only the great and nice deserved, yet there he was, strolling beside her, smiling now and then at the surrounding scenery, while she just stood there, gazing at him like a deer caught in the headlights. Rias no longer knew where they were going, but with him, she was willing to go anywhere, even to the purest part of heaven. Hell, she would even return to the underworld if it insinuated that she could be with him for eternity, watching him smile and walk beside her, all while humming that gentle and melodious tone of his. For once, after so long, Rias Grimori was truly at peace. Her mind was finally clear, she no longer dwelled on the serious or perilous events that may have been occurring back at her home or in the town they had left behind. For her, watching Naruto walk alongside her was the most important thing in the world right now. She wanted to keep doing that for as long as he could walk and she could watch. Her heart fluttered, beating violently, as his eyes gently regarded her face, probably looking for a sign of distress. The sensation was surreal, more incredible than anything she had ever felt. Her eyes, which were following his every action, from the brief twitch of his face to the interesting gestures of his hands, dilated as the pupils inside them shrank when a strange sensation seized every muscle in her body, rendering her motionless for a second. Rias. Red seeped out of her cheeks, but she composed herself quickly before Naruto could even notice anything. This sensation that she was feeling was something only she wanted to relish. Are you sure we have to take this route? Yes. Her heartbeats rose to unimaginable levels when he abruptly grasped her hand with his warm hand. I see, murmured Naruto in a shaky tone as he gazed at the path to his left. It was dense and dark, enveloped by enormous trees and thick bushes. It's quite dark, isn't it? His eyes shifted back to Rias' face. I'm sure there are no ghosts or demons waiting for us in there, hee. A small, strained smile accompanied his words. Rias blinked at him, her confusion evident as she found his statements rather strange. She managed to utter before Naruto's grip on her hand tightened. Initially confused, she soon realized the reason behind it as she gazed at the ominous darkness veiling the forest. Suddenly, everything fell into place. You were scared. It was more of a statement than a question, but Rias still managed to make it sound like a question so that he was not flustered about it. A strained cough escaped Naruto's mouth as soon as he heard her question. What? No. He responded immediately, looking at her as if she had said something foolish. Why would I be scared? It's not as if ghosts and demons are real, you know. The way Naruto expressed himself made it seem like he was trying to convince himself more than he was trying to answer her. It's okay, Naruto. Don't be afraid to tell me if you're scared of ghosts, Rias reassured him, smiling fondly. She found his efforts to hide his fear endearing, even more so than her own attempts to do the same. No, I'm not. Her smile widened. I won't make fun of you, Naruto, she whispered as she gently squeezed his hand, not realizing that not too long ago, she found it hard to even look at him without flustering herself into a red mess. Really? She nodded her head gently at him. Of course, you do the same for me, so why would I mock you? It was indeed true. Throughout their entire trip thus far, Naruto had never once ridiculed her fears. As much as she wanted to tease him, she found it difficult to do so when he had consistently shown kindness towards her. Moreover, he had been supporting her throughout the trip, making it tough for Rias to be anything but appreciative, even as a joke. Well then, Naruto paused, scratching his chin awkwardly. Yes, he said, turning away from her in embarrassment. I'm afraid of ghosts, he concluded with a heavy sigh, fully aware that she would now tease him about it. There was no way she was going to avoid doing it, given that everyone he had encountered in his life had done the same. I understand. You're not alone, I'm here for you. Naruto never anticipated Rias to grab his wrist and pull up his sleeve, but her unexpected action caught him off guard. Rias sighed, a mixture of amusement and disappointment reflected on her face. Have you forgotten already? She asked him, shaking her head in resignation as he simply blinked in response. Back in Ginzan, I believe I gave you something to wear, Naruto. Her eyes squinted slightly as the boy's face showed signs of deep reflection. I think you gave me something, Naruto mumbled while still thinking about that thing. He was sure she had given him something, although he was unsure of what it was. However, before he could further explore his thoughts, Rias suddenly shook his arm. I gave you this, Naruto. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw a thin thread of bright red loosely tied around his wrist. Wow, I remember now. Naruto exclaimed as he examined the thread with his sharp gaze. You told me this would keep ghosts away, didn't you? He looked at her and was pleased when she nodded in confirmation, assuring him that he was no longer in danger from the paranormal beings. Fantastic, he whispered. Yeah. Naruto was about to speak again but stopped when he noticed something unusual. He was still holding her other hand and, from the look on her face, he could tell that she was feeling a little embarrassed about it. Sorry. In an instant, he loosened his grip around it and let it go. I didn't mean to. No, it's fine, Naruto, Rias responded with a bright smile. You were scared at that time, so it's understandable. Despite feeling relieved that he let go of her hand, a part of her heart couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. It wanted to savor the warmth his hand provided. It was nice, she thought to herself as she gazed at the hand that had been enveloped in his warmth moments before. The peaceful sound of nature filled the clearing as both of its occupants kept on staring at the things that were looking beautiful to them at that moment. While Rias was mesmerized by the warmth that was still wafting from her hand, Naruto, on the other hand, was relishing the peace that was emanating from the smile that his friend had on her face. Ooh. Darkness. It was all he could see in front of him. No matter where he looked, the terrible darkness was there to welcome him with its ominous aura. It was both chilling and beautiful at the same time. Chilling because he did not know what lurked behind the shadows beside him, and beautiful because it was enchanting in a wicked way. It felt as though everything that lurked in the darkness around him was beckoning, yearning for him to respond to their calls, eager to finally confront him and relieve his despair. Naruto. His heart skipped a beat when a faint whisper entered his ears. Naruto. His feet tumbled under the anxiety when the same voice called his name again. Naruto. He looked in front of him, hoping to see the individual who was calling him, but found none. Naruto. Fear gripped his heart when the voice started to sound a little familiar. Naruto. Sweat began to form on his head when the voice became louder, giving the impression that it was following him. Naruto. His soul almost left his body when someone's cold skin made contact with the warm skin of his right hand. I'm tired. In an instant, everything changed as soon as he turned to his side and found a weary Rias gazing at him with a sad expression. Rias. He nearly shouted her name, but he managed to compose himself just in time. Why were you running so fast? Rias asked, her dry lips quivering with sadness. Were you trying to leave me behind in this forest? Her voice cracked a little at the end, revealing genuine hurt. No, Naruto immediately exclaimed, holding his arms up in shock. Why would I do that? He was taken aback by the accusation being thrown at him. Anyone could see that just by looking at his face. I don't know, but you were running so fast that I could barely keep up with you. Rias lowered her head in shame as she continued, I thought you were trying to. Naruto interrupted her before she could finish, his voice trembling. I was scared, he blurted out, unable to meet her eyes when she raised her head again. If embarrassing himself a little meant that she wouldn't feel sad for even a moment, Naruto was prepared to do it 1,000 times over. Really? Swallowing the last of his pride, Naruto nodded. Why yes, he stammered as a wave of embarrassment colored his cheeks. But we have not seen any ghosts at all, Naruto. His shoulders slumped as he groaned at her. And that doesn't mean they aren't following us. I can sense them, he said, sounding offended by her statement. His gaze finally moved back to her, trying to catch a glance at her face, only to be left with disappointment once again. But you already have that thread, Naruto. You don't have to worry about them anymore. This thread doesn't seem to work, Naruto stated, his voice trembling as he examined the suspicious thread. Where did you get it from again? He asked her, only to be met with silence and a surprised Rias, who was standing still in front of him. Don't tell me it's useless, Rias, he said, sweat trickling down his forehead as he contemplated the challenge of traversing the dark forest. If it turned out to be a hoax, he would be finished. The only reason he agreed to enter the forest was because of the thread. He believed it would protect him, but the look Rias was giving him told him otherwise. Naruto could fight gods if necessary, but when it came to ghosts, he was hesitant, albeit only slightly. It's real, Rias answered, desperately hoping that he would believe her. However, much to her dismay, he quickly detected her deception. Liar. The redhead girl flinched under his sharp gaze, which was accusing her of lying. She tried to argue back but couldn't when she saw him trembling in fear. No, her lips curled downward as she realized that she had failed him by lying to him yet again. But it's okay. We are already deep in the forest, so we have no other choice but to navigate through it. Naruto grumbled, eyeing the dense woodland around him to see if someone was watching them or not. Just to be safe, nothing else. But I'm really curious, where did you purchase this item? His curiosity arose from the fact that he knew Rias would never buy something without a solid reason behind it. There had to be a compelling motive behind her purchase, maybe she was charmed by the color or a feature he was unaware of. Rias stared at him with sadness in her eyes, blinking when she heard his question. What am I supposed to say? She couldn't bring herself to tell him about the old lady. He wouldn't stop making fun of her if she did. The reason she bought this thread was very trivial, and she was well aware of it. There was absolutely no way she was going to tell him about it. XXX. These are red threads of fate. Rias, eyes widened in awe as she stared at the pair of delicate threads that dangled between her fingertips. They are supposed to tie you with your partner for eternity. Her bluish-green eyes fixed on the old lady for a moment before returning to the threads. Do these threads still work even if the partners die? She asked, taking the woman by surprise with her direct question. What do you mean, my child? Rias grinned to herself as she clasped the delicate threads in her palm. Is there a guarantee that we will be destined to be together in our next lives? Can these threads do that? Her gaze softened slightly as she observed the astonishment on the woman's face. It seemed like even the old lady had had enough. It's fine, I'll take my leave, Rias said as she placed the threads on the wooden platform. However, the woman's next words took her by surprise. Yes, they can. Her heart skipped a beat. I'll buy them. XXX. Rias blushed intensely. No, I can't tell him that, she whispered to herself. The thought of Naruto being equally embarrassed made her cringe. She needed to come up with another plan. Rias. She frowned as he interrupted her thoughts. Her mind was on the verge of forming an excuse, and he had ruined it. You don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to. Rias couldn't help but smile as she watched him approach her, perhaps feeling a bit uneasy about being on his own. The threat is effective, Naruto, she replied with satisfaction. According to my mother, supernatural creatures hate the color red. When he came to a stop next to her and devoted his undivided attention to her, her smile grew even more radiant. That's why I have no fear of ghosts because you have red hair. She nodded her head. Yes, they keep me safe. Naruto mumbled something quietly before turning his attention back to her. How lucky. My mother had red hair too, but unfortunately, I didn't inherit it. Unbeknownst to him, this was the first occasion where he opened up about his past to her. Really? Rias inquired, undoubtedly surprised that he was even discussing his life in the first place. Yes, he said. She had beautiful red hair, just like yours. He continued, feeling irritated with himself for not having red hair like the other Uzumakis. Sure, his blonde hair was attractive, but there was something really cool about red hair. They were stunning to look at, especially his mother's. And now that he had discovered they also kept ghosts at bay, Naruto couldn't help but feel cheated by Lady Luck. While he was busy lamenting his misfortune, Rias couldn't help but ponder the words he had just spoken. Beautiful hair, she whispered to herself, feeling an inexplicable sensation each time she replayed his words in her mind. She had never received a compliment on her hair before. People had always focused on her body. Therefore, receiving a compliment about her hair was a rare experience for her. Anyway, if you say it works, I'll continue wearing it, Naruto said, glancing at the thread one last time before resuming his walk. He needed to escape the dark forest as quickly as possible if he wanted to ensure his safety. Just don't look around you, Naruto, and you'll be fine, he whispered to himself. Oh okay. Naruto abruptly stopped his stroll upon detecting the weariness in her voice. Wait, he gasped, remembering that Rias had stopped their walk because she was tired. Rias, stop walking. He turned around, embarrassed that he had overlooked her condition. I'm sorry, I completely forgot about you. His words were filled with remorse and concern. Why are you apologizing? Rias asked him, but instead of answering, he just knelt in front of her with his back turned. You don't have to do this, Naruto. She immediately recognized what he was attempting, but she refused to take part. He was already terrified by the possibility of ghosts being nearby, and she didn't want him to get exhausted just because she couldn't walk any farther. Simply hop on. I want to finish this stretch of road as soon as possible, and we won't be able to do so if we stop here. A frown flickered across her lips. I see, she murmured as she climbed onto his back, overwhelmed with a sense of uselessness. Please hold on tight. As she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face into his right shoulder, her eyes softened. Okay. Ooh. It was still nighttime. The trees, the rocks, and most importantly, their path, were still covered in darkness. Wherever he gazed, the darkness was there to greet him. Except for one thing, everything was the same as before. The breeze. It was now flowing at a leisurely pace, neither too cold nor too bland. It was cold enough to caress your face and make you feel at ease, just how Naruto liked it. It's incredible. He was supposed to whisper it to himself, but he accidentally said it out loud. I know. Naruto almost came to a halt, but quickly regained his composure. Are you still up? He almost sounded surprised as he asked her. Yes. I see. He couldn't think of anything else to say to her at the time. So he did what he thought was right and kept walking. The clearing surrounding them fell into silence for a moment before Rias decided to speak up. Are you not scared anymore, Naruto? She asked, her chin still gently resting on his shoulder. No. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, and she gently nudged him on the back, playfully calling him a liar. I can feel your heartbeat, you know. Her smile grew wider as she noticed him pause for a brief moment before resuming his stride. I guess it's because of the cold. Just like that, the smile vanished. I understand, Rias whispered, a hint of sadness in her voice. I'm sorry. It's because of me that we had to travel during the night. They could have been resting in the warm inn right now if it hadn't been for her weakness. Now, because of her, Naruto found himself not only walking in the middle of the night but also carrying her on his back. It's all right, Rias, Naruto said, hoping to calm her down before she starts hating herself for being weak again. Don't feel bad, I enjoy carrying you. But I'm useless on this trip, she muttered. You have money though. Rias frowned. But that pales in comparison to what you do, Naruto. Naruto's use of that argument surprised her. Money, while important, was nothing compared to Naruto and what he had done for her so far. All that matters, Rias, is that it allows us to rest. She shook her head, clearly disagreeing with what Naruto had just said. No, she replied. It's still nothing in comparison to what you do, and regardless of what you say, I'll never agree with you on this. If there was one thing Rias was certain about, it was that she was completely correct. Naruto let out a deep sigh. Very well, you're right, okay. He grumbled. Rias nodded thoughtfully, her chin grazing his shoulder and giving him a tingle. That's why I want to help you too, but I don't know how. She trailed off, suddenly recognizing her own sense of helplessness in the situation. You want to help me? Her eyes widened in surprise. Yes, she answered immediately. Then keep talking to me. Huh? Naruto averted his gaze, ensuring she couldn't see his face. I told you to keep talking to me, because it helps to distract me from the darkness, he mumbled. He felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had revealed his most vulnerable side to her repeatedly throughout the day. When she didn't respond, he grimaced. A straightforward, no, would have been better than the silence that followed his request. Look, his eyes widened as he felt something soft creeping around his face. What are you up to? A warm blush tinted his cheeks as her crimson hair cascaded over them, enveloping him in its captivating embrace. With her stunning locks framing his sight, all he could focus on was the path ahead in her beautiful face. Here, you will no longer see the darkness around us now, Rias smiled at him, her eyes carefully noting every flicker of his gaze. Now it's just you, me, and the journey ahead. Chapter 9, Pain. Ah! An obscene cry of pleasure echoed in the darkness and tainted the serenity of the beautiful room. Do you love me? A small whisper followed the cry. Why yes. Another whisper, one a little more delicate than the previous one, answered the question. Then look at me. Two pairs of dull blue eyes gazed at each other and dilated as tears and love flickered inside them. You are beautiful, Rias. The rough yet warm hands of the boy traveled to the scarlet cheeks of the girl and caressed them gently, making sure not to ruin their beauty in the process. They were soft and delicate, unlike anything he'd ever touched. Every time he touched them, he felt like he was going to scratch them. Thank you, Naruto. The girl responded, her voice emanating nothing but love and devotion. Sometimes, I still can't believe that you are real. His hand left the warmth of her cheeks and moved down toward her plump rose lips. They were incredible. The plumpness, the curvature at which they rested, and the color that doused them, everything about them was amazing. It was like they were created for nothing but to be kissed and ravaged. I'm real, Naruto, Rias' lips curled upward, forming a smile that could have lit up the night sky outside. And I'm not going anywhere. Her breaths paused for a moment as she adjusted herself on his lap, making it easier for him to explore her insides. I will stay with you, till the end, she whispered, biting her plump lips as Naruto began to increase his pace. Really? Naruto's eyes wandered off to her chest, gazing at the marvels of flesh that were jostling there. Her breasts. They were one of the most striking features of her that one could see from far away. Those enormous mounds of flesh were beautiful and otherworldly. Covered with a remarkable patch of pink, they were like a delicious, juicy berry, waiting to be devoured and sucked dry by a starving individual like him. Yes. His eyes glanced back at her face, and he couldn't help but flash her a smile when he saw a flustered look there. She was so beautiful. Even more than your husband. He placed his hand under her chin as he drew her lips closer to his. Although he already knew the answer to that question, he still wanted to hear it from her mouth. Why yes. Naruto closed the distance between them and placed his cold lips on her warm ones. For a moment, neither of the two said or did anything before Naruto finally tilted his head a little to peek over Rias' shoulder. You are paying attention, right? He whispered into the darkness of the room as he placed a hand on Rias' back, slowly inching towards her wide, naked, and heavy hips. I'm going to make her mine. An arrogant smile bloomed on his face. XXX. Riser. As they finally managed to escape the unbearable confinement of their dreams, a pair of sharp blue eyes snapped open in shock. Ha! Riser exclaimed, struggling to breathe after what he had just witnessed in his dreams. Was it true? He wondered because he couldn't tell if it was. Everything in it felt so real to him that he thought it was happening right in front of him. That boy was looking at him as if he were mocking him and his entire existence. If that wasn't enough, he was also abusing his wife in the same way he always wanted to but couldn't. Riser. Riser growled and looked around to find the source of the voice, only to come face to face with his childhood friend Damien Phoenix. Damien, he murmured, his curious gaze fixed on the black-haired boy. What are you doing here? His question was met with an incredulous look from the boy. What do you mean by that, Riser? Damien was taken aback by what he was hearing. Had his friend forgotten why they were here? He hoped not, or he'd never be able to see him in the same light again. Aren't we going to catch those two scumbags in the act? His eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Riser shift his gaze away from him instead of responding. Ah, yes. If the grating of his teeth wasn't enough, the way Riser was fuming probably let Damien know how angry he was at the time, because the boy soon took a step back in fear. How could I have forgotten about them? His lips curled up to form a vicious smirk, something that would have sent shivers down anyone's spine. Those two annoying pests. In his life, Riser had barely ever seen defeat. It was not in his blood to be defeated. He was from FANFIC's house, a clan that boasted of having one of the most powerful individuals in the entire underworld. They were FANFICs, being so powerful that even their own kind, the devils, feared them. Everything about them, about him was something that could instill fear in anyone's heart. Their tears, their control over fire, and their immortality made them invincible. Invincible. Yet a pair consisting of a fragile girl and a weak human had done something to their house that no one else could even dream of doing. They had tarnished both his name and the name of his family. Those two have turned his house into a topic of mockery and shame. Now, people have not only stopped fearing them but have also started questioning their power. Rias. That girl was the catalyst for everything that happened. She was the reason he was here, in this cursed human world, looking for her so he could exact the deserved punishment on her, specifically her body. Because of her fragile mind, he and his family had to face so much shame in their world, a place he used to simply ignore. Aside from a few weak devils, it was a barren wasteland, but now it felt like a prison, a place he desperately wanted to escape but couldn't. It was all because of her. As he began to think about her and what she was likely doing at the time, fire shimmered within his eyes. He was certain she was having a good time with her lover based on what he had seen while following her from afar. Naruto. That was his name, or at least what Rias called him. That boy was a thorn in his side. He embodied everything Riser despised about humans: kindness, weakness, and deception. Riser had witnessed how he spoke to his wife, and, to be honest, he despised it. Also, the way Rias acted around him, all while blushing and smiling, made his heart ache with rage and hatred. Nobody else deserved to elicit a smile and blush from her other than him. But someone was, and that irritated him, especially since it was a human doing it rather than someone powerful who at least had a chance against him. Yes, those two, and we're going to catch them today, so prepare yourself, my friend. Riser was unmoved by Damien's enthusiasm or the excited smile on his narrow face. According to him, everything was now pointless. That boy, that mere human, had most likely already tainted his wife with his unworthy mouth and body. Rias was no longer useful to him other than as a tool for his depravity and a medium to restore his family's reputation. That was all she was to him right now. Her innocence had vanished, her mind had become free, and her heart now belonged to someone else. Except for her outer body, he had no control over any part of her body. I'll be ready in a minute. Please allow me a minute or two. Of course, Riser. The irritation in his eyes and heart increased as the door to his room closed. It was depressing, everything about this situation was depressing. He wished to escape it and return to a time when everything was going according to plan, a time when Rias belonged to him and only him. He could recall how happy he had been during their engagement. It was one of the most memorable moments of his life because it was the culmination of years of planning and patience on his part. At that moment, she became mine, just mine. No one else was in her mind at that moment but him. He was all she could think of, and he didn't give a damn if it was in a good way or a bad way. For him, the fact that she was thinking about him and how he was going to ravage her after years of waiting was all that mattered. She was flawless. It was what he had thought when he first saw her during that meeting between their fathers. He knew she was the one for him the moment his gaze fell on her. She embodied everything he desired in a woman. Even at that age, her lips were plump, her face was lovely, and her body was so voluptuous that it made his mouth water. She was the perfect slut, worthy of the title of his wife. However, she had other plans. Riser knew he was being a fool when he let her spend the rest of the school year in Kuo after their engagement, but what else could he have done? She asked him to do so with the most seductive expression on her face and promised him a lifetime of fun. There was no way he was going to refuse her when she herself was giving her body to him. If he hadn't succumbed to her charms that day, he might have been the one pounding her today instead of that human. Ag. Just thinking about that person made his blood boil to unimaginable levels because with the thought of him came the ideas of what he must be doing to his wife behind the closed quarters of their wooden room. Was he looking her in the eyes while kissing her? Was his name all that was dancing on the lips of his wife while she was being ravaged by him? Or was he smelling the exotic aroma of her hair and yanking them all while whispering sweet nothings to her? Riser couldn't tell and didn't want to think about it. It was heartbreaking because he had never been in a situation like this before. He'd never been defeated so thoroughly, especially by a human. That boy had ruined his nights without even knowing who he was or what he was capable of. It was as if fate was playing a dirty game with him, one in which he had no desire to participate. I'm going to kill you, Naruto. His lips trembled with anger as he grasped his hair tightly. If he wasn't sure before, then Riser was completely sure now. That boy, Naruto, was going to die a painful death. He will make sure that he does, otherwise, his heart would never forgive him for making it go through so much pain and sadness for nothing. Your blood will quench the thirst of my heart. Finally, a small smile appeared on his parched lips. Ooh. Illusion. It was what Rias would call everything that had transpired around her in the past few weeks. Everything felt like a dream to her, from her visiting that mountain that night and meeting Naruto to him attempting to rob her and allowing her to join him on his last trip. There was no way something like this was happening to her, especially since she was facing no major obstacles while going through it. In her short yet sad existence, Rias had not found a sliver of happiness without encountering a substantial challenge. She was convinced that someone was tricking her and manipulating her mind to create this ludicrous illusion around her. Otherwise, why would a person like Naruto allow her to hang out with him, especially on a trip that was so important to him in his very existence? This journey, a trip to eat that specific kind of ramen that they were trying to complete, was the final voyage of his life, something that a person would never let anyone ruin at any cost. Yet he allowed her to join him without even asking anything about her. Naruto was not interested in her past, unlike others who she had met before. For him, she was Rias, a girl whom he had met accidentally on that mountain, nothing more, nothing less. Although he might act like it, she was sure he wasn't interested in her money either. The only thing he was interested in was her presence around him. He adored it, she could sense that without him saying a word about it. Whenever she was around him, she could see sparks of joy and peace in his eyes, something that she was sure never existed in them when she first met him. Naruto. Her heart fluttered as she thought about him. There it was again, that strange feeling that grew inside her heart whenever she thought about him. Even the mere mention of his name was enough to elicit that reaction. Is he still sleeping? Darkness and light blurred her vision as she wandered her eyes over to the corner of their beautiful room, where the source of her happiness was sleeping, looking calm and beautiful as ever. Her eyes dilated with joy as she gazed at his face. Unlike the usual stoic expression that covers it throughout the day when they travel, his face was enveloped in a peaceful expression at that moment. Hee. Rias liked it and was willing to go to any length to see more of it when he was awake and traveling with her. She wanted him to be as happy as she was on this trip. Their journey was going to end sooner or later, but she still yearned to see a genuine smile on his face that was aimed at her, a smile filled with nothing but admiration for her. Are you a dream, huh, Naruto? At that moment, she couldn't help but smile at herself. Her mind was losing its sanity, and her heart was nearing exhaustion. After all, it had been beating at an unusually fast rate for the past few days. Rias had no idea what was happening to her, but she was not going to complain. She was enjoying it. This new sensation she was experiencing was delightful, and she wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Or are you a reality? Her feet began to stride towards her companion's bed, one at a time, hoping to catch a glimpse of his face up close. Even though she knew it was wrong, her heart refused to stop her. If being scolded by him for a moment meant Rias could see him sleeping, she was prepared to be scolded by him for the rest of her life. What exactly are you, Naruto? Red doused her cheeks in an instant. As her bluish-green eyes landed on his face, emotions began to run wild within her heart. Please tell me, Naruto. Her slender fingers rose high in the air, reaching for his cheeks, yearning to feel the warmth of his skin. They'd felt it before, that warmth, and it was incredible. There were few things that could compare to the joy that his warmth instilled in her heart whenever he touched her. Rias wanted to feel it again. Because if you're a dream, she almost touched his cheek with her fingers but refrained at the last moment, not wanting to disturb his peaceful slumber. Then I don't want this dream to ever come to an end. Her lips curled up, and her smile widened slightly. The expression of peace on his face was so mesmerizing that she couldn't describe it in words, even if she tried. There were no words she could have used to describe how beautiful that moment was to her. At the end of this journey, I will die. But it was all going to come to an end for her. The source of her happiness would vanish as quickly as he had entered her life, and she would be alone, just like in the past. Rias could enjoy his presence all she wanted, but deep down, she knew it was pointless. Naruto was like a fleeting reality that was on the verge of disintegrating itself into thousands of memories that would haunt her dreams for years to come. The promise of her dying alongside him was also deceptive, and she was well aware of that. She was a coward who couldn't even face the smallest of problems that had plagued her life, unlike him, who had the courage to confront people even if they were more powerful than him. She was a failure, and Naruto was going to notice it whether he liked it or not. Even if she did fulfill her promise, there was no guarantee that her family would not use their power to resurrect her body to fulfill their own wishes. Soon, you will leave me too, Naruto. There was no escape for her. It was her fate to witness the death of the only person, other than her family, who had shown her kindness. His death was unavoidable, as was the tragic life that awaited her at the conclusion of their journey. At the end, Rias would revert to that lifeless object, born solely to please that monster, and there was nothing she could do about it. It was her fate, just as Naruto's was his death. However, unlike others who had left me alone, she bit her lower lip, trying to keep the silent sobs from escaping her mouth. I'm not going to hate you, Naruto. Her hands trembled, pleading to hold his hands in their grasp so that they could feel his warmth again. In fact, Rias tried to smile at him, but the sadness inside her heart was too much for her lips to form a smile, even a fake one. I'm going to miss you. A single tear streamed down her lovely face and landed on Naruto's cheeks, staining his serene expression with the color of her sorrow. I'm going to miss you a lot, Naruto. Why are you crying? Rias, eyes shot wide open when his muffled voice entered her ears. Glancing down, she gasped when she saw him with his eyes open, looking at her with a puzzled expression and a stain of tears on his face. She tried to respond, thinking of an excuse to avoid the embarrassment of telling the truth, but her mind couldn't come up with one at the time. It was too shocked and worried about the possibility of him hearing everything she had said up to this point. Did you sleep at all, Rias? Her body froze when his hand made contact with her face, wiping the stains of tears from it. As soon as he touched her, something inside her erupted and painted her cheeks with a shameful shade of red. Your eyes are red, and there are tears all over your face. Rias didn't know what was happening, but hearing the concern in his voice was making her want to cry more and melt into his warm touch. She wanted to tell him everything about her, from the secret of her being a devil to the circumstances that would prevent her from dying with him. But a single glance at his face cut her off before she could say anything. Did you have a nightmare? The way he phrased that sentence and the small smile that quickly followed made her realize that if she told him everything, she would ruin everything. His trust, smile, and kindness would all be taken away from her in an instant, and she couldn't let that happen. They were the source of her joy, and without them, she would die once more. Yes. So, she did what she thought was the right thing to do at the time. She lied to him once more. I see. That explains everything. Rias despised it. She despised lying to him, but it was necessary to protect him from the perils of her world. Riser was still following them, she could feel his energy on her clothes, and she was certain that once he realized they had left town, he would start following them again. That's why she had to keep lying to Naruto, because the thought of him dying at the fingers of that monster terrified her. She'd rather be that man's toy for the rest of her life than see Naruto die because of him. Anyway, everything is clear now. Her lips curled up on their own when he smiled at her, probably proud of his cleaning of her face. It was moments like this that were going to haunt her when he would eventually leave her and their world altogether. Within a span of a few weeks, he had shown her so much compassion and admiration that she couldn't even believe that he was real. He was someone her brother frequently mentioned in motivational speeches, but she never expected to see him in person. You also need to stop crying so much, you know. She blinked at him, obviously perplexed by what she had just heard. How was she supposed to stop crying when her entire life was about to be ruined once again? There was no way she could do that. Tears were her constant companion, they had stayed with her when no one else could and would continue to do so in the future, unlike Naruto. It's not good for your mental health. For a brief moment, Ria's heart ached as she heard his words. They were excruciating to listen to because they reminded her of what she was about to lose in a matter of weeks. Someone who had done nothing but made her feel like a person worthy of kindness and had shown her how good people can be when they show kindness to each other, and in their case, they had gone beyond that too. Okay. Her eyes softened as he withdrew his hands from her face, leaving a strange feeling in her heart. It was so amazing that he could elicit such a reaction from her with a mere touch, and all she could do was just stare at him like an idiot. Everything about him was so contagious that sometimes Rias felt like he was the devil, and she was a normal human. Niece, let's get ready for breakfast then. I'm sure the chefs in that restaurant prepare. We won't be going to any restaurants today. Rias, cheeks flushed due to embarrassment when he looked at her, his eyes wide in surprise. I mean, I'm tired of eating outside, Naruto. This time, she wasn't lying. Rias had grown tired of the food they had been eating for the past few weeks. Although delicious and convenient, it lacked the flavor and feel of a home-cooked meal. What are we going to eat then? Rias smiled at him, forgetting her sorrows and concerns for the time being. They could wait because she wanted to enjoy her time with Naruto, or what was left of it. She was certain that if she didn't, she would live to regret it for the rest of her life. "I'll make something for us," she said, taking a few steps back to inspect the small kitchen attached to their large room. She was glad she chose this inn over the others. It had everything she desired, particularly a kitchen. "Wait, seriously?" Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. "Why yes," she mumbled, finding it difficult to look him in the eyes right now. "Cool." Rias gasped when she heard the genuine excitement in his voice. It was her first time seeing him this excited about something, and she won't lie, she loved it. The expression he had on his face was beautiful, as it had no traces of deception in it like his usual stoic expression. It was genuine, one that could brighten anyone's day in an instant. "I don't want this to ever end." Ooh. Tears. They were one of the few things that Naruto didn't like seeing on anyone's face, barring a few horrible people. No one deserved the pain they brought to heart or the marks of sadness that they left behind. They were not only dreadful to look at but were also a physical manifestation of one's deteriorating mental health. Sure, one could argue that people shed tears of joy as well, but according to Naruto, those types of tears were rare. He himself had shed tears of joy in the post on a couple of occasions, but when someone cried as frequently as Rias does, it was no longer a trivial matter but a concerning one. Rias was not well mentally, he had known that from the very beginning, but now her condition had deteriorated further than ever before. She seemed to be losing herself in the valley of her grief and fears. Naruto might try to ignore it, but he knew he couldn't do that for long. He was not that type of person. His heart refused to see anyone in the condition that Rias was in. She should be enjoying her life. As soon as he said that, shame filled his heart when he realized how hypocritical he was being at that moment. He was hoping for someone to forget about their grief in the past, while he himself had not even tried to do it once during this trip. During their entire journey till now, he had been nothing but a cold shell of his former self in front of her. Unlike him, who couldn't even dare say a single thing about himself to anyone, Rias had actually tried discussing her life with him, but he had refused her every single time. Fear. It was the reason he had been so cold to her all along. Naruto was afraid that if he talked to her more, she would become attached to him, and he was well aware of what had happened to people who had become attached to him in the past. It never ended well for them. Even though he could argue that they were both going to die in the end, he still refused to get close to her. His eyes wouldn't be able to bear the sight of someone close to him dying again, especially after what had happened to his friends and Hinata. That would be too much for him to handle, especially since Rias had been so kind and warm to him. "She is amazing." A small smile appeared on his lips as he looked at her, his eyes twinkling with delight as they saw her at work in the kitchen. She didn't deserve what was about to happen to her. Rias deserved happiness, not a journey to her untimely death with a boy she barely knew anything about. His lips curled up when he saw her peeking at him, probably trying to see if he was still awake or not. "Can't this end with me dying alone? There must be a way to do that." Naruto was willing to fight fate once more if that meant she could have a happy ending. He wished to see her have one where she would find someone who would love her and make her smile instead of cry. Since the moment he had seen her smile during that rain, his mind hadn't stopped thinking of ways to elicit more of them from her. They were stunning to look at, so stunning that he could only think of a few things that could compete with them in terms of beauty. Naruto. His eyes dilated a little with confusion when she called him. Yes, he didn't waste any time responding because he didn't want to keep her waiting. Ramen or egg rice? Naruto had to hold back a sob when she looked at him with those excited eyes of hers. They were full of life now, in contrast to the state they were in a while ago. It was as if she was a completely different person at the time, and he couldn't help but feel bad because it was so rare to see her like this. Egg rice, he answered and looked away from her, hoping to hide the liquid that was shining in his eyes. She didn't have to see it, it would do nothing but ruin her mood again. Really? I thought you liked ramen. The smile on his face faltered for a moment, but he composed himself quickly before looking back at her. I do, but right now I'm craving egg rice. He was well aware that she wanted to eat rice, otherwise, she wouldn't have even inquired about preparing ramen. It was her favorite dish now, or it had become one after he forced her to eat it for weeks with him. Initially, she told him that she didn't like it that much, but as she traveled with him more, she realized how delicious the dish was. Soon, all she wanted to eat was ramen, and he admired that attitude of hers. Ah. Naruto smiled when he saw her relax and continue her cooking. She was giving it her all, he could see that just by looking at the amount of seriousness she had on her face. He had no doubt that she was doing this to impress him with her cooking, just like he had done a few weeks ago. He chuckled, recalling the expression she had on her face at that time. She was so amazed by his cooking that she dubbed him a prodigy, which generated a few laughs from him as well. I think someone is watching us, Naruto. The smile on his face turned into a frown as he realized he had totally forgotten the source of her fears. Her stalker, he was the reason she was being so anxious and sad these days. She had been sobbing endlessly because of that man at random times, even while he carried her on his back as she slept. Rias had never cried while being carried on his back, not even when they had started their trip. Sure, she had whimpered and whispered some names during her sleep, but she had never cried as she had a few hours before in that forest. That man was messing up her mind, and based on the way she was reacting, Naruto could only assume that the man was no one else but her husband. She is scared of him. Naruto didn't need to be close to her to know that fact. The ring on her finger was sufficient for him to understand that Rias despised and feared her husband. A married woman like her would never join a stranger on his trip unless she either wanted to die or run away from the problems of her life. In Rias' instance, her husband was the source of all of her miseries. Although Naruto didn't know the individual, he didn't need to in order to realize that he was a menace to her life, someone who had damaged her to the point that even the slightest mention of his name or whiff of his odor could instantly ruin her mood. Monster. That was what Naruto called such people. They were the true monsters of the world, those who only cared about themselves. Rias' husband was one of those people. That man was the bane of her existence, the destroyer of her joy. He had shaped Rias into the person she was now, a girl so desperate for attention and kindness that she would accompany a stranger to earn them. Otherwise, Naruto was sure Rias was an amazing individual. She had shown signs of being one from the moment he met her. I'll deal with that monster. In his life, he had dealt with countless heinous individuals, so one more was nothing to Naruto. That man could turn out to be a god of this world, and he would still finish him, no matter what he had to do for it. If ruining that man's existence for all eternity was all that was required of him to see her smile like a normal person again, Naruto was ready to do it in the blink of an eye, without hesitation. I'm sure you'll follow us here. His hands gripped the edges of the wooden table as his eyes glowed with an ominous shade of gold. And I want you to. His voice cracked a little, anger surging out of it like an untamed river. Because I want to meet you, the table began to shake under the pressure of his power. So that I can show you what real pain actually feels like. Chapter 10, FANFICTION. Riser couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was impossible to believe, especially when he had made sure that everything was going according to the plan. He was sure that he was not going to fail this time, but yet again, Rias had outsmarted him. For weeks he had been following her from the shadows, convinced that she was unaware of his presence and was walking right into his trap. But I was wrong. The girl had known all along. Rias was aware that he was following her. She knew about him being there, and that was making him angry. He'd been hiding in the shadows for weeks, waiting to strike her and her lover when they were most vulnerable. But it turned out that the girl was smarter than he gave her credit for. She had an excellent ability to sense people, and unfortunately for him, he was her latest victim. She probably left this hotel a few days ago. Riser's gaze wandered over to the bed that was located in the room. It was the only bed that he could see in the room, which meant Rias was sharing the bed with that boy. She was sharing her bed with someone who wasn't her husband, someone who wasn't him, someone who wasn't Riser FANFICTION. When he noticed a few strands of blonde and red hair scattered around the bin, the lump in his throat grew larger. They must have been left there by room service, but why? Were they also attempting to mock him? He hoped not, or else they would perish at his hands first. I believe so, Riser. Damien FANFICTION, who was completely unaware of what was going on inside his friend's mind, murmured as he made himself comfortable on the bed, not knowing that he was being followed by the sharp eyes of his friend. They must have spent a few hours having fun here. The poor boy had to leap away quickly to avoid being pierced by a fire spear thrown at him by none other than Riser. What are you up to? He had to move quickly once more as another spear was thrown at him. Stop. His heart was pounding erratically now, and he was terrified that he was about to be hurt by someone he called his best friend. If you say another word, Damien, I'll kill you. Riser's voice was harsh and cold, devoid of any emotions whatsoever. It was like he was a robot at that moment, created for the sole purpose of finding that girl and executing her right at that moment. Oh okay. The FANFICTION heir inhaled hard and clenched his hands in frustration. If there was one thing that Riser hated the most, it was the mention of his wife and that boy in the same sentence by someone else. It made him feel helpless, as there was nothing he could do to change that reality. Deep inside his heart, he knew those two were already beyond salvation and would bring nothing but more shame to his house if he left them alive, especially that boy who took away one of his most precious things. If that human had asked for something else, then I might have even given him that without a second thought, but he went for her. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Riser grabbed the strands of hair that were lying around the bin. He went for the pride of our house, Damien. Rias was my wife, the partner of the FANFIC's heir, and he took her away from us. He whispered as small strings of flame began to engulf the red and yellow strands of hair resting between his fingers. Before I kill him, I'll torture that boy so much that he will beg for the sweet release of death. A menacing smile began to form on Riser's lips, one so vile that even Damien began to step away from him in fear. Riser. SSHH, no need to panic, Damien. The smile became even more wretched. It was like, in place of Riser, Lucifer himself was smiling at Damien. That boy will face the true wrath of Riser FANFIC's anger. Soon, the menacing sound of Riser's laughter flooded the room with its hatred. Ooh. Tears. Blood. Bodies. His eyes could see them all spread throughout the ground, lying askew on the battlefield. Some were his friends, some were his adversaries, but one was someone who adored him, even more than she adored herself, her own existence. Hinata. When he saw her lifeless figure lying in the sea of dead bodies, his wounded hands and dry blue eyes froze in disbelief. She was gone, the one person who had ever shown him affection was gone. Hinata. Naruto's parched lips trembled as cascades of pain and grief deluged his body, leaving nothing but misery and his hollow self behind. His feet tried to move forward but his heart refused to cooperate with them. It was scared, worried about what he might see in those vacant eyes of hers. Will they blame him? Will they call him a coward for letting her die like this? Or will they say nothing and remain silent? The last thought scared Naruto to his core. He was ready to face every blame and accusation, but he knew he wouldn't be able to stop himself from crying if he did not see anything in those beautiful eyes of Hinata Hyuga. In the past they have been the source of his courage, his will to fight for these people who had done nothing but blame him for everything bad that had occurred in their lives. He was still alive and fighting that monster because he knew that if he could save this world, who knows how many Naruto would be able to meet their Hinata because of him. Hinata. Slowly, his feet began to move towards her lifeless body, his heart steeling itself for what was about to come next. No. Naruto gulped, his eyes glistening with fresh tears as he noticed the small smile on her pale face. It was still as beautiful as it had been when she was alive. Filled with happiness and love, the smile on her face was horrifying to watch. It was the remainder of what he had failed to achieve and protect. Love. He failed to save what was supposed to be the most precious part of a person's life. People had waged and fought wars for people and things that they had held close to themselves, and he had failed to protect that person. Hinata. His hands trembled in grief as he anchored them close to her body, hoping to hold her in his arms for one last time. I'm sorry. XXX. Hinata. Brimming with grief to the fullest, Naruto's wet blue eyes snapped open in shock. Hinata. Naruto looked around the room, surprised by the sudden and intense dream, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Rias sleeping peacefully on the other side of their room. He was relieved that she was not awake to see the tears streaming down his cheeks like an uncontrollable torrent. It would have been too humiliating if she had seen him in his current state, all vulnerable and weak. This dream, he glanced at the girl for one last time before raising his hand to grab the jug of water that was resting on the small table beside his bed. It felt too real, his lips parted a little to allow the water to soothe his dry mouth. I was sure it was real, Naruto whispered to himself, looking visibly upset with what he had witnessed in the dream. For a moment, he felt like he was there, reliving that infamous moment of his life, one that he had been trying to forget for a while now. Naruto wasn't someone who liked to dwell in the past, but horrible moments like the one that he had witnessed a while ago made it incredibly hard for him to do so. No matter what he did, these moments refused to leave his mind. It was like they were trying their best to ruin his life, or at least what was left of it. It's fine, a small smile flickered on his lips, looking odd on his sweaty face. I'm going to die soon, so these dreams don't scare me anymore. In fact, on the contrary, they were making him happy because soon he was going to meet all those people that he had been seeing in his dreams. His friends. His family. And her. I'll meet them soon. His eyes, which had been staring blankly at the wall, drifted away from it and gazed at the moon that was shining brightly in the dark sky. Soon, the smile on his face widened as he realized how close he was to finally achieving his last wish. In a few weeks, he was going to reach Fukuoka, and then he would be able to eat those ramen. After that, I will vanish. The smile on his lips flickered for a moment. Just like them. Ooh. It was still dark outside and the atmosphere around their inn was peaceful and cool. Dew-covered green leaves and flowers of beautiful plants were dancing in the sweet melodies of birds and the gentle breeze that was ushering across the village. As soon as Naruto opened the window of their room, his eyes were greeted by one of the most stunning sights they had ever seen. The endless blue skies above him were painted in hues of pink, orange, and purple, blending seamlessly together like a mesmerizing piece of art. While the clouds that adorned the skies were soft and white, scattered across like uncountable pieces of cotton candy. If that wasn't enough to soothe his wounded heart and mind, in the distance, Naruto could see the enormous yet gorgeous mountains, their peaks covered in snow and the green color of grass. It was a sight that took his breath away in an instant, reminding him of the beauty and magnificence of this new world. "It's beautiful," he whispered, his eyes still staring at the mesmerizing art in front of him. During his travels, Naruto hadn't failed to remind himself of the beauty of his home at every moment he got, but maybe while doing that, he had failed to admire the beauty of the world he was currently in. Not only the world but also the people of this world. His eyes drifted away from the scenery and landed on the beautiful face of her companion, who was sleeping peacefully in her blanket. Rias, a small smile blossomed on his lips as he stared at her face for a while more. In his senseless quest for death and his last wish, he had failed to fully acknowledge the presence of the person who had been walking beside him for weeks now. Rias. A girl who had no connection to him yet still decided to leave her home so that she could travel to the unexplored lands of her world with him. At the start, when he saw her for the first time on that mountain, Naruto thought that she was strange, very strange. Otherwise, who in their right mind, let alone a girl, would sit beside a stranger and offer them their clothes for no reason? Sure, he was sneezing a little, but that was still not a good reason to sit beside a stranger. What if I had done something bad? Naruto paused, cringing at his statement as he realized he had tried and done something even worse to her. I robbed her. Words refused to come out of his mouth as the weight of his past activities finally began to settle on his shoulder. Although she was very accommodating to everything he did to her, Naruto still couldn't believe that he robbed a person, especially someone as innocent as her, just to satisfy his selfish desire. And she still doesn't think what I did was wrong. He finally stood up from the ground and began to walk toward her, all while making sure he didn't wake her up with the sound of his footsteps. She thinks it was reasonable as it was all done for the sake of my last wish. His feet faltered for a moment before resuming the walk. But she is wrong. Naruto halted his stroll as he finally reached his destination. What I did was wrong, he whispered, gently folding his legs to sit beside her. I took advantage of her innocence and loneliness. His eyes turned golden for a sliver of a second as he stared at her peaceful face, which was glowing in the radiance of morning light. Rias. Naruto's hands trembled as torrents of guilt and despair filled his heart. His mouth tried to utter some words, but his mind refused to cooperate with it. It was unhappy, disappointed with how he had behaved with her from the beginning. From the start of their journey, Rias had been nothing but kind to him for no reason at all, but the same couldn't be said about him. I used your innocence and loneliness to achieve my goals. The feeling of shame inside him increased, making him realize just how bad he had been to an innocent person, who wanted nothing but a companion in her lonely life. I have become just like those people, he whispered, remembering those inhumane residents of his beloved village who used to despise his very existence, and only acknowledged him when they needed his help the most. Right now, Naruto was feeling like he was one of those people. I'm sorry. Slowly, he lifted his hand and tucked a strand of hair away from her peaceful face as he smiled at her. Ooh. A pair of sharp blue eyes dilated in excitement as Riser finally arrived at the place where Rias' energy had been flickering just moments before. Surrounded by a dense green layer of big trees, it was a dark clearing that appeared to be rather motionless and silent for someone to be present. Where? Riser's lips were trembling in anticipation now. The mixture of adrenaline and rage that was scampering through his veins was making it hard for him to think straight. Where are they? Right now, all he wanted was to annihilate that boy and bathe in his blood in front of his wife. Only then he knew his heart would quiet down and allow him to finally relax. Since the past few weeks, Riser had forgotten what rest and happiness felt like. That slut, whom he called his wife, and her fucktoy stole them away from him the minute she betrayed his trust and fled her apartment. Show yourself, you cowards. A terrible smile began to form on his parched lips, making his sweaty and angry visage even more terrifying. Rias. His voice was cracking, barely holding the hatred that he held for her inside it. Riser was sounding like he was on the verge of a breakdown, something that he had no problem with today. If this was what it took to viciously murder the youngster without fear of repercussions, Riser was willing to go through it again and again. Where are you, my darling? The amount of disgust he felt while calling her that was inconceivable. In the past, when he actually used to hold some interest in the girl, he would have had no problem calling her that. In fact, he used to call her that frequently, but now, even while uttering that word for her, Riser felt like his heart and mind were failing from the inside. Come to me, his hands began to tremble. And show me that boy, he said in hushed tones, struggling to keep his rage inside him. So that I can kill him right in front of you. In the end, Riser ultimately failed to do so, and all of his rage erupted in the shape of innumerable ruthless rivers of fire, instantly scorching everything that came into contact with them. Rias. His voice slashed through the cluster of hot flames and befouled the entire clearing with its venom. It was getting hard for him to control his rage now, and he was well aware of this. Rias. In the hope that she would finally give up and show herself to him due to fear, Riser shouted her name once again. Yet again, just like the last time, nothing happened and all he got in answer was unsettling silence and radiating warmth from his flames. R.I. Riser. When a feeble whisper from a familiar voice entered his ears, all the bitterness and hatred that were coursing through his veins vanished in an instant. R. Riser. Soon after, another feeble whisper followed the first, this one filled with much more anguish and fear. Riser knew that voice. It was far too familiar for him not to identify it, which made the entire situation even more frightening and unsettling. No way it's him, he thought to himself, still refusing to turn around and acknowledge the reality. Riser. All the thoughts vacated his mind as soon as another whisper reached his ears, this one belonging to someone else, someone cold and enraged. Do you not want to meet your best friend? Riser's heart skipped a beat as that individual mentioned his friend Damien in his chilly, loud voice. It was at that point that he chose to turn around and confront the reality that awaited him. Damien. In an instant, words perished from Riser Phoenix's mouth as he got a glimpse at the torn and burned face of his best friend, Damien Phoenix. Pale and lifeless, his friend's face was scorched to the point where even Riser was finding it hard to recognize him. It was as if someone entirely different was hanging in the scarlet hands of his adversary. Damn. Rasengan. Shunky, Rasengan, Flash. Before Riser could even utter the name of his friend again, the boy had to jump to his side in order to avoid the lightning-fast beam of pure blue energy that was launched towards him. What? Riser, breathless and wide-eyed in amazement, slowly moved his head to gaze at the location where the energy beam had fallen. Impossible, he uttered to himself mentally, no doubt still in shock due to how things were unfolding. From what he had learned from his father, the boy Naruto was immensely powerful for a human, but neither his family nor Rias' family informed him that the boy could also utilize magic. This changes everything, Riser thought to himself, still eyeing the destruction that a single attack of Naruto had brought to the land. It was amazing and scary at the same time, and Riser would go even as far as to say that had Naruto not been his enemy, he would have praised the odd human on his brilliant display of power. What else is he capable of shit? Riser quickly focused the power within him and built a defensive shield to protect himself from the physical assaults of the human boy. Riser, the first hit on the shield hardly brought anywhere to it, making Riser confident that he was on par or even more powerful than his opponent in terms of raw magical power. Look at me, the boy's second attempt was just as fruitless as the first, leaving Riser standing comfortably on his feet, his back still facing his assailant. For a while, the cycle of punches kept going on, with Naruto hitting firm punches back to back on the shield in an attempt to break through it and pull the Phoenix air out of it. Riser, on the other hand, was finally beginning to enjoy the fight. The fact that Naruto's punches were having no effect on his shield had done wonders for his confidence, and with each passing second, his confidence only grew in size. It's useless, human, he finally opened his mouth, eyes still focused on the destruction that his adversary's attack had caused on the land beside him. Is it? Riser smiled when the question, or as he would rather say the subtle taunt, reached his ears. Well, yes. His eyes parted ways with the destruction and moved ever so little to acknowledge the shadow of his opponent that was lingering beside him. Regardless of what you believe, your punches are useless against this shield. Riser continued, his gaze still observing Naruto's shadow, waiting for him to make a move. Contrary to the utterances that circulated in the underworld, Riser was neither a hot-headed prince nor an irrational individual by any means. Sure, he might have shown a few signs of being one, but it was only when the matter of his house's pride or his wife was concerned. Otherwise, he thought of himself as more of a straightforward yet cautious individual. Right now, he was being the latter. Riser knew what he was facing wasn't a normal human. He recognized this a long time ago when he first heard that the boy had single-handedly destroyed a band of foolish gangsters who strolled around the darkness of this world. No normal human could do that without sustaining a visible injury as a memento of the conflict. The smile on Riser's face widened as he sensed a sliver of disappointment in the tone of his enemy. You can go on like this all day and it still won't change anything, Naruto. Now, he needed to take advantage of it and hurt the boy when he was most vulnerable. I see. The Phoenix air stiffened, ready to react in case the boy tried to utilize his magic again. Then. It was fast, incredibly fast. Hell, Riser would even go so far as to say it was faster than anything he had ever seen. At one point, the human was standing far behind him, and the next, his dazzling golden eyes were boring directly into his soul, waiting for him to make a move. I don't have another option. Naruto's soft yet cold words and distinctive golden eyes mesmerized Riser in a wicked way and rendered him still. No matter how much he tried to look away, his eyes refused to break the contract. They wanted to stare into his eyes for as long as they could. Let's fight, Riser. Riser's heart froze for a beat when the boy pushed his hand towards him, most likely in an attempt to break the shield again. That, however, did not frighten him. What made a difference was that this time, instead of launching a punch towards the shield, Naruto was calmly propelling his hand. What? His eyes grew wide in shock when the hand easily penetrated his shield and broke the magical barrier in an instant. How? The Phoenix heir had little time to consider his options as Naruto swiftly seized his hand and launched him in the direction of a tree that was distant from them. Og, Riser grunted loudly when his back made contact with the thick bark of the tree. You. Rias. Still grunting in pain, Riser opened his eyes as Naruto's voice entered his ears again, only to come face to face with those cruel golden eyes of his. She is what you want, right? The devil wanted to reply, but before he could, he was again snatched and hurled in the direction of another enormous tree. Ag. Just like before, a painful cry left his mouth when he made contact with the stationary log of wood. You have been following us for some time now. Riser didn't even open his eyes this time because they were so full of fear and shame that he feared if he did, his opponent would bask in them even more. Sure, he could stand up and retaliate, but there was no point in that. It would be futile as the difference between their speed and reflex was too great. If the boy was overwhelming a devil in speed, then only Lucifer knew what else he could do. The most reasonable choice for Riser right now was to defend and wait for his opponent to get tired. He possessed amazing healing ability and devil stamina, so the only thing he lacked was an opportunity to attack the youngster, which he was certain he would obtain sooner or later. Rasengan. The moment Naruto uttered that word, Riser's eyes snapped open in fear. He was familiar with that name and had witnessed the catastrophic aftermath of that assault. So, in order to save himself for later, he needed to dodge that attack once more. Gah! Unfortunately for him, he had little time to respond as the menacing spiraling ball of bluish-white energy arrived before he could do anything. The small sphere of energy quickly became fierce and massive, as did the pain inside his body. Stop, stop, Riser tried to scream, but the words came out as nothing more than a whisper, a pitiful chain of words that couldn't even escape the whirling storm of energy. He tried to conjure up another shield, but as expected, it resulted in yet another failure as the small needles that were flooding the sphere pierced the barrier. No! A painful cry escaped his lips as the needles continued to pierce his partially healed flesh, leaving another set of small gashes on it. No! Stop it, please! Naruto, who was standing a little away from the devil boy, was watching everything unfold with an impassive gaze. Previously, a moment like this would have softened his heart even toward the most despicable of foes, but today he felt nothing, save a touch of sorrow. In the end, whether good or evil, ordinary or unusual, the man he was torturing and the ones he had already tormented were still living beings. All of them deserved some kindness, especially from him, because who knows how things might have turned out differently if he had shown it to them. What if nothing had changed? Naruto asked himself, his eyes fixed on the orb of needles that was inflicting uninterrupted misery on his opponent. During the war, he had made the mistake of doing just that countless times, and most of them came back to haunt him and resulted in the deaths of his friends. What if they didn't change? Despite how difficult it was to accept, Naruto discovered during that horrific war that individuals who had descended too far into the depths of evil and depravity were beyond the point of redemption, either via words or force. Unless they showed exceptional control over their mind, you could give them as many opportunities as you could to change their lives, but they would always revert to their previous state sooner or later. Why? Because that's what being normal means to them. Naruto clenched his hands, remembering how normal and natural those goons behaved when they were ogling and groping Rias. When they were doing it, he had peered into their eyes and found absolutely no sign of morality or remorse. It was only when he knocked one of them out did they start to show some emotions, fear being the most evident one. That man Rias' father dispatched after them was never going to harm Rias, so he left him in a position where he couldn't pursue them any longer. But those thugs, those people, were nasty, reeking of unbridled depravity. Naruto was well aware of what they were up to and what they had previously done to others. They didn't deserve to continue their journey, so he put a stop to it for them and the innocent people who lived nearby. Some may consider what he did to be a good thing, something required for the betterment of innocent people, but Naruto didn't think that way. He was aware that what he did was identical to the advice his friend Sasuke had given him throughout his entire life. It was a type of retribution, with the only distinction being that he inflicted it rather than his friend. But it was necessary, he said quietly, remembering the words of his rival, teacher, and father. Sometimes a few people must perish in order for innocence to thrive. His eyes dilated a little as the orb of his chakra began to diminish along with the painful cries of his foe. Tell me, Riser Phoenix. Naruto lifted his right foot and began to walk towards the worn-out yet partially healed body of the devil boy. What will you do if I let you go without causing you any further harm? His eyes, which had been fixed intently on Riser, somewhat narrowed as he saw the boy struggle to get back up, his body wounded and bruised from the numerous attacks of those needles. But even as Riser stumbled, Naruto could see that he was still healing himself, his wounds closing up at a very fast pace. What will I do? The Uzumaki nodded, eager to hear the response to his simple yet important question. I will come back and kill you for what you just did to me, you motherfucker. A sense of dismay settled in Naruto's heart as he heard Riser's response. Even though he knew it was going to be like this to some level, it still managed to disappoint him. He was hoping it would be different from what he got as an answer from the leader of those thugs. Unfortunately, Riser managed to demonstrate that he was no different from that individual. I see. Naruto came to a halt in his stride and looked at the Phoenix, his eyes burning with renewed rage and resentment, ready to put the man down once and for all. You're persistent, I'll give you that, he said, forming another Rasengan in his hand, this one entirely different and small from the earlier. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of the devil, a red sphere of chakra swirling violently within his palm, ready to engulf anything that dared to come in its path. Riser attempted to protect himself once more, but Naruto was too quick and powerful. The glowing sphere was blasted into his chest by Naruto before he could even prepare for the impact of the blow. Ah! Riser shouted in agony as he felt his skin melt under the heat of the glowing sphere. Helpless, he attempted to boost his healing, but it was pointless because Naruto continued to pour more energy into his strike. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Riser collapsed to the ground, burned so badly to the point that it was impossible to identify him. Riser had tried to dismiss it previously, but there was no denying it now. It's a nightmare, he concluded as his eyes, which were struggling to stay open, glanced at his tormentor. You are still healing. When he saw Naruto examine his physique with his keen eyes, the Phoenix screamed in terror on the inside. It appeared as though he was patiently waiting for him to heal again so that he could make him relive that nightmare. No. Flez. Leave me alone. Riser tried to beg for mercy with all the strength he could summon at the time, hoping that the human boy would finally leave him alone. Did you leave her alone when she was crying daily? Riser didn't need any further explanations. At that very moment, he understood that all of his efforts, including his pleading and crying, would be in vain. His fate had already been decided by Naruto. Poof. His tear-filled eyes dilated a little when the boy vanished in a cloud of smoke. Did he? As he peered around the area to find the boy, an overwhelming feeling of optimism began to fill his heart. He missed me. Just like that, everything turned dreadful once more as Riser sensed someone standing behind him. Unfortunately for him, his nightmare not only came back to torment him, but it became even more vicious when he saw two more Naruto enter the area from the left side. What? He mumbled, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was unthinkable. Get ready, Riser. As if to ridicule his existence and powerlessness even more, a group of Naruto began to swarm the region, each one looking at him as if he were their prey. Soon, the clearing was overrun with Naruto to the point where Riser couldn't count or sense them anymore. No, he shouted. No, his mind began to lose control of his body. No, he attempted to stand up as he saw that Naruto was preparing that ball of power once more. Rasengan. Chapter 11, Her Wish. Happy birthday, Rias. A pair of blue eyes, filled with warmth and adoration, stared at the beautiful woman in front of them for a while before gently shifting their gaze towards the tempting cake that was resting on the table. Thank you, mother, Rias whispered, her voice brimming with gratitude and a touch of joy. Venelana Grimori furrowed her brow upon hearing her daughter's voice. It did not possess the usual cheerful and vibrant tone she had anticipated. Instead, it seemed to be missing a certain something, causing it to sound dull. Is everything fine, Rias? She asked, hoping that her daughter would provide her with the answer she was looking for. Yes, mother. Venelana could tell that her daughter was lying without even looking at her face. Rias was a terrible liar, especially when it came to lying to her. Her daughter couldn't hide her emotions well, and so she could always tell when Rias was feeling down. Don't lie to me, dear. She gently placed her hand on Ria's shoulder and offered her a warm smile. Please, tell me what's troubling you. Her words had the intended effect as Rias turned to her and flashed her a sorrowful frown. Why isn't he here? Rias, words were uttered gently, but they struck Venelana's heart in an instant. He's busy, Rias. She didn't even want to mention his name in front of her daughter, knowing it would only make her sadder. Venelana knew just how much her daughter adored her father, even though he had no respect for her whatsoever. For her, he was the only person she wanted to prove her worth to, and that was the problem of Rias' life. She admired someone who didn't even want to be seen with her in public. Venelana loathed the relationship that Rias shared with her father. It was the source of her daughter's pain and often proved to be unbearable to witness. However, she was trapped in a position where intervening would jeopardize her own connection with both of them. He is always too busy for me, Rias said, glancing at her mother once more, her eyes brimming with tears and sorrow. Does he really hate me so much, mother? She asked, her voice as delicate as her heart felt after hearing her father speak badly of her to others yesterday. Venelana's grip on Rias' shoulder tightened. No, she exclaimed, stunned to hear the words coming out of her daughter's mouth. They were heart-wrenching, serving as a brutal reminder of her own failures. She was supposed to provide Rias with the love she never received from her father, and now, after hearing Rias speak those words, Venelana knew she had failed to do so. No one hates you, Rias, she whispered and immediately hugged her tight. Rias smiled slightly as she found herself enveloped in the warmth of her mother's arms. It was soothing. Then why does he always call me a failure? She murmured, scared to hear the answer she already knew. Because he is currently blinded by power, Venelana didn't hesitate to respond this time. Your father is consumed by a hunger for power, Rias, she said, tightening her embrace around Rias. He is not disappointed in you. He is disappointed in himself for not possessing enough power. Her arms relaxed a little when Rias hugged her back. But he is so powerful. A small smile flickered across Lady Grimori's face. If only he could think like you, Rias, she giggled while holding the girl in her arms. Anyway, let's not waste any time, because I'm sure your brother is about to arrive with a crowd of people who are going to celebrate all night. With a gentle release, her arms opened, allowing the girl to break free from their embrace. Okay. The happiness in Rias' voice evoked an even deeper sense of sadness in Venelana. Her child wasn't meant to live like this. Rias was supposed to be happy all the time. She was supposed to live her life like other devil children. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Her child was too pure and innocent for that, so much so that sometimes Venelana couldn't help but think she had given birth to an angel. I'm about to blow the candles, mother. Venelana snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at her daughter. Wait, she chirped, making Rias stop whatever she was doing. What now? The smile on Venelana's face broadened. Before you blow out the candles, Rias, you must make a wish, she said, her smile transforming into a joyful giggle as Rias gasped in surprise. Oh yes. Venelana's heart swarmed with happiness as she saw Rias blow out the candles with a bright smile on her face. It was moments like these that made her realize how truly amazing her daughter was at enduring difficult situations and putting them aside, if only temporarily, in order to bring joy to others. She was truly an angel trapped in the world of devils. Yay! Happy birthday to you, Rias. Venelana clapped her hands and hugged her daughter again, this time gentler than before. So, what did you wish for, darling? She inquired, genuinely curious about what her daughter wanted the most. Rias paused for a moment before giggling at her mother. I want to be XXX. Free. Rias was feeling free after a very long time. She couldn't understand how it was possible, but for some reason, her heart wasn't feeling any fear at all. A few days ago, she was fleeing from the scent of Riser, but now she couldn't even detect his presence. He seemed to have disappeared out of nowhere, as if he had simply evaporated. Did he decide to leave me alone? She wondered, feeling perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the boy. Rias knew very well that Riser wasn't the kind of person to leave her alone, especially after what she had done to him. When she first sensed his presence a week ago, Rias was sure the boy was not going to leave without taking her with him. So, his sudden disappearance gave rise to numerous questions in her mind. Is he planning to surprise us? She wondered to herself. However, her mind swiftly dismissed the notion, refusing to entertain the thought for more than a fleeting moment. It was as though her entire being was telling her to stop thinking about him. Her mind and heart wanted to relish this feeling of freedom, and she couldn't even blame them. In her short life, she had rarely experienced such freedom as she did at the moment. At present, she was the master of her own destiny, with complete control over her life, including her own death. She wasn't living to impress anyone anymore. Right now, her only purpose in life was to cherish the remaining moments she had left with her companion, Naruto. Rias. Her heart leapt with joy when a familiar voice entered her ears and, in an instant, she forgot about her worries. Yes, Naruto. She turned her eyes to him and smiled when she saw him looking at her in concern. No matter how many times she saw him like that, it always managed to make her feel special whenever she noticed the concern lingering in his eyes for her. You lost focus again. Naruto's shoulders slumped in defeat as he saw the girl sheepishly smile at him. Here, he was giving her advice on managing her stamina while walking, but she wasn't even paying attention to him. Instead, she was lost in her thoughts, just as she had been for most of the trip. Rias' smile wavered as a momentary flash of guilt flickered in her eyes. I'm sorry, Naruto, she whispered, genuinely regretful for not listening to his advices. She knew he was trying to help her, but she couldn't focus on him as her mind was completely captured by the sense of freedom she was experiencing at that moment. It's okay. The smile on her lips became radiant again when she saw him wave his hand in assurance. He is amazing. Rias knew she had said it many times before, but she couldn't resist repeating it whenever he did something kind for her. To her, Naruto was still a dream that she longed to live in forever. He was like a piece of puzzle that she wanted to keep solving and still not get bored with. Everything he did was amazing. From preparing ramen for her to carrying her on his back throughout most of the trip, his every action filled her heart with a mixture of joy and concern. Joy, because she knew there was someone who was doing all that for her without asking anything in return unlike others, and worry because she knew he was not going to be with her forever. Just like a beautiful dream, he was destined to leave her sooner or later. Then, she would be left with an empty space in her heart, a space that no one else would ever be able to fill. I hope it remains like this forever. Rias knew it was a hopeless wish, one that would never be able to come to fruition, but she still held on to it. Her heart refused to acknowledge the fact that one day Naruto was going to leave her too. Rias. She blinked as she heard him speak again. Yes, she whispered, her voice devoid of the sadness she had been feeling a moment before. Can I ask you something? Rias knew he was hesitating about something by the way he was taking time to speak. Naruto did that whenever he was unsure about his actions. Sure. So, she reassured him with her words and gave him a comforting smile. Do you have any last wish? Just like that, his words froze her in place and rendered her speechless. A wish, she whispered, savoring the word on her tongue. It was a straightforward question, one that should have had an answer readily available at any moment, yet it still managed to catch her off guard. Right now, Rias had no answer for that question. Her mind tried to form an answer once more, only to falter as she realized she truly had no last wish for herself. She wanted nothing. A wish. Ooh. He is dead. Zeodicus Grimori bellowed at his son, his voice reverberating through the silent room. What do you mean, he's dead, Searsex? His narrowed eyes stared intently as he noticed his son avoid his gaze. Searsex Grimori, the Lucifer of the underworld, sighed as he weathered his father's sudden outburst. He had known it would unfold like this since the moment he first saw the remnants of Riser's lifeless body. However, he never expected his father to unleash such a torrent of anger upon him. It was not his mistake that the boy died. Father, I've already told you that Riser died while fighting with that unknown boy, he repeated, uttering the same response for the umpteenth time that day, still unable to believe the reality behind his own words. How can that be possible? The surprise in his father's voice was understandable, as Riser wasn't just some low-class devil. That boy was an exceptional fighter and hailed from the prestigious house of FANFIC. So, when Searsex received the news of his defeat against the mysterious boy, he was unable to believe it himself. I don't know, father, he whispered and looked at the man with a serious expression on his face. Whoever that boy is, he's incredibly powerful, he added, the gravity resonating in his voice now. If the boy had enough power to send an assassin into a coma and kill 2 people from the FANFIC household, then Searsex was certain that he could also harm his sister if necessary. No, he thought to himself, his mind conjuring scenarios of how the boy could take advantage of or harm his sister. He couldn't let that happen, and for that, he needed to know more about that boy. Then we must take care of this boy, Searsex. Zeodicus growled, his face contorted with hatred. He has already humiliated us enough, and now he has even slain 2 high-class devils. His gaze shifted towards the newspaper resting on his weathered wooden desk. Soon, everyone will find out about this, and we will no longer be able to show our faces to anyone. He tightly gripped the seam of his trousers, his mind consumed by thoughts of exacting revenge on that boy. Searsex nodded his head, somewhat agreeing with his father. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about his public image at the moment, the idea of Rias being alone with that boy was the one which was troubling him the most. Father, you are absolutely right. We must take action, he declared. That boy is alone with Rias, and who knows what he might do to her and Don't mention her in front of me, Sirzex. Sirzex clenched his hands, barely containing the urge to shout at his father. She is my sister, father, he firmly asserted, leaving no room for argument. I will always be concerned about her. He then turned around and looked at the picture that was hanging on the wall, feeling a pang of sadness. It was an old picture of their family, a relic of what they used to be and a reminder of how happy their lives were back then. As Sirzex continued to gaze at it, he noticed the radiant smile adorning his sister's face in the photograph. It was bright and pure, something unheard of in their world consumed by darkness and desires. But she betrayed us. A bittersweet smile formed on Sirzek's lips as he gazed back at his father. And, he inquired, arching his eyebrows as his father furrowed his brow in response. You were blinded by your love, Sirzex, Zeodicus whispered, already sounding weary of speaking. He knew that his son and wife would never understand his situation, so he avoided arguments with them whenever possible. And you were blinded by power. Zeodicus wanted to argue back, but he knew it was futile. His family was beyond the point of salvation, and he didn't want to waste time trying. Right now, the most important thing was to find that boy and punish him. Zeodicus was confident that he would be able to do that at least. Ooh. Her wish. What was it? Or did she even have any? Ria's face withered in sadness as she found herself riddled with the puzzle of her companion's words. It was a simple question from his side, one that she thought she would be able to answer at any given time. Yet here she was, at a loss for the words needed to form the answer. Why is it so hard? She questioned herself, feeling unhappy due to the fact that she had never even considered the idea of having a last wish before trying to kill herself so many times in the past. Last wish. It was something that everyone, whether they were happy or not with their lives, had for themselves. Everyone had a burning desire, a goal they longed to achieve before their inevitable demise. Yet, she found herself devoid of any such dream. There was not a single thing that she could think of that she wanted to attain. She was never the type of person to have such dream. Also, she hated to admit it, but life never gave her a chance to become that kind of person. Her life was far from ordinary. It existed solely under the control of others. Every action she took was meticulously orchestrated by someone else. She was nothing more than a puppet, devoid of any autonomy or aspirations. But I'm not one now. Rias smiled as she recalled all the recent events that had transpired around her. The moment she made the decision to accompany a human on his journey to death, she liberated herself from the chains of her past. Now, there was nothing but death awaiting her at both ends of the road. She was unrestrained, and therefore, she also needed a final wish of her own, a desire she would relentlessly pursue before confronting whatever awaited her at her final destination. But what would it be? Throughout her life, she had experienced every luxury one could wish for, courtesy of being born into a wealthy and influential family. There was nothing materialistic in this world that she yearned for, which left her feeling puzzled. Can I drop you now? Rias blinked and looked down, only to meet face to face with a flushed Naruto who was drenched in sweat from carrying her on his back. Sure thing, Naruto. Although she was still sore from walking too much, she still decided to walk again as she could see that he was tired as well. Where are you going? Rias halted her walk and glanced over her shoulder. The nearest inn. She looked at him with confusion. Aren't we supposed to get there before evening? Her puzzled expression grew when he responded with a slight smile. No need to walk anymore. Let's take a break here for a while first. It was Ria's first time seeing Naruto so exhausted, so she decided to follow his words and sat down beside him, checking on him occasionally for any signs of distress. Do you want some water, Naruto? She asked, fondly recalling how the boy would always offer her a drink whenever she felt tired during their travels. It was his habit now. Nah, I'm fine, Rias. He wasn't fine. Rias could sense that just by looking at his face. It was covered in sweat, and he was breathing heavily. I'm sorry, she whispered as the feeling of guilt eventually crept into her heart. She realized that Naruto had to carry her all the time because she was unable to walk long distances. And now, he was paying the price for it. Naruto abruptly halted whatever he was doing or thinking and turned his attention to Rias. Huh, he murmured, tilting his head in confusion. Are you all right? Extending his hand, he gently touched her forehead, pretending to assess her condition. Yes. Then why do you keep repeating these nonsensical words, Rias? He lifted his hand from her head and poked it with his index finger. It's not your fault that I'm feeling exhausted. His words had a remarkable effect. Instantly, they soothed her as she gazed at him with her mesmerizing eyes. I am exhausted because I was unable to sleep last night, he confided, appearing slightly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Why? But Rias wanted to know more. She wanted to know why he didn't sleep well last night, fearing that it might be due to her too. Naruto hesitated for a moment before realizing that she wouldn't stop until he told her the truth. So, with a deep breath, he prepared himself. I heard someone crying in the next room, he whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and embarrassment. Crying, Rias whispered to herself, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend how the sound of someone crying had prevented her friend from sleeping. After a few moments of deep contemplation, the answer suddenly dawned on her. Don't tell me you actually believed it was a ghost, Naruto. She asked, her gaze shifting away from him when he nodded in affirmation. Yes. A small smile flickered on her lips, which soon turned into a hearty giggle as she struggled to control her laughter. Come on, Naruto, she said between giggles. If you were so scared, you should have woken me up, you know. Her laughter grew louder as Naruto averted his gaze, his face now flushed and glistening with sweat. I didn't want to disturb you. Rias' laughter came to an abrupt halt as soon as she heard his reply. Damn it. Once again, his kindness was able to render her speechless and she couldn't do anything but admire it. Naruto. She looked at the boy and smiled when he refused to look at her. He was still embarrassed, she noted. I'm sorry, she whispered, bowing her head in remorse. I shouldn't have teased you just now. Rias would have continued but had to stop when she heard the sound of giggles coming from where the boy was sitting. Bah! Naruto turned his head towards her, his eyes filled with amusement as he struggled to contain his laughter. It's so easy to change your mood, Rias, he exclaimed, struggling to hold himself back as the girl pouted at him. Not funny. Naruto completely ignored her and continued laughing. It was a rare moment of happiness for him, and he was determined to savor it as much as possible. Rias crossed her arms beneath her bosom, pretending to be annoyed, but she couldn't help cracking a smile at Naruto's contagious laughter. It was cute and warm to look at. Okay, fine, she finally admitted, her voice filled with mirth. You win this time, Naruto. She huffed at him, still pretending, so that she could see him laugh a little more. As Naruto kept laughing, his eyes crinkling with joy, Rias couldn't help but bask in the sense of warmth that spread through her entire body. At that moment, she realized just how truly cool he was when he genuinely showed his emotions towards others. Cute, she didn't know when the word had slipped out of her mouth. But when Naruto suddenly stopped laughing and looked at her with curiosity, she couldn't help but criticize herself silently. Did you say something, Rias? Rias froze for a moment before giving Naruto an awkward smile. No, I didn't say anything, she lied, hoping he wouldn't ask any more questions. Unfortunately, Naruto just did that. But I'm certain I heard you call something cute, he whispered, sounding confident. Oh, I was just admiring the flower behind you, Rias replied, trying to shift the conversation to the flower gracefully swaying in the wind behind him. It's so cute, and the orange color just makes it even cuter. She spoke, hoping that her compliments to the flower would divert his attention from her slip-up. This time, luck favored her, and Naruto shifted his gaze towards the tiny orange flower. In an instant, he leaned closer to it and started to examine it intently, a genuine smile spreading across his face. You're right, it's adorable, he said, completely captivated by the little flower and its color that reminded him of his home, a place that his heart had still not forgotten. It reminds me of home, his words instantly caught Rias' attention. Home. Rias smiled at Naruto, as a sad realization once again washed over her. Throughout their entire journey, Naruto had not uttered a single word about his past. It seemed as though his past was a closely guarded secret, one that he intended to carry to his grave with himself. Sure, she had tried to initiate conversations about it many times before, but he had always managed to evade her questions. Now, as she heard him mention his home, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness for him. Why? Because Rias was convinced that there were painful memories associated with his home. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to hide his past so much from her. It was beautiful, Rias, Naruto whispered, turning his gaze to her and immediately capturing her full attention with his words. I had so many friends and precious people there, he added, his words tinged with sorrow, a fact that didn't go unnoticed by Rias. Where are they now? She tried her luck, hoping to finally get to know something about his past. Dead. In an instant, Rias was filled with regret for even daring to ask that question. She had imagined countless possible responses to her question, but none of them came close to what Naruto just said. Now, Rias understood why he had been hiding his past from her. Unlike her, who had people to support her, the boy had no one right now. He was completely alone in this world. No wonder he was trying to die, because if she were in his place, she would have been trying to do the same. I'm sorry, Naruto, Rias whispered, at a loss for what else to say about that revelation. She then reached out and gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Naruto flinched instinctively at her touch, still somewhat unaccustomed to such comforting gestures after the war. It's all right, Rias, he smiled reassuringly, hoping to alleviate the lingering sadness between them. I can't change anything now. His smile faltered for a second, but as soon as the girl met his gaze, a strange warmth swarmed his body. For a while, both individuals fell silent as they gazed at the flower swaying between them. The delicate blossom was dancing to the song of the wind, bringing a sense of peace to their hearts. It was as if the flower was lifting their pain and casting it away with the wind. Rias tore her eyes away from the flower and stole a glimpse at Naruto, her heart fluttering as she caught sight of the radiant smile on his lips. It was beautiful, she noted and smiled to herself when it broadened. Then her gaze shifted to his eyes and blinked when she noticed dark circles beneath them. He needs to sleep, she thought to herself. Naruto, she murmured, hoping to capture his attention, and smiled when the boy looked at her. You said you couldn't sleep well last night, right? She asked, as she settled on the ground in a comfortable position. Yes, but hey, don't make fun of. Here, Rias patted her hand on her thighs, inviting him to rest his head there. You can take a nap for a while before we continue our walk. She suggested, her voice as feeble as a whisper. Are you sure? He asked her, his face a little flushed due to embarrassment. Rias simply nodded in response, too shy to utter another word. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but then gratefully accepted the offer and gently rested his head on Rias' lap. He then closed his eyes and smiled as a feeling of warmth and comfort surrounded his entire body. It was strange but he liked it. Before he knew it, he found himself succumbing to sleep, enveloped in the comforting warmth of Rias' body. Ooh. Naruto looked absolutely adorable while sleeping and Rias couldn't help but smile as she observed him peacefully snoring like a baby in his slumber. It was rare to see him being so adorable and vulnerable around her, so Rias wanted to cherish every moment of it. She wanted to imprint his sleeping face in her mind. Why are you like this, Naruto? She asked, fully aware that the boy couldn't hear her. But she just simply wanted to say something to him. Her heart wanted to keep talking to him. How do you evoke these strange emotions within me? Her slender hand reached up to his cheek, hesitating just before making contact with his skin. Tell me, she began, but her eyes widened as the boy let out a gentle yawn of annoyance, reminding her to lower her voice. Is something troubling him? She glanced at his face and noticed a slight furrow in his brow. Rias pondered for a while about what was troubling him in his sleep, when suddenly her gaze caught the gentle rays of sunlight delicately touching his face, penetrating through the lush shade of the trees. Ah, she murmured and smiled when the boy scrunched up his eyes due to the brightness of the rays. Here, she tenderly untied her hair and lowered her head, letting her flowing locks envelop his face. As the strands of her hair delicately brushed across his face, the boy's furrowed brow gradually softened, providing him with a protective shield against the piercing sunlight. Hee, Rias giggled softly as she saw him nestle deeper into her hair, seeking solace in its gentle embrace. Minutes turned into an hour, yet her eyes remained fixated on his face, refusing to shift their gaze elsewhere. The sight before her was too precious to overlook. It was something she had longed to see since the second week of their journey. To see him smile genuinely due to me, she thought to herself. It was her wish, her last wish. Chapter 12, Week. Rias was not fun. She was boring, at least that's what he had been muttering under his breath. As his feet made their way through the isolated yet beautiful trails of the mountain, he could not help but remember how she had made him leave the small ramen stall when he was just on his 7th ramen bowl. Crazy. Naruto wanted to call her that but did not because he knew it would only lead to them crossing the mountain silently without speaking a word to each other. He did not want that either. As much as he loved ramen, he liked talking to Rias too. She was the only person he had met who would never get tired of listening to him, and that was what he wanted. Crazy. Naruto wanted to call her, but didn't because he knew it would lead to them crossing the mountain without speaking. He did not want that either. As much as he loved ramen, he liked talking to Rias too. She was the only person he had met who would never get tired of listening to him, and that was what he wanted. You still annoyed about it, Naruto? Yes, he was. How could he not be annoyed by it? There was no way he would ever not be annoyed by being forced to leave a bowl of ramen untouched. Nah, I'm good, Rias. He lied and even flashed her a fake small smile, a gesture that he was sure would be enough to make her stop asking more questions. Sure, the way Rias said that word told Naruto everything he needed to know. She knew he was lying. I'm not lying, Rias, he groaned in response, and he had to jump to avoid a small boulder. See, his lips curled upwards as he formed another small smile. I'm all good, you know. The words that came out of his mouth were laced with lies, but this time they were delivered in a convincing tone. Sure, I believe you, Naruto. Fuck. He thought to himself as he realized that he must have misjudged his ability to lie. During the war, it was perfect and enough to convince people to join a battle that would ultimately cost them their lives. Now, not so much. Fine, I accept it. He raised his hands and sighed. I'm a little annoyed. His eyes moved to her face in order to read her reaction. But just a little bit, okay. He stopped when Rias smiled at him and turned her head away to take in the view of the grassy fields below. It's fine, Naruto, Rias whispered, her eyes still staring at the grass that was swaying left and right in the wind. It was beautiful to look at it, just like Naruto's smile, when it was genuine, of course. To be honest, I didn't want to leave the ramen stall either. Her words elicited a puzzled look from Naruto. But then I remembered someone saying that the sunset here looks really cool, and I wanted to see it. She paused and looked at him again. I wanted to see it with you. The way her eyes squinted as a smile formed on her lips tugged at something inside Naruto's heart. I mean, you could have told me that earlier, you know. Naruto responded, his words beginning with a stutter and ending with him looking away from her to hide his shame. Rias chuckled softly at him, finding his embarrassment endearing and cute. I guess I wanted it to be a surprise. She admitted and had to hold herself from chuckling again when Naruto shot a blank stare at her. But now that you know about it, I guess it's no longer a surprise. She looked back at the setting sun, waiting for it to disappear behind the clouds and mountains. Naruto wanted to say something to Rias as he watched her staring at the sun, but he stopped when he saw how much she was enjoying the view. The cold wind, the grassy plains, and the orange rays of the sun were creating a great view together. Everything around them was looking heavenly, and he did not want to ruin the moment. So, without making much noise, Naruto lied next to Rias on the grass and began to admire the breathtaking scenery. It's nice. He couldn't help but compliment the view, especially the beautiful golden-orange rays of the sun that were casting a warm glow over everything. Everything. Naruto slowly moved his eyes towards his right and side when he caught sight of her face. It was looking beautiful, even more than the setting sun above. The way a few strands of her red hair were shining in the golden light was indescribable. The more he looked at them, the more at peace he felt. Her journey is not going to end with me. Naruto was going to make sure of it. Ooh. A few hours later. Zeodicus Grimori was a man of his word. He had always been that way, for as long as he could remember. Once Zeodicus made a promise, he would go as far as possible to keep his word, sometimes going beyond his limits just to make sure his promise was kept. His words were like an ancient prophecy etched into an unbreakable stone. No matter how absurd the promise may have seemed, Zeodicus never backed down from it, not even when his own daughter's life and freedom were at stake. He ruined her life just so that he could save his reputation in society. For him, respect meant everything, and for that, he was ready to face anything. At least, that's what he used to think until that stupid daughter of his ran away with a being capable of effortlessly defeating devils. Now, he was no longer the Zeodicus of the past. For the first time in his life, he was feeling scared, and that fact alone was enough to make him realize that he had made some mistakes in the past for sure. As a high-ranking devil, he was not supposed to be scared. A being like him was meant to instill fear in others, not the other way around. So, in order to prove that he was still worthy of the title of high-ranking devil, Zeodicus left the safety of his house and decided to face that boy on his own. He knew his son was going to be mad at him, but that was something he was ready to face if it meant he could kill that boy with his own hands and bring his daughter back to where she belonged. Where is he? He whispered to himself, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of the boy he had been following all day. Zeodicus had seen it. He had seen the way his daughter followed that boy everywhere he went, and he did not like it. Rias was not supposed to be doing that. She was a princess, and princesses like her were supposed to enslave people like him. But from what he had seen for the entire day, it looked like the boy had enslaved his daughter instead. I'm going to kill that pest for what he has done to my daughter. The rage in his voice was palpable, as was the fear in his eyes, yet he dared not talk about it. He has made her weaker than before. Zeodicus did not fail to notice the way Rias was trying to suppress her energy the entire time. It was like she was trying to be a human for him, and that fact made him nauseous. Humans were weak. They were beings of the lowest order. His daughter was not a human. She was a devil, just like him. Kill me. For what? Zeodicus almost lost his balance when a familiar voice reached his ears. It was him. He did not even need to turn around to know that the boy was standing behind him. So, you were aware that I was following you. It was a question hidden within the statement, meant to gauge whether the boy was aware of Zeodicus' presence or not. Kind of, Naruto whispered from behind, his feet now beginning to move towards the man. I knew someone was following us but did not know who. His feet began to move faster, matching the pace of Zeodicus' heartbeats. But then you flared your energy an hour ago, and I saw you. He was standing just behind the man now and was scanning him intently with his golden eyes. Your energy is very similar to Rias. Naruto noted as he stared at the small orb of energy that was bubbling inside the man. It's not as strong as hers though. His comment did not go well with the man, as Zeodicus abruptly swung his arm towards him. You pest! Zeodicus roared as energy began to flicker around his arm. How dare you speak to me, he growled, and was about to deliver the finishing blow, ready to shatter the boy's face with his powerful arm. However, before he could act on his rage, the young boy quickly grabbed his arm and snapped it in half in an instant. Arg! Lord Grimori roared in pain, his ears still echoing with the sound of his bones snapping like a twig. It was brutal how the boy was able to just grab his magic-covered arm and snap it like it was nothing, but more brutal was the pain that followed it. He again tried to speak, but just like before, the boy did not let him utter a single word more. He again grabbed his arm, this time the other one, and threw him towards the huge tree on the side. Thud! The way Zeodicus collided with the wood was unsettling and agonizing. It was incredible to witness how he managed to make a dent in the tree trunk, but the intense pain coursing through his body made the entire ordeal seem futile to him. Every fiber of his being was begging for relief, yet there was none to be found in sight. The only thing Zeodicus could see, through his pained, fluttering eyes, was the boy who was now walking towards him once more. You are her dad, right? He knew him. The boy knew who he was. Then why was he treating him like this? Zeodicus could not help but wonder as he tried to rise to his feet again. The guy who made her like this. Fear. Zeodicus was experiencing that emotion again, but this time more intensely than he had ever done in his life. What? He wanted to know what the boy meant with his words, and so he tried to ask him about it. However, it was as if the boy had absolutely no intention of listening to him speak. As soon as Zeodicus opened his mouth, the boy swiftly lifted his foot and forcefully stomped on his head, causing it to echo, fracture, and go completely blank in an instant. You know how much she adores you. Naruto's words rang inside his blank mind again, but he could not understand what he was saying. Zeodicus' mind was too much in pain to even assist himself, let alone process any words spoken by someone else around him. Who is he? Yet it could not help but worry about the being that was standing above him. Of course you don't. Zeodicus wanted to respond, and he knew the boy probably sensed that because, in a second, another kick landed on his abdomen, causing his organs to convulse and squeeze in pain. Please stop. He managed to choke out between his painful gasps, desperately hoping that the boy would show some mercy to him. Sadly, he did not. In a movement that was too hard for him to follow, Naruto made a sphere of chaotic blue energy and slammed it on Zeodicus' face. Arg! Zeodicus screamed again as the small torrents of that energy began to peel off the skin of his face. It was unbearable. It was as if 1,000 razor blades were carving new paths into his flesh. Stop! He could feel the warm trickle of blood pooling in the cracks formed by his new scars as his vision started to blur and fade. You were always ashamed to show your face because of her, right? Naruto hissed, his voice dripping with anger and a tinge of remorse. Well, I solved that problem now. He added as another rasengan began to form in his palm. Monsters like you don't deserve innocents like her in your life. His anger was consuming his remorse now. He knew harming her dad was futile, and yet he could not stop himself from doing it. It was just like how he had felt during the pain invasion. His heart wanted revenge, although his mind knew very well that it was futile. Harming her dad would never bring back the childhood Rias missed, but he knew it would certainly bring peace to his heart. Naruto wanted to leave Rias with a feeling of freedom, and for that, people like her dad needed to go. They needed to die before him. Rias is not weak, you know. Naruto raised his palm in the air, and soon the rasengan that was spiraling within it began to glow with an electrifying blue light, blades of wind forming around it. She is just too kind for her own good. The blue sphere began to descend towards the scarred chest of Zeodicus, its blades glittering like the piercing light of heaven. You think you will be able to face all the devils on your own if you defeat me? The rasengan stopped just a few centimeters away from Zeodicus' chest, its blades still spinning and waiting to pierce his flesh. What do you mean? Naruto asked the man, no doubt a little confused about what he was trying to say. Zeodicus groaned as a jolt of pain surged through his body and scar-ridden face. I am a high-ranking devil and the father of Lucifer, boy, he murmured with a voice filled with pain, his lips still bleeding and far from being fully healed. Killing me would mean inviting the wrath of Satan upon you and Rias. His eyes twinkled with hope as the ball of blue energy disappeared from the boy's palm. Noticing that all he got was a moment of silence from the boy in response, Zeodicus began to speak again. You think I'm the only one following you? He asked Naruto and flashed him a bloody smirk when he said nothing in response. If you think so, then you are wrong. His smirk turned vicious as the boy took a seat in front of him. It was working, he could sense it. The father and family members of the boy that you killed a few weeks ago are also hunting for you, and so is my son. Their numbers will only multiply if you kill me at this moment. The pain Zeodicus was feeling a moment ago vanished as adrenaline began to surge through his veins. Zeodicus knew he had the boy in his grip when he saw confusion and doubt flicker in his eyes for a moment. No matter how strong you are, boy, you can never defeat an army of devils on your own. He said and spat out the blood that had welled up in his mouth as he took a seat in front of the boy. Also, you have to think about Rias too, right? Slowly, he raised his hand and placed it underneath Naruto's chin. She is not as powerful as you are, dear. His whisper was full of anger and admiration, if that was possible. You are amazing. Zeodicus smiled as he gazed into his golden eyes. They were full of power. While she is nothing but a failure, he could have finished his sentence, but a strong punch on the face sent him flying towards the tree again. Ha! Zeodicus gasped in shock, feeling the splinters of wood penetrating his back and piercing his organs. You idiot! His short breaths turned into painful gasps as he struggled to disentangle himself from the jagged pieces of wood. They were sharp and were drawing blood each time he tried to move. I gave you a chance to correct your mistakes and… He paused as a small piece of wood went too deep into his back. Arg! And you threw it away. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he became aware of the gravity of his injuries and the blood that was staining his back. Naruto scoffed at the man. I didn't throw away anything. He whispered, his feet starting to walk towards the man. With each step Naruto took, his resolve grew stronger and the breaths of the man weaker. I just didn't like the way you were talking about Rias. His eyes regained the earlier coldness once more. She is your daughter. Slap. Naruto raised his hand and slapped Zeodicus' bloodied face, making drops of the red liquid fly high in the air. At least speak of her with decency, even if you don't love her. He muttered and grabbed the man's hair, his hands matching the color of the hair. Slap. Another forceful slap stung Zeodicus' scarlet injured cheek, this one more severe than the earlier one. Pay attention when I'm talking to you, you weak devil. Naruto knew the words had done their job when the man began to glare at him. Slap. The third slap was softer than the second one but managed to break a few of the man's teeth. Why are you glaring at me like that? Naruto lowered his head and hissed at the man. After a while, he took a step back, his eyes narrowing with anger and sadness. Didn't you tell Rias that the strong should always be respected by the weak? He asked him. Why yes. Slap. Then where is my respect? Naruto whispered with a tone as cold as ice. Zeodicus was done. His spirit was broken. The level of disrespect he had experienced was enough to extinguish the fire within Zeodicus. Now, he was nothing but a shadow of his former self, a mere remnant of the person he once was. I'm sorry. He swallowed the last bit of pride remaining in his body and apologized, begging for the boy to spare his life. Are you stronger now? A blink of confusion was all Zeodicus could give in response to Naruto's question. I mean, did this humiliation make you stronger? No. Zeodicus murmured weakly, his voice barely audible amidst his ragged gasps of pain. He was still as weak as he was before. As weak as he had always been. Naruto glared at the man. Then what was your twisted logic behind believing that humiliating Rias would ever make her stronger? He sneered and tightened his grip on the man's hair, forcefully smashing him against the tree trunk, amplifying the pain as splinters of wood pierced his flesh further. She still begs for your mercy in her sleep because of that. The force behind his grip increased as his fingers started to pull Zeodicus' long hair from his scalp, causing him to wince in pain. I thought it would teach her to stop relying on others. Zeodicus gritted his teeth and managed to choke out a response. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his anger intensifying. Stop relying on others. Is that what you call being strong? He shook his head in disbelief, his voice filled with disgust. You're an utter disappointment as a father. He spat out and slammed Zeodicus' head into the tree again, drawing out more blood. Zeodicus gasped in pain, the metallic taste of blood filling his parched mouth. You don't understand. I was only trying to make her stronger, he rasped, his voice barely audible. She is weak. His voice trembled with agony as he struggled to go on. She is going to die one way or another if she remains with you. The smile that bloomed on his face after those words was pathetic but disturbing enough to make Naruto halt, resisting the urge to crash his head into the wood again. She won't. Zeodicus scoffed and winced slightly as the movement caused the embedded splinters to shift inside his back. As I said before, he stopped to take a few breaths. You can't fight them all, boy. His smile turned more disturbing as he gazed into Naruto's eyes. Listen here, old man, Naruto whispered, his voice growing colder with each passing second. When I started this journey with her, I made a promise to Rias. He grabbed Zeoticus by the neck, applying enough pressure to make him stop breathing. And I won't allow anyone to come close to her until I fulfill that promise. His statement was immediately drowned out by the chilling sound of the swirling sphere taking form in his hand. You can't. I will destroy each and every one of those devils if it comes to that. The ground beneath Naruto began to crack as the sphere in his hand continued to grow in size. It was turning violent, and Zeoticus knew it. You can't. The head of Grimoire House managed to speak out somehow. However, his voice went unheard as the sphere of blue energy began to descend on him again. It was inevitable now. Zeoticus could sense his own impending demise. It was looming over him, just like the weight of his past failures always had. And just like before, he could do nothing but face them like the weakling he was. You are weak, Zeoticus. Your weakness makes you hate your daughter so much. I will. Zeoticus' eyes widened with fear and sadness as Naruto's voice somehow reached his ears. Because I'm not weak like you. He could feel the heavy weight of his past mistakes and regrets, burdening him and suffocating him with guilt and self-loathing. No matter how hard he tried to escape them, Naruto's haunting words continued to echo in his mind, tormenting him with the painful truth he had tried so hard to bury. I'm weak. Rasengan. Zeoticus closed his eyes, gripping his fists as if trying to squeeze out the unbearable agony and sadness that was threatening to engulf him before the sphere could. His chest tightened, and the tears that he had been desperately holding back finally spilled over, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. I was always weak. Ooh. It was midnight. The stars were twinkling in the dark sky, accompanied by a brilliant moon that was bathing the entire town in its ethereal glow. The gentle, cold breeze was rustling through the trees, carrying with it the sweet scent of flowers and a sense of peace. Unfortunately, that sense of peace was not helping a certain individual at all. Where is he? Rias muttered to herself as she looked outside her room's window for a sign of her friend. He told me he was going for a walk and has still not returned. Her eyes welled up with concern. Did he get into some trouble? She sighed, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Moments like these were the hardest to pass. Without Naruto, there was nothing much to do for her. He made her life interesting. It was with him that she enjoyed goofing around. Even preparing food for him felt surprisingly satisfying, something she used to loathe doing in the past. Well, in her defense, he does the same for her as well. His ramen was the best in the world. No matter where they ate during their trip, the sense of warmth his ramen brought to her could not be matched. The way the broth would coat her tongue and the perfectly chewy noodles always made her heart flutter with joy. She couldn't help but smile every time he made them for her because she knew they were prepared for only her, no one else. Rias knew Naruto did not like to show affection, so the ramen was his way of expressing care and affection. The way he would pour his heart into each bowl was evident in every bite she would take. His miso ramen is the best. I know, right? Rias almost gasped as Naruto's familiar voice entered her ears. Naruto. She immediately turned around and smiled when his face came into view. Where have you been? Her question stopped him before he could enter the room. I've been waiting for hours, you know. She scoffed as the boy tilted his head to the side, feigning confusion. I was walking towards Rin when suddenly. Naruto paused, trying to think of something reasonable to say. A tiny dog brutally attacked me. He exclaimed, displaying his arm where a few lingering scratches were still healing. His dramatic play elicited a mix of amusement and skepticism from Rias as she crossed her arms underneath her breasts. A puppy, huh? She repeated it in a playful tone. Then what? Did he manage to cause you any more harm, or did you chase him off? Her eyes curved upward when Naruto looked away from her. First of all, it wasn't the puppy that caused these scratches, Naruto replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It was a dog, a small devil from hell. He corrected her before she could say anything more. And yes, I managed to scare him away for good. His voice turned a little serious for a second before returning to normal. He won't trouble anyone anymore. He muttered and finally entered the room. Rias chuckled at the way Naruto had just described the event. It was so over the top, yet still believable for some reason. I'm glad you were able to chase off that devil, Naruto. Rias replied with a playful smile, finding his use of the word devil adorable. As Naruto settled down on the cozy corner bed in the room, Rias managed to notice a few drops of blood staining the back of his sleeve. Naruto. She rushed towards him, immediately grabbing his hand and anxiously searching for more stains. Did the dog manage to bite you? Her eyes, filled with worry, narrowed as she concentrated on searching for any injuries on his arms. Rias even used her devil senses to thoroughly search for any injuries on his body, but fortunately, she couldn't find any. He was perfectly fine, except for the blood stains on his arms. Rias. Naruto grabbed her hand gently and removed it from his arm. I'm absolutely fine, he assured her by moving his arm up and down. The blood likely stained my sleeves when I punched that idiot dog. The chuckle that followed his words managed to calm down Rias a little. He was very annoying, you know. He added it with a smirk, trying to lighten the mood. Rias forced a smile, trying to match Naruto's lightheartedness, but she couldn't dismiss the concern that was trying to engulf her heart. Was that really a dog? She whispered, finally asking what had been plaguing her mind since the moment she saw blood on his jacket. Huh. Her smile vanished as she looked down, overwhelmed with shame. It was those bad guys from earlier, right? Her voice trembled with hurt as sadness started to consume her. Naruto's expression softened as he realized what was going on inside Rias' mind. Rias, he said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. I swear it wasn't those guys. His eyes shimmered with warmth as he ruffled her hair. They are never going to find us here. So, stop worrying about them. His words managed to calm her down once more. Oh okay. Plus, if they do end up finding us, I'm sure that you would be able to beat their asses with ease this time. He giggled as the girl blushed and buried her face in her red hair. Soon, Naruto's giggle turned into a reassuring smile as he gently tilted Rias' chin upward, making her meet his eyes. You're stronger than you think, Rias, he said softly, his gaze filled with unwavering belief in her. So, stop worrying so much and start believing in yourself a little, you know. He muttered and turned around to prepare for bed. While Naruto was doing his thing, Rias was staring at his back. His words were still ringing in her head. They were different from what she was used to hearing. How can you say that? She winced when Naruto stopped his action and looked over his shoulder. I mean, what makes you believe that I'm strong? Her question hung in the air, waiting to be answered by the boy. I don't know, Naruto responded, still with his back turned to her. I guess it's just something I feel in my heart. With that, he resumed what he had been doing earlier. Rias wanted to ask more questions but refrained when she noticed the bright smile on his face, filled with warmth and pride for her. It was similar to the smiles of her brother and mother. They used to smile at her in the same way, always telling her how strong she was. In the past, she used to think they were lying, but now, after hearing Naruto say those same words, a part of Rias' mind couldn't help but consider that maybe they were right. Maybe she wasn't as weak as she had always believed. Perhaps she wasn't as helpless as she had deemed herself to be. Maybe she wasn't a failure, and maybe she wasn't destined to suffer. And just maybe. Maybe I'm strong. Chapter 13, Dinner. The underworld was in chaos. It was in a state Sears had never seen it be in for a long time. Everyone, be it a child or a high-class devil, was talking about it. Their voices were filled with fear and surprise as they recounted the events that had unfolded just a day earlier. Zeodicus Grimoire was murdered. The Lord of Grimoire House, his father, was killed by someone that everyone wanted to know the name of. People were stunned, especially those in his household. For them, Zeodicus was a symbol of hope and respect, and with him gone, they were finding it hard to keep their minds straight. Rumors and speculation about the unknown man had already spread like wildfire among the fearful population of the underworld. The once bustling and crowded streets of his world were now filled with an atmosphere of distrust and panic. Everyone wanted to know who had killed Riser and Zeodicus Grimoire. I warned him not to go there alone, but he chose not to listen, Sears said and clenched his fists, struggling to hold back the tears that were on the verge of falling from his eyes. No matter how ruthless and cold-hearted his father was, he was still his father. He was the man who raised him to become the person he is today. Sure, he was not a great man, but Sears still shared a blood relationship with him, and that fact alone was enough to make his heart sad. He knew that the boy was no ordinary human, yet he still went to fight him alone. Sears closed his wet eyes and sighed, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. Fool! He screamed, his voice filled with rage. How could someone be so careless? Anger began to suffuse his voice as his mind began to remember the condition in which he had discovered his father's lifeless body. It was a mess of burned flesh, distorted eyes, and an unending pool of blood. If Sears had not seen the red hair scattered around the body, he would have never recognized that it was his father's dead body. The harrowing image was etched into his memory now, a sight he knew he would never be able to forget. All he had to do was wait for me. His anger began to fade as remorse overwhelmed him. If I had been there with him, I'm sure we could have defeated that boy and brought Rias with us. Sears gasped as he felt the heavy weight of guilt settle in his chest. The pain of his father's death was now compounded by the remorse of being unable to rescue Rias from that boy. Each shallow breath he took felt like needles of sharp, cold ice piercing through his lungs. Rias. The tears that were held back in his eyes until now began to run down his cheeks. That boy is a monster, he whispered to himself, his voice drowning in an ocean of despair. Soon, he will kill you too. Sears shook his head and wiped away his tears. No. His hands grabbed the stone railing of the balcony. I won't allow him to hurt anyone else. An intense wave of red energy enveloped his entire form. I'll save you, Rias. Sears had already failed his sister once before by not being there for her when his father was ruining her life. He was not going to make the same mistake again. Rias was traveling with a guy capable of killing devils easily. There was no certainty that he would not harm her once he'd done with her. I'll save you from that monster. Ooh. Evil. Naruto never imagined he would describe himself in such a way, but now he saw himself as an evil person. The old Naruto that had been guiding him through pain and loneliness was no longer present within him. The deeper he searched, the more he saw the hate and desire for revenge that had taken root in his heart. He was no longer the man who believed in forgiving others. Now, he had transformed into a man who believed in eradicating the presence of those he considered to be evil and harmful to others. Especially her. Rias Grimoire. She was the catalyst that transformed him into this cold man, or at least the final nudge that forced him to become one. Her pain, her tears, and the sorrowful smile that she always wore on her face compelled him to finally accept the reality of what he needed to do in order to wipe them away from her face. He wanted to see her radiant smile, hear her contagious laughter, and watch her brim with happiness all the time. For that, Naruto needed to destroy lives of those people who had destroyed Rias' mind in her childhood. She was imprisoned by the chains of her past, and in order for her to truly be free, he needed to slaughter the individuals responsible for binding her to those painful memories of the past. And I just did that. Naruto killed those people. He took their lives and destroyed their souls without showing any remorse, something that made him confront the unsettling truth: he had changed. He had become the very thing he once loathed. A man filled with hate and hunger for revenge. He wasn't supposed to be like this. This wasn't how Naruto operated. He always talked to people, giving them a chance to change their hearts, and forgiving them when they admitted their mistakes. Then why did I kill those people? Naruto could not help but ask himself the same question for the 100th time that day. What changed inside him that made him do those horrible things to those people? Sure, they were evil and had ruined his friend's life, but death was not the punishment they deserved. Is it because of her? Naruto whispered, his eyes dilating as memories of the past began to haunt his mind again. They were filled with cries, pain and the red color of death. Flashback. Naruto. Naruto gasped as his ears caught the familiar sound of his friend's voice. He could tell it was her, even without turning his head to look at her. Naruto, look at me. He did not. Even when he tried to, he could not. His mind knew what was waiting for him in that direction. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. He whispered, hoping that she would hear him and forgive him for his mistake. It wasn't your mistake, idiot. Naruto bit his lips to control the sob that had been trying to escape his mouth for a long time now. It was my mistake, he argued with his weak voice, his eyes still not daring to even peek in her direction. I was the one who believed in that guy. His voice turned weaker if that was even possible as he tried to hold back himself from looking at her. So, Sakura's voice was like ice to his heart, chilling it down with how weak and lifeless it was sounding. You had no way of knowing that he would betray us, Naruto. She whispered out his name with as much warmth as possible. Still. Look at me, Naruto. Naruto swallowed the lump that was growing in his throat and finally turned his head to look at her, only to gasp in horror when he saw her body covered in blood and riddled with wounds. Sakura. He choked out, his hands reaching out to her in a desperate attempt to save her, but he knew it was already too late. Sakura-chan, I'm so sorry. He fell to his knees beside her as tears finally began to fall from his eyes. Naruto. His misty blue eyes gazed at her and widened as she leaned in to embrace him, her bloody lips brushing against his forehead in a soft kiss of forgiveness. It was not your fault. She whispered, her voice turning weaker by each passing second, yet the smile on her face refused to fade away. Some people seek and just never see change. Her words began to falter in her mouth, indicating she was on the verge of her demise. No, Sakura-chan, please keep talking, I will heal you, he cried out to her, his grip on her pale hands tightening as he desperately tried to gather his remaining chakra to mend her wounds. Just don't close your eyes, okay? His eyes looked at her face again and went blank when they saw no signs of life there. She was dead. Saw Sakura-chan. He tried to shake her, hoping that she would wake up and yell at him, but nothing happened. Her body remained motionless while her eyes continued to stare at him blankly. They were horrifying to look at. It was as if they were blaming him for everything. Blaming him for believing in Obito. Blaming him for letting him follow her to the battlefield. Blaming him for forgiving that man. Blaming him for not killing him when he had the opportunity to do so. I'm a fool. Flashback end. That day, Sakura died because of old Naruto, a naive fool who forgave a monster in the blink of an eye when it apologized for its mistakes. She would never have died if I had killed him earlier, Naruto whispered to himself. It was his mistake that he got influenced by that man's words. He forgave him because Naruto thought he had changed. Unfortunately, he did not. Obito remained the same guy he was when he first met him on the battlefield. A man filled with hate and hunger for revenge. Some people can just never change. Sakura's last words rang inside his mind again, making him forget about Obito. She was right, he said, rising from his seat and casting a sharp gaze upon the serene landscape surrounding their small inn. What if those two men had done the same thing as Obito did? He whispered to himself as his eyes saw no signs of any unusual foreign presence for the first time in the last few weeks. What if they had refused to change? His thoughts began to shift away from self-reflection and started diving into the possibilities of what could have been. What if they had caused harm to Rias if I allowed her to go with them? The feeling of self-loathing began to vanish from his heart as an image of her smiling at him flashed before his eyes. It was beautiful and a clear reminder of what he was trying to protect. Her smile. Everything he had done till now was not because he was enjoying it, but more because of her and the comfort her warm smile provided, always managing to mend his shattered heart somehow. When they first met, Naruto remembers promising her that he would protect her from anything that tried to ruin their journey. And he was still determined to keep that promise. She was going to finish her journey with him. And after that, she will go to a home that is now filled with people who love her. The monsters that once dwelt there, both in that place and in her heart, were no longer alive. Now, she was finally free from their clutches. Everything she once feared was erased from existence by him. Now the only thing that remained was her return to that place. I'm sure she is going to like it there. A small smile flickered on his lips as his mind began to paint a picture of a happy Rias, living in her home surrounded by her loved ones. Ooh. Love. As defined by the true definitions outlined in the dictionaries of her world, love was a beautiful and profound emotion that someone feels towards another person, where the happiness of the other person unexpectedly becomes more important than their own. One of the most extraordinary examples of this sensation was God himself, a being who loved his children more than he loved himself. According to the ancient tales inscribed in the sacred books of the underworld, the revered god of heaven was believed to be the origin of the enchanting emotion, bestowing it upon his beloved children so that they, too, could revel in the divine elixir that is love. It was because of him and the emotion known as love that the entities in his world were finally able to settle into an unstable peace. Without love, they would have been trapped in an eternal conflict with each other. Is this what I'm feeling? Rias whispered to herself, her face forming a shy smile as she gazed at the stars in the sky above. They were looking as beautiful as ever, just like in the old times. Not a single flaw could be seen in them. They were flawless. And why wouldn't they be? They were supposed to emit beauty, strength, and peace, after all. Peace. A gentle warmth enveloped her shy smile as she realized just how peaceful her life had become in the past few months. I can hardly believe it, the red-haired girl whispered to herself, vividly recalling the life she had been leading prior to meeting her friend. Before she met him, she was living in hell. There was no happiness there for her, only sadness and nothing else. People around her were controlling her for their own gains, and she could do nothing about it. For her, it was normal, something she deserved for being weak and kind. But then I met him. Her life was no longer being controlled by anyone else. She was now the sole owner of herself. The emotions of sadness and anger that once seemed to be an enduring part of her life no longer haunted her every step. Sure, they were still there inside her, but she could control them now. They did not make her feel weak like they used to do before. He changed everything. Her current life was nothing short of a fairy tale for her. Rias never imagined in her wildest dreams that she would be able to live a life with a man who saw her as a friend, rather than an object to fulfill his desires. She loved it with all her heart. A girl who was once bound by the shackles of sadness and pain, was now free and at peace. I don't want to escape this dream. Rias giggled to herself, finding it amusing how she had been behaving in the past few weeks. She was no longer afraid. The emotion of fear no longer existed in her heart. It had been replaced by a new resident, an emotion she would not mind keeping there forever. Love. The smile on her face got surrounded by red as she shyly buried her face in her hands. Rias was falling for Naruto, and she could not deny it any longer. Her heart wanted to beat just so that she could see him and stay with him more. Every time she thought of him, her heart would race, and her cheeks would blush with a warm, rosy hue. I will die soon, Rias. Yet every time it would happen, his words would ring in her mind and ruin everything. They were horrible, but true. They were a grim reminder of what she was destined to witness in the future. His death. The memory of that warm feeling faded from her heart along with the red blush on her face, replaced by the thought of the red blood that was going to plague her mind a lot in the future. He is going to die soon. Rias knew it was inevitable. Their trip was about to come to an end, as they were only a few towns away from Fukuoka. Soon, Naruto was going to eat that bowl of ramen and would leave her alone. The comforting warmth he brought with him would vanish along with him, leaving her with nothing but sadness. The world that was now filled with colors of happiness and love would turn back into that dull place that she loathed to no end. Once again, it would become her personal hell. Rias did not want that. Well, a few weeks ago she did, but now, she did not. Now, her heart wanted something else. I want to live now. A small smile dared to blossom on her again, but she stopped it immediately. With him. Rias could not stop the smile this time. The thought of being with Naruto was enough to make her heart flutter with emotions she could not even describe. All she could feel was that they were warm and soft, just like his touch. She liked them and wanted to feel them more, and for that to happen, she needed to save him. She needed to save him from the cruel fate that he had chosen for himself. Rias knew she was being selfish, but she couldn't wipe off that thought from her heart. The idea of her spending her whole life with him was both beautiful and impossible. No matter what her heart wanted, Rias knew very well that Naruto was never going to change his decision. He was going to die, and so would she. A few weeks ago, she was unsure about it, but now she was certain. She was going to die with him. Maybe those threads will work and bring us together in the next life. Rias giggled as she remembered the threads she had bought for them. Those thin strings of red color were nothing more than some strands of silk and cotton intertwined together. Yet, still a part of her heart could not help but believe in them. Maybe then, I'll be able to spend my life with him. Tears began to form in her sad eyes, but she quickly wiped them away with a trembling hand. As his wife. Ooh. The room Rias and Naruto were staying in was small but beautiful. Adorned with numerous paintings, all created by the inn owner, and featuring lanterns of various sizes hanging from different sides of the room, the space was beautifully decorated, perfectly capturing the essence of the era in which the inn was built. The old wooden walls that surrounded the room only added to the warm atmosphere of the room. Naruto. Naruto, who was lost in his thoughts, blinked as the sound of his friend's voice reached his ears. He responded with a soft hum, his gaze still fixed on the window, enamored by the charm of the small town outside. It was beautiful and reminded him of his own village to some extent. At least look at me. A small smile spread across his face as he noticed the traces of annoyance in her voice. Fine, he sighed and turned around to look at her, only to blink when he saw her staring at him expectantly. She wanted something from him, he could tell it just by noticing the way her large, innocent eyes were gazing at him. What do you want? He decided not to beat around the bush and asked her directly. Can you prepare food this time? Rias asked him, her voice as sweet as honey and her eyes filled with nothing but hope. Unfortunately, Naruto was not in the mood to fall for her tricks today. No, Naruto shook his head and averted his gaze from her. Why? Because he knew that if he continued to look into her eyes, she would find a way to change his mind. Rias always had a few tricks up her sleeve for moments like these. Please. Rias, on the other hand, was not ready to accept her defeat this easily. She knew she had a chance as long as Naruto was in the room with her. Naruto, my hands are hurting today, she whispered and extended her right hand to show him. It looks normal to me, Rias. Naruto countered after subtly glancing at her hand from the corner of his eye. No, it hurts here, Rias said, placing a finger just above the wrist to reveal traces of red. See, it's even turning red. Her voice turned feeble as she pressed the red area gently, wincing slightly from the pain that followed. Naruto, who was still watching her out of the corner of his eye, sighed to himself. He had lost yet again, there was no point in arguing further. Fine, I'll prepare the food, he murmured with a touch of defeat in his voice. Rias nodded slowly, her gaze never leaving his face. I'll make it up to you by preparing whatever you like for dinner tomorrow. She blurted out in hope to make him feel better. She knew she was being lazy, but her hand was actually hurting a bit, and her heart really wanted to savor a dish prepared by him. Why? Because it had been days since they had enjoyed a home-cooked meal. Since they had left that mountain town weeks ago, they had been dining out because they hadn't been able to find an inn that provided a room with a kitchen. Really? Naruto's voice brought her out of her thoughts as she looked at him and nodded her head enthusiastically. Yup, I will make anything you ask, she said with confidence. She already knew what he was going to ask for, so it was no big deal for Rias. Making miso ramen only took a few hours of preparation, nothing more. Okay. Naruto smiled at her, his eyes shining with an unknown emotion. Anyway, what do you want to eat now? He asked her, making her go silent. Rias paused for a moment, pretending to act confused, but she already knew the answer. How about donburi? She looked at him, knowing very well how much Naruto loved it when she prepared the dish for him a few weeks ago. Donburi, huh? Sounds good to me, Naruto replied with a smile, recalling the delicious mix of rice and meat Rias had prepared for him before. Just wait here, I'll prepare it in no time, he added and began to walk towards the kitchen. Okay. Ooh. It's so amazing, Rias exclaimed, savoring each delectable bite of the perfectly seasoned rice with a smile on her face. Food like this was the reason she wanted him to prepare dinner today. Naruto was a genius when it came to cooking food and she loved it. She loved everything that he prepared for her. The flavors coating the rice and meat were exploding in her mouth, and she couldn't help but take another spoonful of the rice. You are great, Naruto. As she looked at him across the table, her heart skipped a beat when she saw him staring at her. What? She stopped chewing the food and asked him. A warm smile spread across Naruto's face. Nothing, he shook his head and turned his gaze towards his own bowl of rice. It's just that you look really cute when you eat like that. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of pink at his unusual compliment. Rias felt her heart beat even faster as she tried to compose herself. Thank you. In the end, she just said what she thought was the best thing to say at that moment. Control yourself, Rias. Rias looked down at her bowl and sighed, her heart still fluttering at Naruto's words. Soon, a comforting silence fell between the two as they continued to eat their food. While enjoying their meal, Rias found herself unable to resist stealing a few glances at Naruto, feeling her cheeks grow warmer with each stolen glimpse. A part of her mind wanted to compliment him too, but the same part of her mind knew it was not a good thing to do at that moment. Naruto had recently begun to open up to her, and she knew that if she rushed things, he would revert to his old self. She did not want. You know, Rias blinked as Naruto gazed at her and began to speak. I have never had anyone share a meal with me like this when I was in my village. His words hung in the air, filling the silence between them. Really? She asked, undoubtedly curious to learn more about his past. In response, Naruto nodded his head, a sad smile blooming on his lips. Yeah, he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Back then, I was always alone, eating my ramen in that dark, stupid room. His voice softened as he remembered the prison of loneliness that was his room. Talking to no one but myself, he said, smiling as he looked at his bowl. I can still remember how empty and irritating it used to be, but it eventually became normal to me, Naruto continued. Even when I made friends, they rarely used to share meals with me, and whenever they did, his eyes moved towards her face again, rendering her silent. It never felt good because I knew it was temporary. He paused, lost in thought. Suddenly, he shook his head, as if to clear his mind. I guess that's why eating with you around feels so different, Rias. He admitted, finally making eye contact with her. It feels good. Rias felt a strange emotion bubble inside her heart at Naruto's words. She couldn't help but smile at how genuine and vulnerable they were. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto. She softly replied, her words filled with sincerity. I too. She hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words to express what she was feeling. I feel the same too. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Naruto, who was observing her changing expression with each word, sighed sadly to himself. The scene before him was the reason he did not want to see her die with him. She was too kind, too compassionate to be both a devil and a human. Unlike him, who had nothing left and was likely being pursued by an army of devils, she had a loving family and supportive friends. She has people that love her. His lips quivered with fear. If he failed to stop her, he would be the cause of yet another person's death. He did not want that, especially when she was someone he had begun to consider a friend. Rias. He swallowed the feeling of remorse and smiled at her, hoping that she wouldn't see traces of fear in his eyes. She replied, tilting her head slightly as her eyes met his. You said you were going to make dinner tomorrow, right? He asked, masking his true feelings behind a facade of innocence and warmth. Yes, I did promise that, Rias exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, have you given any thought to what you would like to eat tomorrow? She asked him, her voice filled with joy as she eagerly awaited his response. Naruto paused for a moment before responding, yes, it's something I have been wanting to eat for some time now. His voice turned warmer as he gazed at her, wishing to etch her face into his memory. What's that? Rias inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hakata ramen. Chapter 14, Saigo. It was raining outside. The echoing sound of raindrops hitting the glass window filled the dimly lit room as Rias prepared the ingredients for the renowned Hakata ramen. How long do I need to boil these bones for the broth? Her eyes, which were filled with life and hope yesterday, were now staring at the boiling pot with nothing but sadness. There was nothing left for her to feel happy about. I want to eat Hakata ramen. Rias' hand tightened around the metallic ladle as her friend's words began to echo inside her mind again. They were horrible. Why? Because they were a harsh reminder of the inevitable future awaiting her. 12 hours, huh? She whispered, reading the cookbook resting on the counter beside her. I have 12 hours. Her heart ached again, just like it had been aching countless times since last night. I still have plenty of time, she tried to reassure herself, but the smile on her face wavered the instant his face appeared in her mind. It was smiling at her, reminding her of what she was about to lose in a matter of time. Leave it, Rias. Focus on the ramen. Rias took a deep breath, trying to push away the image of his face and the unbearable pain that came with it. So, what else do I need? She felt a lump form in her throat as she turned back to the cookbook, trying to focus on the recipe in front of her, but failed again when she realized it was going to be their last meal together. Then it will be over. As she struggled to contain her emotions, the tears she had been holding back began to spill out uncontrollably, drenching the wooden floor beneath her with sadness and pain. Why? Rias cried out to herself, her hand instinctively going to her eyes in an attempt to stop the cascading tears. Why does it have to be this way? Her voice began to shake, just like it used in front of her father. The only difference was that time it used to be for hiding pain, and now it was for showing it. Don't we deserve happiness like others? She whispered sadly into the empty room, hoping for some kind of answer. However, the silence that followed her question, devoid of any comforting response, only deepened the pain in her heart. What did we do to deserve such a fate? Slowly, Rias leaned against the cold stone counter, tears still streaming down her face. Unable to contain her pain any longer, she let out a heart-wrenching sob that echoed through the silent room, staining its peace with the poison of suffering. I just want to be happy. She choked on her words, her voice now barely audible between her sobs. With him. Ooh. Do you love Tsunade Oba-chan, Ero Sennin? Jiraiya, the famous toad Sennin, blinked as he turned his gaze towards his dear student. Huh, he mumbled, his voice muffled due to the popsicle that was resting in his mouth. Are you stupid or something, Ero Sennin? I asked, do you love Tsunade Oba-chan? The question made Jiraiya speechless for a while before he burst into a fit of laughter, making Naruto look away from him due to embarrassment. What's with this sudden strange question, Naruto? His smile widened as the boy began to fiddle with his fingers. I asked because I wanted to know how it feels. Naruto whispered, his head still low in fear that his teacher might end up seeing the redness on his cheeks. Feel what? Jiraiya blinked at the boy again, finding his behavior odd. Love. Jiraiya paused what he was doing and fixed his gaze on Naruto, taking a brief moment to shake his head in amusement. Ah, he exclaimed, surprising the young boy as he warmly wrapped his arms around his shoulders. So, you're finally growing up, huh, kid? The smile returned to his face, this one even more annoying than before. Don't tell me you've found someone in this small village. He drew Naruto in even closer, his laughter beginning to bubble up. No. Naruto finally looked up, his face flushed with embarrassment. I mean, it's not like that, Ero Sennin, he muttered, his voice trailing off as he avoided eye contact. I just wanted to know because I've never had anyone love me. His words were barely audible, but they brought a sudden halt to Jiraiya's laughter. Naruto. Jiraiya loosened his grip on Naruto's shoulder and ruffled his blonde hair gently. You like that pink-haired girl, don't you? He asked the boy, and continued when he nodded. So, what else do you want to know? He already sensed what the boy was trying to ask, but he wanted to be certain. But she doesn't love me, Ero Sennin. He whispered, his words as fragile as the sad smile on his face. She even mocked me for being parentless once. Naruto paused a little, swallowing the hurt so that his teacher could not sense it in his voice. I don't think anyone in the village loves me. Now, he could not hide his hurt. Jiraiya sighed as he watched Naruto's eyes glisten with unshed tears, feeling a pang of sadness in his chest after hearing the boy's words. Naruto. Placing a gentle hand on the young boy's shoulder, he smiled at him. You are absolutely wrong, he said as he pinched Naruto's cheek. How can you forget about Tsunade Hime, Haruka and others? He asked him, still not leaving the boy's cheek. Ow. Naruto groaned in pain as his teacher grabbed his cheek and applied a slight pressure. I know. Ouch. He winced again when Jiraiya pinched it once more. All right. I'm sorry, Ero Sennin. His apology remained unnoticed for a moment before Jiraiya finally acknowledged it and released his cheek. Jiraiya glared at him, but if one was to look closely, they could see traces of a smile there. You better not forget about them again, brat. He snapped at the boy who was still holding his cheek with tears in his eyes. I won't, you cruel pervert. The smile that had been hidden behind Jiraiya's glare finally bloomed on his face as he stared at Naruto. Also, he paused and ruffled Naruto's hair again. Stop worrying about love, Naruto. His lips curved upwards as his smile widened. You will eventually find one, and she will be beautiful. His statement caused the boy to look at him in surprise. Really? Naruto gasped at his teacher, his big blue eyes wide in shock and hope. Yup. What will happen next, Rasengan? The orange-clad boy asked, his excitement barely contained. Will she make ramen for me every day? He quickly added the most important detail to his question. Jiraiya chuckled at his student. Of course, he exclaimed. She will make the most incredible ramen for you, Naruto. His words were accompanied by a crisp snap as he split a fresh popsicle in two and offered one half to Naruto. But for now, you'll have to settle for this, boy. He added. Naruto wasted no time in accepting the blue popsicle. It's all right, Rasengan. He paused as he placed the ice in his mouth. I like this too. He chuckled as his tongue began to savor the delightful treat. But when I marry her, you and I will always be eating ramen, deal? Deal, Naruto. XXX. Rasengan. Naruto whispered with tears flowing down his cheeks, blending with the icy rainwater before they could touch the ground. She is making ramen for me tonight. His words were filled with an agonizing amount of pain and the suffering that he had battled since childhood, just for a moment like this. Sadly, it will be the last time I'll be able to eat them, hee. Naruto tried to laugh at his words but found himself unable to. There was no strength left in his heart to muster even a smile. It was all vacant now, just as it had been when he first embarked on this journey with her. Rias. Now, a smile flickered on his lips as he whispered her name, recalling the countless moments they had shared together on their journey. It was an indescribable feeling, especially knowing that this would be their last meal together. I'll miss her. There was no denying it. Rias, whether he liked it or not, had become an integral part of his life as they continued their journey. Now, she was someone he couldn't replace in his heart. Is this love, Rasengan? Naruto placed a hand on his wet shirt, right above where his heart was supposed to be, and gazed up at the stormy skies, searching for an answer. Soon, his eyes widened as a gust of wind clashed with his wet face, bringing a calming sensation as it did. But it doesn't matter now. The smile vanished from his face instantly. It's all going to end. His whisper was drowned out by the sounds of nature, as the crashing waves below clashed against the hard stones. Ooh. The night came earlier than usual. As darkness descended over the small town of Ashia, the inn where Naruto and Rias were staying started to shimmer with the beautiful colors of the night. The warm glow of the lamps and streetlights enveloped the entire establishment, as the rooms reverberated with the lively chatter of the guests. Except for one room. The broth looks delicious, Rias, Naruto's soft voice echoed in the silent room as he attempted to strike up a conversation with his friend. Rias glanced up from her bowl, her dull blue eyes shimmering in the soft glow of the lamplight. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered, her voice piercing Naruto's heart in an instant. It was vacant, devoid of her usual charm and happiness. Did you have any problem preparing this, Rias? He tried to revive the conversation yet again, but the result was the same. Rias refused to utter anything more than a few words. It was like she was not present with him at all. Her distant gaze and her hollow words were making her sound as if she was dead. Rias, he called out to her again, hoping to hear something from her. Unfortunately, Rias remained silent once more, her gaze fixed on a point in the distance as if she was lost in another world. Why? Naruto blinked in surprise when she finally spoke. He muttered, placing the chopsticks back on the table. Why do you have to do this? Rias whispered, her question laced with a mix of frustration and sadness. Do what? Suicide. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her sad eyes finally meeting his blue ones in a stare-down of anguish. Why do you want to die, Naruto? She asked, swallowing her pain as she choked out her words, hoping to change his mind. Ah, so that's why you are sad, huh? Naruto chuckled at the girl, surprising her with his actions. Who said I'm going to die? He asked her, his eyes still locked with hers as he uttered those words. You won't. Rias paused to gaze into his eyes again and gulped when she saw no lies there. A seed of hope began to bloom within her heart into a fragile flower as she reached out and touched his hand. Why did you want me to make Hakata ramen? Her words were frail, but even frailer were her eyes, which were not leaving his face for a second. Naruto smiled at her and shook his head in amusement. I just wanted to eat them made by your hands before eating them at Fukuoka, Rias. He answered her and had to gasp in surprise when the girl crashed into his arms, giving him no chance to breathe. Why you scared me, Naruto? Rias buried her red face in his chest, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. Naruto, taken aback by her actions, slowly opened his arms and embraced her tenderly. I'm here, Rias. I won't leave you, he whispered, his hands now gently rubbing her back as she held onto him for support. As he continued to comfort Rias, Naruto realized how long it had been since he had hugged someone like this. During the war, he never had the opportunity to do this, and after the war, he never desired such closeness. For him, that battlefield marked the death of his heart. It feels good. But now, as he felt the warmth radiating from Rias' body, he couldn't help but curse himself for not hugging her like this before. It felt good, almost better than anything else he had felt in a long while, yet somehow, it only deepened his sorrow. He wanted to savor this moment and enjoy the fleeting happiness it brought, but he also knew that his time with her was limited. Rias. So, he allowed her to leave his arm. We should start eating the ramen before it gets cold, he whispered, his eyes betraying his words as he settled beside her and began to arrange the food for them. All right, Rias said softly, mirroring his actions as she settled beside him at the table too. Soon, the room became quiet, enveloped in a serene stillness as they began to eat their food. The only audible sounds in the room were the soft clinking of chopsticks against bowls and the comforting sips of the hot broth. It's delicious, exclaimed Naruto, genuinely surprised by how well Rias had prepared the ramen. From the firmness of the noodles to the richness of the broth, everything was just as described in the book he had read at the Kuo library. It felt as though he was dining on ramen prepared by master chefs in Fukuoka. Rias blushed at his compliment, her heart somewhat relieved and thrilled that Naruto was loving the ramen. I'm glad you are liking it, Naruto. A warm feeling spread through her chest, her doubts and insecurities momentarily forgotten as she saw him smile at her. It was a genuine smile, one filled with warmth and admiration for her. Liking. Naruto looked at her and smirked. I'm loving it, Rias. He whispered, his iconic smile playing across his lips. Here, he extended his hand towards her, offering a mouthful of delicious ramen between the chopsticks. Take a bite, he added as he brought the noodles closer to her mouth. Rias hesitated for a moment as she stared at him, her face red with a mix of embarrassment and something else. Ah. As she leaned forward, a soft smile gracing her lips, she accepted his offering. See for yourself, Naruto muttered as he brought the chopsticks back to his bowl. They are absolutely delicious, Rias. He dipped the chopsticks into the broth and pulled out a mouthwatering portion of ramen. Thank you for making my wish come true. His words immediately shifted the mood once more, causing Rias to fall into a momentary silence, her smile fading from her lips. What do you mean by that? Rias couldn't help but ask, her heart pounding with fear, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Naruto, who was staring at her intently, formed a small smile on his lips. Nothing, Rias, he replied with a reassuring tone as he stood up from his seat and turned towards her. Now that I no longer need this wish, his words trailed off slightly as he positioned himself directly in front of her. I think I can make a new final wish, you know, he continued, his eyes glistening with a mixture of hope and sorrow as he gazed upon her beautiful face. New wish. Rias gulped, struggling to understand the meaning behind his words. Was he saying that he no longer wanted to die anymore? She hoped he was. She wanted the same. Yes. Her eyes gazed into his eyes and for a moment, she was sure she saw sadness there. What is it? Her voice turned feeble when he smiled at her again, but this smile was unlike any other smile she had seen on his face. It was filled with hope and pain. Naruto raised his hand and brought it to her cheeks. Want to see you live, Rias. His words were followed by a gentle tug on Rias' cheeks as he cupped them within his palm. Rias blinked at him, still unable to understand what he was trying to do. What do you? Her voice trailed off as her eyes widened, disbelief crossing her face at the sight she thought she would never see on Naruto's face. He is crying, she thought, tears welling up in her own eyes as her mind began to connect the dots. No, she whispered, grabbing his hand gently so that he could not run away from her. I want to see you live, Rias. Naruto bit back the sob that was trying to escape his mouth and caressed her cheek again. That's my last wish. His words echoed in the room, haunting Rias with the amount of sadness that they were carrying. I don't. Shish. Naruto pinched her cheeks again as she tried to argue. You have family and friends, Rias, he countered, his fingertips now moistened with the tears streaming down Rias' face. They are waiting for you to come back. But, what about you? Rias choked on her words, her voice trembling with 1,000 emotions. You are my friend too. She managed to whisper, her eyes pleading for an answer. In response, Naruto gazed at her with his warm eyes, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his lips. That's why I want to see you live, Rias, he chuckled, his voice slowly betraying him now. Unlike me, you have a lot to live for. His hands caressed her cheek again, wiping away the tears that were ruining them. So please, live me for me, Rias, he pleaded, his voice shaking with the pain that was flooding his heart at that moment. No, Rias argued, her voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. I will only live if you do, Naruto, she flashed a smile at him, a smile that conveyed everything she had suppressed within her heart for months. For how long though? Naruto did not want to do it, but if it was necessary for her, then he was ready to do it. You are a devil, Rias. His words were followed by a gasp from Rias as she realized that Naruto had just uncovered her dark secret. For a moment, Naruto's revelation lingered in the air, rendering both of them silent. Uncertain about how to respond, Rias' mind was racing, desperately searching for the right words to say. I'm sorry, she stammered, her heart filled with fear that he might do something that could alter their relationship forever. Naruto surprised Rias by gently ruffling her hair. I'm not upset, Rias, he whispered, his eyes softening as he noticed the vulnerable expression on her face, filled with fear and shame, emotions Naruto was all too familiar with. I have known this for a while now, he said, brushing the hair away from her face to get a better look. So, you don't have to apologize for anything. The smile on his face wavered when she looked at him, her own eyes hopeful and sad. Also, didn't I tell you? We all have our secrets that we don't want others to know, Rias. Naruto reassured her, his voice gentle and understanding. I know. The boy silenced her again with a gentle tap on her head. Forget about all of this, Rias, he decided to go back to the important matters as time was running out. Just promise me that you will. Naruto paused, her eyes widening slightly when he noticed the chakra inside him dwindling. You will live, he added shortly and tried his best to ignore what was going around him. For now, the most important thing for him was Rias. She was what he wanted to save now, and for that, he needed to go. His death was the key to her freedom. Because those devils would never let her live peacefully with a murderer. I can turn you into a devil, Naruto. Rias knew what she was doing was pathetic, but at that moment, she wanted to try everything she had to save him. This way you will be able to live. I want to remain human, Rias, he interrupted her before she could continue. The human you are friends with. Rias felt a lump form in her throat as she struggled to hold back tears. She looked into his eyes and could not hold back any longer. Crashing into him, she began to cry as loud as she could. I'll die without you, Naruto, she managed to speak between her sobs. I'm not letting you go. Her voice began to crack and so did her facade of being strong. She was still weak. Who said I'm going to leave you? Naruto uttered as he placed his hand on top of her head and gently started to stroke her hair. I'll always stay beside you. As a ghost, he giggled, but the tears on his cheeks were telling some other story. Sharp and piercing like icy needles, Naruto's words mercilessly sliced through Rias' heart. Naruto. She tried to argue, but her mind failed her. What could she possibly say? She couldn't even meet Naruto's gaze, so deep was the pain in her heart. Realizing that Rias was not going to say anything, Naruto decided to speak again. Can I ask for one more wish, Rias? Don't worry, it's a small selfish one. He whispered, but before he could elaborate, Rias cut him off as she looked at him with tear-filled eyes. What is it? Naruto smiled, his attention immediately drawn to the anxious and hopeful tone in his friend's voice. When I die, could you please visit my grave once in a while? His question caught Rias off guard, but Naruto was determined. I know it's stupid, but... His voice softened. It would feel really lonely without you after death, Rias. More tears began to trail down Rias' cheeks as she heard his request. It destroyed whatever hope that was left in her heart. You're not going to die, she screamed as she gripped his shirt tighter. I won't let you. Her words were supposed to sound hopeful, but now, there was nothing left in them. I know, Naruto whispered with a faraway look in his eyes. Anyway, he shook his head and looked at her. Here, he opened his arms and motioned Rias to do the same. Give me a hug, he whispered, waiting for her to follow. Rias hesitated for a moment, but then she slowly opened her arms and enveloped him in a tight warm embrace. Tighter, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Rias followed his words and tightened her grip around, refusing to let go of him. You are hugging as if you were in a hurry, Rias, Naruto giggled as he brought her closer, his eyes filling up with newly formed tears. Give me a proper hug. Rias felt her heart ache as the sound of his laughter reached his ears. Stifling a sob, she squeezed him even tighter, feeling the warmth of his body against hers. Here, she closed her eyes in order to relish the warmth as much as she could. Poof. It was a horrifying feeling when the warmth she was experiencing suddenly dissipated without any warning. One moment she was basking in the warmth of her Naruto, and the next she could feel nothing but the cold air against her skin. What? Rias gasped in surprise and opened her eyes, only to find her vision shrouded in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto. She whispered out his name, but there was no response. Everything was silent. Naruto. Her heart began to race as she realized just what had happened. Naruto. The sound of her cries doused the night with her pain and sadness. Ooh. Empty. Even while being surrounded by an endless pool of water, his heart was feeling empty. No matter where he looked, all his eyes could see was darkness and water. It was beautiful yet at the same time sad. The silence surrounding him was deafening, and the only sound he could hear was the soft lapping of the water against the shore, gradually fading away with each passing moment. Where was he going? He could not tell as there was nothing he could see with his eyes. They were filled with water and a dreadful emptiness. Why was he here? He could not tell that either at that moment, as the reason behind his decision was now locked away in the darkest corner of his mind. Was he happy? He wanted to say yes, but the frown on his face and the pain in his heart told him otherwise. He gasped as the life inside him began to grow weaker, telling him that his time was running out and there was no going back. Did he even want to go back? He tried to search for an answer for that and closed his eyes when a familiar face flooded his thoughts inside his mind. Rias. His heart ached as he stared at her face. It was sporting a smile brighter than the brightest sun and beautiful than the darkness he was staring at a while ago. His breath started to grow shallower as he tried to keep himself awake in the abyss of darkness in which he was floating. Why? Because he wanted to see her face, just for one last time. His mouth opened again, but this time not to breathe but to cry as a tidal wave of memories began to flood his mind, memories that a part of him had spent with her a few moments ago. They were sad. His empty eyes became wet as her tear-filled face flashed before them. But even with tears all over her face, she was looking beautiful. He moved his body a little when the warmth of their hug spread all over his cold body, comforting him with the peace it brought. He held on to the feeling for a while more before allowing it to slip away in the corner of his mind. Rias. His eyes shimmered with happiness as her face flashed before them once again. I'm sorry. A small smile blossomed on Naruto's lips as he closed his eyes for one last time. Chapter 15, Naruto and Rias. Sasuke was a failure. Throughout his entire life, there had not been a single moment when he did not consider himself as being one. Sure, he possessed the power to destroy anything, the influence to acquire what he desired, and the charisma to lead people anywhere, even unto their demise. However, there was still one thing that he never managed to achieve on his own. Rias' smile. His sister's smile was something he had worked tirelessly to earn, but he had failed every time. Since her birth, he had loved her wholeheartedly and wanted nothing more than to see her smile in return. Sadly, he never received one from her, at least not for something he had done for her. Why? Because he failed her when she needed him the most, as his duty as the leader of their world forced him to let her down. She needed him, and he could do nothing but tell her lies. Their father kept ruining her life, and he did nothing but deceive her with his empty words again. Rias. So now, as he stared at her with tears in his eyes, he could only stand back and watch her cry in the arms of her friend. It was a heart-wrenching sight to witness, but Sasuke knew there was nothing he could do at that moment, except tell her lies once more. He did not want to do that anymore. He wanted to see her smile. Stay away from me. His heart shattered into a million pieces when her words entered his ears. They were cruel and cold to hear, but most importantly they were genuine. Rias, his little sister, was responding to him with a tone filled with hate, something Sasuke had considered impossible. I'm sorry, Rias. His voice was feeble, just like his heart was at that moment. He wanted to reason with her, tell her how he had no idea what and how much that boy meant to her. He left me because you and your men were chasing him all the time. Sasuke frowned and looked away from her. The sight of her crying face was becoming too much to handle. I did not know he was this important to you, Rias, he whispered with a sad look in his eyes. I thought he was a coward like you, who would let Riser and Dad ruin my life. Thin and cold pieces of ice were what Sasuke would call the words that left Rias' mouth at that moment. They were difficult to digest, and even harder to ignore, because they were true. He tried to speak again, but his heart refused to form words. You are. He gulped and gazed at his sister when she stopped midway through her words, only to be overcome by a wave of emotion as he saw her nestled deep within the comforting embrace of Akeno, her shoulders shaking with cries and suffering. A monster who took away my happiness away, brother. Rias. Sears X gasped at her, his eyes widened with surprise as his heart struggled to accept the words he had just heard. There was no way his sister could have said such things to him. Sure, he made a mistake, but that still wasn't a good enough reason for her to speak to him in such a manner. Her words were filled with accusations and pain that he found too difficult to confront. They were horrible. What? Sears X took a step back in shock when Rias left the warmth of Akino's arms and began to glare at him. I'm sorry, he stammered, unable to find the right words, and repeated the only thing he ever seemed to say to her. The way she was looking at him was indescribable, and the hate that he could see in her eyes was something he could not bear to witness for more than a second. You ruined my life again, brother. Her words pierced his heart in an instant. You are the reason Naruto is no longer here with me. Each word she spoke killed a part of his heart that he had created just for her. He did what you should have done for me, and what did he get in return? He tried to stop her but could not because all his focus was on the tears that were streaming down her red cheeks. They were too many to count, just like his failures. Death. Sears X looked at Akino and was surprised to see her with the same expression he had on her face. An expression of shock and sadness. The Rias they were looking at was a different Rias. She was not the person who had lived her life with him. Lord Lucifer. As if to console his heart and shield him from more humiliation, the door to the inn room abruptly swung open with a creaking sound, causing all of them to divert their attention towards it. We have found some signs related to that boy. Ooh. It was still raining heavily outside. The skies, which would typically be adorned with countless stars and a beautiful moon, were drenching the earth with relentless cold rain. It was as if they too were crying at the state of Rias, who was running barefoot towards the beach, her eyes scouring through the darkness for a sign of him. Naruto. Her wet lips parted to scream out his name in hope that he would reply, just like he had usually done throughout their trip. Why wouldn't he? He was her friend, right? The one who had promised to never leave her alone until they reached Fukuoka. Naruto. Then why was he not replying to her? Was he busy brooding and crying in a silent place? Rias could not tell but hoped that he was. It was easier to find him like that. Rias, wait for Akino, keep looking out for him, she told her friend, not even glancing in her direction as she continued sprinting towards the beach, her feet unscathed by the small stones that had become embedded in her skin. They were painful but nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Naruto. The skies above her rumbled as the downpour increased. Naruto. It was becoming hard to keep her eyes open now, but she still did. Rias wanted to see him more than she wanted anything at that moment. Naruto. But he was nowhere in sight. The rain began to pound against her skin, mingling with the tears streaming down her cheeks as she desperately scanned the beach for any sign of him. Her eyes looked everywhere, but there was nothing they could see which would lead her to him. Everything was doused in darkness and water. Naruto. The sadness inside her heart began to consume her from within. As she tried to look around helplessly, the strength in her body began to dwindle too. Her breaths were getting shallower and ragged, her chest heaving with sobs as she fought to remain standing in the unforgiving rain. We found him. A glimmer of hope flickered within her, and without hesitation, she spun her head in the direction of the sound, hoping to see him walk towards her with that strange thin smile on his face. Unfortunately, just like always, fate had other plans for her. Naruto. Her eyes, which were finding it hard to remain open in the storm, widened to unimaginable levels in shock when they saw his lifeless corpse resting in the arms of his brother's man. No. A trail of fresh tears began to stream down her cheeks as despair flooded her heart again. No. With trembling hands and vacant eyes, she fell to her knees, unable to accept the reality that was standing in front of her. He is dead, my lord. As soon as those words left that man's mouth, the remaining strength in Rias' body disappeared. In an instant, her body became as lifeless as her eyes, which were still staring at his pale lifeless face. Rias. Rias turned her head towards a crying Akino and couldn't hold it any longer. No. Her heart-wrenching cry echoed through the darkness and water, drowning the place with an unfiltered surge of her pain that pierced the souls of the people around her. This can't be real, Akino. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched her chest, feeling as if her heart had stopped working all of a sudden. He can't die like this. She screamed again, her whole body shuddering with the force of her sobs. Akino rushed to her side, pulling her close and holding her tightly, but it had no effect on her. Rias was still crying, all while staring at the body that was now lying in front of her. Please, wake up, Naruto. Her cold hands met his cold skin. Please. Her fingers gently brushed against his cheeks, silently pleading for him to react and end her torment. I beg you. The emptiness within her heart and eyes grew as she noticed the thin thread of red wrapped around his wrist. It was the only thing that did not appear pale and lifeless at that moment. It was as if that red thread was holding on to the last sliver of hope she had left, reminding her of the time she had once shared with Boy. You are not weak, Rias. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the thread. Sorry, Naruto. Rias was going to save him, even if that meant her going against him. Seeing you alive again is my last wish. Naruto. Ooh. Naruto. A pair of eyes scrunched in annoyance as a familiar sound echoed around the clearing. Naruto. The owner of the eyes groaned in pain as he slowly opened his eyes, hoping to see some familiar faces. Huh. Instead, all he found was a beautiful landscape in front of him. Filled with greenery everywhere and thousands of trees and plants, it was a place Naruto knew too well. A place where he had shared countless memories of childhood with a person very close to his heart. So you have finally waken up, brat. Naruto's eyes widened in utter disbelief when he heard that familiar voice, bringing back memories he thought he had completely forgotten. Rasengan, he whispered, his voice filled with hope as he began to turn his head around to look at the individual. Hello, Naruto. Jiraiya muttered as a small smile flickered on his lips when he saw Naruto's face morph into a state of shock. Sad or not, Naruto was always going to be the same boy he had trained and admired for so long. Rasengan. Naruto gasped in disbelief as he stared at his old teacher. Is it really you? He asked with a wavering voice, still finding it hard to believe that he was sitting beside his teacher again. Yes, brat, Jiraiya roared in excitement and raised his arms to put on a show which he knew would make Naruto happy. It's me, Jiraiya, the great toad sage. He added, his teeth gleaming with pride and joy. He wanted to hug the boy, but at the same time his mind couldn't help but be content with seeing the smile his student was sporting on his face. What are we doing here? Naruto stepped forward, his feet shaking due to the emotions he was feeling. Everything was feeling like a dream, and he couldn't help but stay prepared for it to be over. Jiraiya chuckled at the question, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What do you mean, what are we doing here? He playfully raised an eyebrow as he moved closer to the young boy. We are taking a well-deserved break, my young handsome student. His voice softened, a touch of sadness in his tone as he observed the glimmer of tears welling up at the corners of Naruto's eyes. But how are you still alive? Naruto was standing in front of his teacher now, his eyes looking at him with tears and love within them. Wait, how the hell am I alive too? He glanced down at his body and noticed it was looking absolutely normal. We are in the middle of everything, brat. Jiraiya's reply came in words coated with unclarity and mystery. You are neither dead nor alive. He raised his hand and placed it on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's mind went blank as he felt the comforting touch of his teacher's hand on his shoulder. The warmth spread through his body, stirring emotions that he had long struggled to keep subdued since his teacher's passing. Hey, Rasengan. He whispered his name, finding it nice to say it without being invaded by memories of his death. Yes. Naruto wasted no time lunging at his teacher and engulfing him in a bone-crushing hug. I missed you so much. He cried out, refusing to let go, fearing that his teacher would disappear again if he did. After your death, I became so lonely. He stammered, his voice filled with a mixture of happiness and pain. Jiraiya's eyes softened as he returned the embrace, a bittersweet smile on his lips. I've missed you too, Naruto. But look at how much you've grown, brat. He said, patting Naruto's back before pulling away to look at him. You have also become quite the looker, His smile widened as he teased his student, making him blush a little at the compliment. Really? Indeed, you've grown into a fine shinobi, Jiraiya responded in a warm tone, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride and joy as he stared at Naruto. Don't let it go to your head, brat. You still have a lot to learn before you can catch up to me. He chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair, impressed by how much the young ninja had matured since their last meeting. The winds picked up pace as Naruto smiled at his teacher, his eyes never leaving Jiraiya's face. Now I can learn everything from you, Rasengan, he whispered, fully aware that he now had all the time in the world. The place he was in did not follow the rules of the living world. Of course, Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto's face and smirked. But aren't you forgetting something, Naruto? He asked, leaving his student confused. What? Naruto mumbled. You, Jiraiya noticed Naruto's face contorting with a mix of sadness and confusion, as he looked at him. It was a clear indication of the fact that his dear boy knew what he was talking about. Me. Naruto blinked at the toad sage, no doubt confused by his teacher's response. What do you mean by me? He asked with a tilt of his head. You are still not dead, Naruto. Silence hung in the air as Jiraiya focused his intense gaze on the bewildered boy before him. Your life hangs by a thread, caught between two worlds, he whispered and smiled when Naruto looked away from him, overwhelmed by shame. He understood the reason behind Naruto's action but chose not to confront him about it. But forget about it, Jiraiya decided to change the subject, hoping to get Naruto to join the conversation again. Let's talk about your adventures in that strange world, brat. The old sage chuckled and brought Naruto back into a playful shoulder hug. Naruto hesitated for a moment, with Jiraiya's words echoing loudly in his head. It was a really strange world, rasengan. He whispered, remembering how different that world was to his home. People were odd there and some of them had cool powers too. His eyes dilated with joy as he saw his teacher listening to his words, just as he used to do in the past. Really? Jiraiya asked, leaning in closer to Naruto, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Yup, Naruto nodded, now much more excited to share his experience than before. They could fly, like really high with their wings. He raised his hand and began to make gestures in the air to show just how high those beings could fly. And they had magic powers too. His words took a serious turn as he remembered the people he had killed who possessed magic power. Like who? Naruto didn't hesitate to respond to the question, her name was always on the tip of his tongue. Rias, he quickly cursed himself as his teacher burst into laughter, a knowing look in his eyes. Naruto recognized that look all too well. I didn't do anything with her, he hurriedly clarified, anticipating the perverted question his teacher was about to ask. Rias, huh? Jiraiya whispered as he caressed his chin, wearing a thoughtful expression on his old face. Was she beautiful, brat? Naruto rolled his eyes at the question. Of course, his teacher was going to ask that question after thinking about something for so long. He was used to Jiraiya's antics. She was more than that. But that did not stop Naruto from answering the question in a way that surprised Jiraiya. She was kind and so naive, sensei. He giggled, recalling the moments he had shared with the girl. For someone who was supposed to be a devil, she was awfully kind and innocent. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the unexpected response, no doubt intrigued by Naruto's description of the girl. Kind and innocent, huh? Sounds like the kind of girl anyone would love to meet, he remarked with a playful chuckle. Naruto could only smile in response as what his teacher said was completely true. Rias was a girl anyone would love to meet and spend time with. Then why did you leave her alone? Naruto was not expecting a question like that from his teacher. He looked at him and scowled when he saw an expression of sadness on Jiraiya's old face. Why did you end your life like that, brat? Jiraiya was now staring at Naruto with a piercing gaze, unlike anything Naruto had ever seen before. It was a gaze that demanded answers. Naruto was still in shock by the question and his mind was finding it hard to gather words to form an answer. I wanted to save her, rasengan. He stammered, struggling under the weight of Jiraiya's intense gaze. But as he looked into his teacher's eyes, he saw no anger or disappointment there. Instead, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with nothing but a deep well of sadness and compassion. By sacrificing yourself, Naruto. Jiraiya ruffled his hair again, making them dance in the wind that was blowing around them. When did you become so mature and self-sacrificing, brat? He asked with a playful nudge to Naruto's ribs. Naruto chuckled as he opened his mouth. I don't know, rasengan, he whispered, still unable to comprehend why he had made that choice. Maybe I did that because I wanted to save at least one person before facing death. His words were as delicate as feathers, and Jiraiya made no attempt to interrupt. Or maybe I just wanted to protect her from the same fate as mine. Idiot. Jiraiya lightly slapped Naruto on the head. How could you end your life like that, huh? His voice echoed in the peaceful green clearing as he glared at the young boy with a faint hint of mock anger. I wanted. Naruto. The expression on Jiraiya's face softened as he raised Naruto's face to look into his eyes. You don't have to sacrifice yourself all the time like that. The smile on his face wavered for a moment, but he composed himself quickly. Especially when there is no need to. Naruto's eyes welled up with tears, his voice trembling as he gazed at his teacher. But it was the only way to protect her, sensei, he whispered, vividly recalling the countless devils that had been following them during the last few days of his life. No, Jiraiya shook his head. And you know that too, Naruto, he added as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. You could have fought more for that girl, but you chose the other way because you wanted to meet your family, your friends and me. The last few words were barely audible as Jiraiya struggled to maintain his composure. I'm so sorry, rasengan, Naruto muttered, his throat tightening with emotions that he had been trying so hard to suppress. The words of his teacher were cold but true. The decision he made at the end was not only for Rias but for himself too. He wanted to meet the people he loved, even if that meant leaving one like that behind. It was an act of selfishness from him. Don't apologize to me, Naruto. I can never be mad at you. Jiraiya smiled sadly at the boy as he brought him closer again. Apologize to the people who died saving you on the battlefield, especially that Uchiha brat and your fox friend. His words left Naruto feeling perplexed. Kurama. Jiraiya nodded. That fox had been trying to save your life ever since you went to that world, brat, he responded with a small smile. Poor guy used all his chakra to cure your disease in hope that you could live and find happiness in that world. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and sadness as he got to know about Kurama's sacrifice. Now, he knew why he could not contact him. I had no idea, he stammered, his voice filled with both gratitude and sorrow. The same goes for that Uchiha brat, the Toad Sage said, giving Naruto's shoulder a gentle squeeze. He gave up his life to send you somewhere safe without a second thought, he whispered, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Naruto. All of us gave our lives so that you could have a place that you could call home, Naruto. Those words, so familiar to Naruto, held him in place, echoing in his ears. Shish. Jiraiya quieted him with a comforting embrace, exactly what Naruto needed at that moment. You've done everything I believed you would, Naruto, he murmured, his voice overflowing with emotion. You've grown into the name your father gave you, earned the respect of the villagers, found your own friends, and brought peace to our war-torn world. Images of his former student flashed before his eyes, causing his chest to tremble. The only thing missing to complete your story was a happy ending, brat, Jiraiya's words faltered, his heart heavy with sorrow. Which I failed to achieve. Jiraiya tightened his hug and chuckled at Naruto. Who said that? He asked the boy, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. You can still have that, Naruto. His words were followed by a gentle pat on Naruto's back. Naruto raised his head and looked at his teacher. Don't end your journey like this, Naruto. Jiraiya pleaded, his voice filled with hope and sadness. Complete it, if not for me and others. The hug tightened even more as Jiraiya bit back a sob. Then at least for yourself and her. Naruto felt a lump form in his throat as he stared at his teacher's face, which was now beginning to fragment with cracks rapidly spreading across it. Arrow. You will do it, right Naruto? Why? That was all Naruto could ask as he was too overwhelmed by emotions at that moment. Jiraiya chuckled as he allowed Naruto to break free from his embrace. Because I want you to have a better ending than me, Naruto. Ooh. I have used all my pieces, but he is still not waking up, Akeno. Rias whimpered as her damp eyes stared at the lifeless body of her friend. Naruto. She whispered for the 1000th time, but still, no response escaped the boy's lips. His face remained pale and cold, adorned with a faint yet eerie smile. Wake up, Naruto. Her lips trembled with sadness as fresh tears began to roll down her wet cheeks, mingling with the rain that was descending from the dark skies above. Naruto. XXX. Warm. Even while being surrounded by an endless pool of cold water, his heart was feeling warm for some reason. In the ocean of blue and black, his eyes could see traces of bright red color. They were beautiful and warm, just like her hair. The silence surrounding him was deafening, and the only sound he could hear was the soft lapping of the water against the shore and rain falling on the ground, gradually becoming louder with each passing moment. Where was he going? He could not tell as there was nothing he could see with his eyes. They were filled with water and a sense of warmth as he stared at the red color which was pulling him towards it. Why was he here? He could not tell that either at that moment. The only thing he knew was that he was supposed to be there, nowhere else. Was he happy? He wanted to say, maybe, but the smile on his face and the warmth in his heart told him otherwise. He gasped as the warmth inside his chest began to grow stronger, telling him that he was almost there where he was supposed to be. Did he even want to go there? He tried to search for an answer for that and closed his eyes when a familiar face flooded his thoughts inside his mind. Rias. His heart fluttered as he stared at her face. It was sporting a smile brighter than the brightest sun and beautiful than the darkness he was staring at a while ago. His breath started to grow heavier as he tried to keep himself awake in the river of red and blue in which he was floating. Why? Because he wanted to see her face again. His mouth opened again, but this time not to breathe but to smile as a torrent of memories rushed his mind, painting heart-warming images of him walking beside her. They were beautiful. Just like her hair. His blue eyes snapped open and were immediately shrouded by countless threads of red color. They smelled and looked familiar. Rias. His eyes shimmered with happiness as her face flashed before them once more, this time looking more beautiful than ever. Even the surrounding rain could not hide her tears from him. I'm sorry. A small smile tugged at the corners of Naruto's lips as she clumsily wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and smiled at him. Naruto. His heart fluttered inside his chest, as a warm feeling engulfed his entire body. The unmistakable feeling of being at home. End.